Thanks for joining us tonight. We'd love to know where you're listening from and who you're sharing this moment with. Drop a comment below. If you enjoy a good scare before bed, be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications for more nightly chills. Now, settle in, dim the lights, and let the story begin. I've always been alone, content in my solitude. I'm smart, too smart, some might say, but that never helped me make friends. College was just one more place where I blended into the background, just another face in the crowd. But that all changed when I first saw her, Serena. She was breathtaking. No, more than that, otherworldly. Her skin seemed to glow under the dull lights of the lecture hall, her long dark hair shimmering like silk, her face perfect, too perfect, and her eyes. Every time I caught her looking at me, it was like she was staring straight through me. It wasn't just attraction, it was hunger, almost predatory, and I felt myself drawn to her in ways I couldn't explain. I noticed her watching me more and more, her gaze lingering on me in a way that made my pulse race. At first, I told myself it was my imagination. Someone like her couldn't be interested in someone like me. But the way she smiled at me, subtle, almost teasing, made me believe otherwise. Then, one day, she finally approached me. We were in the library, and I was pretending to study when I felt a presence beside me. I looked up, and there she was, smiling that soft, seductive smile. "Mind if I sit here?" she asked, her voice like honey, smooth and sweet. From that moment on, everything changed. We talked for hours, laughing like we'd known each other forever. I don't even remember what we talked about. It didn't matter. It was just her and me. Her eyes never left mine, and every word she spoke seemed to pull me deeper into something I couldn't name. Soon, we were spending more time together. She was magnetic, intoxicating. I couldn't get enough of her. But there was something else, too, something unsettling. At times, I felt like I was losing myself, like my thoughts weren't entirely my own. I started hearing things, her voice, whispering in my ear when she wasn't there. "Come to me," she would say over and over, as if she were beckoning me into something darker. I should have been scared. I should have stopped it. But I didn't. I couldn't. One evening, after class, Serena turned to me, her eyes locking onto mine in that way that made everything else disappear. "Why don't you come over tomorrow night?" she said, her voice soft, almost a purr. "I'll make us dinner." I was hesitant. Something about her invitation didn't sit right with me. She lived deep in the woods, far from campus, in a place few people went. But how could I say no? I was already too far gone, too captivated by her to refuse. The next evening, I drove out to her place. The GPS took me down winding roads, deeper and deeper into the forest. The further I drove, the more unsettled I became. The trees pressed in on either side of the narrow road, their branches clawing at the car like fingers. The sky was overcast, and the deeper I ventured into the woods, the darker it got, as if the very light was being swallowed by the forest itself. I finally pulled up to her house, a large, old structure hidden among the trees. It looked ancient, worn down, and somehow wrong. As I stepped out of the car, a chill ran through me. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and something else something rotten. I hesitated, my instincts screaming at me to turn back, but her voice echoed in my mind. Come to me. I knocked, and she answered almost immediately, smiling like she'd been waiting for me. Come in, she said, her voice dripping with sweetness. I followed her inside, trying to ignore the oppressive feeling that hung in the air. The house was dimly lit, the walls lined with old, dusty portraits that seemed to watch me as I walked through. There was a strange, metallic smell in the air, subtle but unpleasant, like blood and decay. We had dinner, but I could barely eat. My mind felt foggy, like I was slipping in and out of a dream. She was watching me the entire time, her eyes never leaving mine, her smile growing wider and more sinister. Every time she spoke, it felt like her words wrapped around my brain, tightening, pulling me closer to her. Why don't you stay the night? She asked, after we'd finished eating. Her hand brushed against mine, and a jolt of something electric shot through me. I knew I should have said no. I should have left right then and there, but I couldn't. I nodded, almost automatically, like her words had bypassed my will. She led me upstairs to her room, her hand gripping mine tightly. The room was dark, lit only by a single candle that flickered wildly, casting strange shadows on the walls. The bed was massive, draped in dark, velvety sheets. I felt the weight of the house bearing down on me, the walls seeming to close in, but I followed her lead. We kissed. Her lips were cold, too cold, and the more we kissed, the more everything around me seemed to blur. My thoughts weren't my own anymore. I was lost in her, consumed by her. But then, something changed. I pulled back, and in that moment, her face twisted, contorting into something inhuman. Her skin grew pale, her eyes darkened, and her smile stretched impossibly wide, revealing sharp, jagged teeth. Her body shifted, limbs elongating, her once perfect hair now hanging in greasy, tangled clumps. She was no longer beautiful. She was a nightmare made flesh. I stumbled back, my heart pounding in my chest. What are you? I gasped, the words barely escaping my lips. She laughed, a horrible, guttural sound that made my skin crawl. Oh, Jeff, she hissed, her voice no longer sweet. It was sharp, dripping with malice. You were so easy to lure, so desperate, so lonely. You never stood a chance. The room grew colder, the air thick with a foul stench. My vision blurred, and my legs gave out beneath me. I hit the floor, the world spinning, as I faded into unconsciousness. When I woke, I was no longer in her room. I was outside, lying on cold, damp ground. My body ached, my head pounding. I tried to move, but my limbs felt heavy, sluggish, like I was trapped in a nightmare. I forced my eyes open and immediately wished I hadn't. I was surrounded. Dozens, no, hundreds of them. Witches, all of them grotesque, twisted versions of Serena, their faces gaunt, their eyes hollow, their bodies bent and broken. They chanted in a language I didn't understand, their voices rising and falling in a rhythm that made my skin crawl. Serena stood at the center of it all, her once beautiful form now a hideous mockery of the woman I'd fallen for. She smiled at me, her eyes gleaming with triumph. "Welcome to the coven, Jeff," she said, her voice echoing in the night air. "You're one of us now." I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My body wouldn't respond. I was paralyzed, trapped in place as they circled around me, their voices growing louder, their chants more frenzied. I could feel something creeping into my mind, something dark and insidious wrapping itself around my thoughts, suffocating me. Then, Serena stepped forward, kneeling beside me. She placed her hand on my chest, her touch cold as death. "You'll guard us now," she whispered, her breath hot against my ear. "You'll serve us, and you'll never leave." The world around me darkened, the chanting fading into a dull roar as the last of my consciousness slipped away. I was no longer Jeff. I was something else, something twisted, something broken. And as the darkness claimed me, I knew I would never be free. I never saw the sunrise again. Get ready for the next story that will send chills down your spine. I've had years to think about what happened. Years to piece together the fractured memories, the horrifying truths I refused to see. I still don't know if I was blind out of love or desperation, but I see it all so clearly now. Every lie, every touch, every whisper that pulled me deeper into the darkness. I can't sleep at night, not because of the dreams, but because I know that he's still out there. And the worst part? I loved him. I still do. It all started so innocently. I was just like anyone else, trying to find my way in the world, settling into the quiet life of the town where I grew up. My family had lived there for generations, a small, close-knit community where everyone knew everyone. Nothing ever really happened, not until people started disappearing. It started with a few strangers, drifters passing through town, the kind of people no one really notices. They'd be here one day, gone the next. We didn't think much of it at first, but then the disappearances started hitting closer to home. First, it was an old man, a regular at the diner. Then it was a teenager, a girl I used to babysit. People were scared, but the authorities had no answers. Just whispers about something lurking in the night. I still remember the night I met him. I was walking home after work, the air crisp with the smell of autumn leaves, when I saw him. He was standing under a street lamp, the light casting long shadows over his face. He was impossibly beautiful. Pale, yes, but with a kind of cold, unearthly beauty that felt out of place in our little town. His eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment I felt something stir deep inside me. A pull, a gravity that drew me toward him. He smiled, and my heart fluttered. He approached me with an effortless grace, like he was gliding through the night. "You look like someone with a lot on her mind," he said, his voice smooth and melodic. We talked for a while, and before I knew it, we were meeting regularly. He didn't tell me much about himself, just that he was new in town, passing through. I didn't care. I was lost in his charm, his presence. I started looking forward to our nightly meetings, even though something about him always felt off. He never seemed to age. He was always cold to the touch. And no matter how much I pressed him, he wouldn't talk about his past. I knew something wasn't right, but by then I was too far gone. I was falling for him, hard. And then everything changed. The night he came to me, blood staining the front of his shirt, his eyes wild and predatory, was the night I finally understood. It was late, far later than usual, when he knocked on my window. I opened it to find him standing there, his face pale and smeared with something dark. I could smell it before I even looked closely, the sharp, metallic scent of blood. "What happened?" I whispered, my heart pounding in my chest. He didn't answer. He just stepped inside, his movement quick, almost frantic. "I need you," he said, his voice low, desperate. I followed him into the darkness of my room, my mind racing. But then I saw it. His eyes, once so enchanting, were glowing, a deep, unnatural red. I backed away. "What's going on?" My voice trembled as fear gripped me. He finally looked at me, and in that moment I knew. He wasn't human. He never had been. "I didn't want you to find out this way," he said, his voice soft but dripping with regret. "But it's too late now." And then he told me everything. He was a vampire, centuries old, cursed to walk the earth in eternal hunger. The disappearances, they were him. Every night, while I lay in bed, dreaming of our next meeting, he was out there, hunting, draining the life from the people I grew up with, people I knew. I was horrified, disgusted, but I couldn't leave. Not yet. There was one last twist of the knife waiting for me. I demanded to know why he hadn't killed me, why he kept me around, while others vanished into the night, never to be seen again. His eyes softened just for a moment. "I couldn't bring myself to hurt you," he admitted. "I love you." The words should have comforted me, but they didn't. It wasn't until days later, when the police found my cousin's body in the woods, drained of blood and discarded like trash, that I finally realized the truth. He hadn't spared me out of love. He had spared me because he needed me. I was a convenient mask, a way for him to stay close to the town, to the people he hunted. The blood on his shirt that night, it wasn't from just anyone. It was from my cousin, my own family. I felt a wave of nausea hit me, the realization crashing over me like a tidal wave. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The man, or rather the thing, I had been falling for, the one I had trusted, had murdered someone I loved. And who knew how many others? I should have left. I should have run as far as I could, but I didn't. I don't know if it was fear or love or something darker pulling me back to him, but I stayed. I let him explain, let him tell me that he never wanted to hurt me, that it was all a mistake, that he couldn't control the hunger. His words blurred together, but I couldn't deny that same pull I felt from the very first night. That magnetic, unbreakable connection that I hated, and yet still craved. He promised me it was over, that he would stop, but deep down, I knew that was a lie. Vampires don't just stop. The following weeks were a haze. I didn't go to the police. I couldn't. How could I explain that I was in love with a vampire? That the monster killing our town's people was the same man I had been sneaking out to meet each night? No one would believe me. And worse, I didn't know if I wanted to stop him. I felt sick just thinking about it, but part of me still loved him, still wanted him. But the killings didn't stop. More bodies were found, each one drained of blood. each one closer to home. And the night I found my mother's body, I finally broke. The house was quiet when I got home, too quiet. My mother was supposed to be there, waiting for me, but the eerie silence filled me with dread. I called out to her, but there was no response. My steps quickened, heart racing as I walked into the kitchen. That's when I saw it. Blood. So much blood. It coated the floor in thick, dark pools, leading to her lifeless body slumped against the wall. Her eyes were open, wide with terror, but they saw nothing. She was gone. I screamed. I screamed until my throat was raw, until I collapsed beside her, shaking, sobbing. This wasn't just another murder. This was my family. My mother. The one person I had left. And I knew, without a shadow of a doubt, who had done it. I found him that night, standing under the same street lamp where we had first met. He looked at me, those same glowing red eyes, and I knew. He didn't even try to deny it. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I didn't want to—" "Shut up!" I shouted, my voice breaking. "You killed her! You killed my mother!" He stepped closer, his hands reaching out to me, but I recoiled. I couldn't let him touch me. Not after what he had done. "I can explain," he started, but I cut him off again. "I don't care. You're a monster. You always have been." My voice trembled, tears streaming down my face, but I stood my ground. For the first time, he looked at me with something like sorrow, regret, but I didn't care. I wasn't going to let him manipulate me again, not this time. "I loved you," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "I trusted you, and you destroyed everything." His face twisted, something dark flashing in his eyes. "I tried to save you. I kept you alive." "You kept me alive so you could use me," I spat. "You killed my family, and for what? Your hunger." He took a step back, his jaw clenched. "I didn't want it to be this way." But it didn't matter what he wanted. I was done. I turned to leave, but his voice stopped me. "You can't run from me," he said, his tone low, dangerous. "You're mine. You always have been." I froze, my blood running cold. I could feel his presence behind me, that suffocating darkness wrapping around me like a vice. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. My feet were glued to the ground, my body shaking, and that's when I heard it. His footsteps, slow, deliberate, getting closer. I ran. I didn't know where I was going. I just knew I had to get away. But it was like running through a nightmare. My limbs heavy, my mind racing with fear. I could hear him behind me, getting closer, his voice echoing in the night. "I told you," he whispered, his voice soft, almost tender. "You're mine." I struggled against the chains, but it was useless. He was stronger, faster, and I was completely at his mercy. Tears streamed down my face as I realized the horrifying truth. I had fallen in love with a monster, and now I was his prisoner. The days blurred together after that. He kept me alive, fed me, clothed me, but I was nothing more than a toy to him now, a twisted reminder of the life I had once wanted with him. Every night he would come to me, his cold hands caressing my skin, his breath on my neck. He would whisper sweet lies, promises of a future that would never come. And every night I prayed for death, but death never came, because in the end, I was his. And no matter how much I hated him, no matter how much I wanted to escape, a part of me still loved him, still needed him. That's the worst part of all. And I know, even now, that he's out there, waiting, watching, waiting for the day I'll come crawling back to him. Because I will. It's time for the third story of the night. I wish I could say I didn't see it coming, that I hadn't ignored the warning signs. But I did, and that's why I'm telling this story now. To remind myself, maybe, or warn someone else who might stumble into the same kind of nightmare. Because when you're in love, you see what you want to see, and the truth is more terrifying than anything you could imagine. Her name was Lila. That's what she called herself, at least. She was beautiful in that quiet, effortless way that makes you feel like you're the only person who's ever really seen her. The kind of beauty that isn't flashy, but it lingers. Deep brown eyes, like she could see straight through you, and a smile that was rare but perfect when it appeared. I met her at a small cafe downtown, where I used to go after work to unwind. She came in one day, sat at the table next to mine, and we started talking. It felt like fate. I was lonely, tired of the endless loop of my own life. And she seemed like the answer to all of that. She was mysterious, quiet, but she listened to everything I said with this intense focus, like I mattered. I hadn't felt that in years. We started seeing each other regularly after that. Dinners, late-night walks, quiet conversations in the park. She never talked much about her own life, though. No family stories, no childhood memories. At the time, I didn't think much of it. Maybe she just wasn't comfortable opening up yet. I'd convinced myself that it didn't matter because when we were together, she made me feel like I was the only thing that mattered in her world. Then, things started getting strange. It was little things at first. A couple of times, I'd run into someone who swore they'd seen me earlier in the day, even though I hadn't been anywhere near where they said I was. My friend Mark, for example, claimed we had chatted at the grocery store about some concert coming to town, but I hadn't seen him in weeks. I brushed it off. People get confused. Memory plays tricks on you, right? But then Lila started acting different. There were nights when she'd seem almost too perfect, like she was trying to mimic the way she knew I wanted her to be. At first, I thought maybe she was just nervous about how fast we were moving, but then her behavior started shifting in more unsettling ways. She'd say things that I knew we'd never talked about, mention details about my childhood I hadn't shared, or repeat things I'd told someone else, not her. One night, after dinner, I invited her to meet my sister Maggie. We'd always been close, and I figured it was time to introduce Lila. But when we got to Maggie's place, something was off. The moment Maggie opened the door, her eyes went wide, and she looked between me and Lila like she'd seen a ghost. "She was here," Maggie said, pointing at Lila. "She came by this morning, asking about you. You didn't say you were coming over." I stared at her, confused. "Maggie, that's impossible. We weren't here. Lila was with me all day." I swear it was her. She looked exactly the same. She even sounded like her. We left quickly, but the whole drive back, a pit formed in my stomach. Lila didn't seem fazed at all. She even smiled when I told her what Maggie said, brushing it off like it was some silly mistake. "People always think they see someone they know," she said, laughing softly. But that laugh, it wasn't the warm, comforting sound I had grown used to. It felt hollow, forced. Over the next few weeks, the weirdness only got worse. Friends started distancing themselves from me. People at work avoided me, acting cold, as if I'd done something to offend them. I couldn't figure out why. I hadn't done anything. At least I didn't think I had. Then, one night, I got a call from my mom. Her voice was shaking, panicked. "I just got off the phone with Maggie. She said you showed up at her place this afternoon, talking crazy, saying horrible things. What the hell is going on?" My heart pounded. "Mom, I haven't seen Maggie since last week. I swear." Silence on the other end. Then, in a low, fearful whisper, she said, "It looked just like you." That was the moment when the truth started to sink in, though I didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to accept that something was wrong, something beyond my understanding. I started avoiding Lila, trying to put some distance between us to clear my head. But she always seemed to know exactly where I was, popping up unexpectedly, always with that same calm smile. One night, I couldn't take it anymore. I went to her apartment, determined to confront her, to get some answers. But when I arrived, the building manager told me something that made my blood run cold. "There's no one named Lila living here," he said, flipping through the tenant list. "Never has been." I stood there, dumbfounded. "But I've been here. Dozens of times. I've seen her in this apartment." He shrugged. "I don't know what to tell you, man. Maybe she gave you a fake name, but there's no one like that in our records." The air felt thick with dread as I left. I drove aimlessly for a while, my mind racing. Who was she? What was she? I thought about going to the police, but what would I even say? That the woman I'd been seeing wasn't real? That she was mimicking people I knew, maybe even mimicking me? They'd laugh me out of the station. No, I had to handle this myself. I decided to follow her, to watch from a distance. And that's when I saw it. One evening, I parked near her supposed apartment and waited. It was late, and the street was nearly empty. Hours passed, and just when I thought I'd made a mistake, I saw her. Lila, walking down the sidewalk. Except it wasn't Lila anymore. She moved with a strange, fluid grace, almost too smooth for a human. Her body shifted, morphing as she walked. By the time she passed under the streetlight, she was no longer Lila. She had my face. My blood turned to ice. I watched, paralyzed with horror, as I walked down the street, mimicking my movements, my expressions. It was perfect. A perfect replica of me. I followed it from a distance as it headed toward Maggie's house. My pulse raced, a cold sweat dripping down my back. When it reached the front door, I saw it raise a hand, knocking softly, just like I would. A moment later, Maggie answered, her face lighting up. "Hey," she said, smiling. "What are you doing here so late?" It smiled back. My smile. "Just wanted to check on you." I nearly screamed. That voice, it was mine, but it wasn't. It was all wrong. Maggie invited it in. I waited outside for what felt like an eternity. my mind spiraling. What would it do to her? Was it going to kill her? Was that its plan all along? To isolate me, drive me crazy, and then take everything I loved? Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I burst through the front door, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Maggie was sitting on the couch, her back to me, and across from her, the thing that looked exactly like me, was smiling, laughing softly, like they were sharing a joke. Maggie turned, startled. "What the hell, dude? You didn't say you were coming over." Her words hit me like a punch to the gut. She didn't realize it yet. She thought the thing sitting in front of her was me. My mouth went dry. "Maggie, step away from it. Now." She frowned, confused. "What? Why are you—" Before she could finish, the thing stood up. It tilted its head, studying me with my own eyes, that same smile still plastered on its face. "Don't be dramatic," it said in my voice, smooth and mocking. "We're just talking." Maggie looked between us, her confusion deepening. "What's going on? Why are you acting so weird?" I couldn't tear my eyes away from it. "That's not me, Maggie. That thing isn't me." The smile faded from its face, replaced by something darker, more predatory. It took a step toward me, and for the first time I saw it in its true form, just for a split second, but it was enough. The skin rippled, shifted, its features distorting into something grotesque and inhuman. Black, oily eyes stared back at me, and the smile stretched impossibly wide, exposing sharp, jagged teeth. I lunged forward, grabbing Maggie's arm and pulling her behind me. She let out a shocked gasp, but before she could ask any more questions, the creature moved. It was fast, inhumanly fast. One moment, it was across the room. The next, it was inches from my face. Its breath was rancid, like decaying meat, and its voice was no longer mine. It was something else entirely, low, guttural, like a growl. "I've been watching you," it hissed. "You think you're so clever, don't you? But I know all your secrets. I know you." My heart hammered in my chest. "What are you?" It grinned, that horrible, toothy grin. "I'm what you want, what you need. I'm everything you desire, and everything you fear." I shoved it back with all the strength I had, and it stumbled, hissing in frustration. But as soon as it hit the wall, its body began to shift again, melting and warping like clay. It was as if its flesh was malleable, bending to its will, and in moments it had transformed into something else entirely. Maggie screamed. It was her. The thing stood there now, in her shape, mimicking her features down to the last detail. Her eyes, her hair, even her terrified expression. But it wasn't her. It was wrong. The way it stood, the way it looked at me, it was like a twisted reflection of her, like someone had taken her image and warped it into something unholy. "Maggie," it said in her voice, soft and trembling. "Why are you doing this?" I froze, every instinct screaming at me to run, but I couldn't. I couldn't leave her. My real sister stood behind me, trembling, whispering, "What's happening?" The creature took a step forward, still wearing her face, tears glistening in its eyes. Eyes that I knew weren't real. "Please," it whispered. "I'm scared." My hand shook as I reached into my pocket, fingers closing around the cold steel of my pocket knife. I didn't know what else to do. There was no reasoning with something like this, something that could become anyone, anything. "I'm sorry," I whispered, more to myself than to it. Before it could react, I lunged, driving the knife into its chest. It let out a horrible, guttural scream, the sound like 1,000 voices crying out at once. Its form flickered, shifting wildly, as if it couldn't hold its shape any longer. For a moment, I thought I'd done it. I thought I'd killed it. But then it laughed. That same mocking, horrible laugh. "You think you can kill me?" It rasped, the voice no longer human. "You think a knife will stop me?" The shape flickered again, its body convulsing, and then it was me again. My face, my voice, my grin. It pulled the knife from its chest and tossed it aside like it was nothing. Blood, or something like blood, dripped from the wound, but it didn't seem to care. I backed away, my heart pounding in my ears. What had I just done? It lunged at me then, faster than I could react. I hit the floor hard. The wind knocked out of me as it pinned me down, its face inches from mine. That grin never left its lips. "You can't escape me," it whispered, its breath hot and foul. "I'll always be there. In your shadow, in your reflection. I'll be everyone you love." I struggled beneath it, but it was too strong, too powerful. My vision blurred as its hands tightened around my throat, and for a moment I thought this was it. This was how it would end. Choked to death by something wearing my own face. But then, out of nowhere, Maggie screamed, and the thing's grip loosened. I heard the sharp crack of something heavy hitting its skull, and suddenly it was off me, stumbling backward, dazed. Maggie stood above it, holding the fireplace poker in her hands, her eyes wide with terror. She didn't wait for it to recover. She swung again, and again, and again, until the creature's body collapsed into a shapeless, writhing mass on the floor. I scrambled to my feet, pulling Maggie away as the thing continued to shift and change, its form dissolving like smoke. And then, just like that, it was gone. Nothing left but a dark, wet stain on the carpet. For a long time, neither of us said anything. We just stood there, breathing heavily, trying to process what had just happened. Finally, Maggie spoke. What was that?" I shook my head, still in shock. "I don't know. But whatever it was, it's not over. It's never over." And I was right. Even now, as I sit here writing this, I can feel it. Watching, waiting. It could be anyone. It could be the barista at the coffee shop. It could be the old man down the street. Hell, it could even be me. Because that's what it does. It wears faces. It takes what you love and twists it into something unrecognizable, something terrifying. So, if you ever feel like someone you know isn't quite right, like they're not really them, trust that instinct. Run. Don't let it get close, because once it does, you'll never know who's real and who isn't. And if you're lucky, maybe you'll survive long enough to tell your own story. Now, let's dive into the fourth creepy story. It started with the smallest things. I didn't even notice it at first. No one would, I suppose. You lose your temper once, raise your voice louder than you meant to, or snap at someone for asking a simple question. Everyone does that sometimes, right? But as time passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. It was like a slow burn, an itch just beneath the surface of my skin that I couldn't scratch. And then I woke up one morning, drenched in sweat, my hands trembling. The dream still clung to me, even as I opened my eyes. It was the same one, over and over. I'm standing alone in an empty room looking at a mirror. Only, it's not me in the reflection. It's something twisted. My face, but warped. The skin stretched tight over two sharp bones. Eyes sunken, hollow. And the teeth, long, jagged, yellowed like an animal's. Every time I moved in the dream, the reflection didn't quite follow in sync, like it was thinking for itself. And every night, the dream got worse. The reflection became clearer, closer. I pushed the thoughts away, tried to chalk it up to stress, to lack of sleep. But that day, things took a turn. It was around midday. I was at work, typing away at my desk, when the first real wave hit. A sudden, overpowering surge of anger, so intense that I barely had time to register what was happening. My vision blurred, my pulse pounded in my ears like a drumbeat. Before I knew it, my hands were gripping the edge of the desk so tightly that my knuckles turned white. My heart raced as something inside me growled, low and guttural. I bit my tongue, tasting blood, trying to calm down. I stared down at my hands, trying to steady my breath. And that's when I saw it. My fingers. God, they weren't mine. For a split second, they looked longer, the nails sharper, as if they had stretched and bent unnaturally. I blinked hard, and they were normal again. But that moment, however fleeting, chilled me to my core. I excused myself from work early that day, claiming a headache. But the truth was, I was scared. I couldn't explain what was happening, but I knew it wasn't normal. Things escalated quickly after that. My temper flared at the smallest inconvenience, and my body ached constantly, as if my muscles were twisting and contorting inside my skin. The worst part? No one else seemed to notice anything was wrong. No one except me. One evening, a week after the incident at work, I was in the bathroom, splashing water on my face, trying to shake off the nagging feeling that something was watching me. I glanced up into the mirror, and there it was again. But this time, the reflection didn't change when I blinked. It stared back at me with those hollow, predatory eyes, my face contorted into a hideous, snarling grin. My breath caught in my throat as I watched, frozen, as the figure in the mirror moved. But I didn't. The reflection raised its hand, claws extending from its fingers. The skin was dark and scaly, like that of a reptile. My stomach twisted with nausea as it touched the glass, tapping it, as if testing a barrier between us. I couldn't move. I wanted to scream, to run, to look away, but I was paralyzed. The thing on the other side of the mirror curled its lips into a grin that wasn't mine. Then it spoke. Its voice was a raspy whisper, filled with malice. Soon. I stumbled backward, my hands trembling violently. The reflection disappeared, and I was staring at my own face again, normal, terrified, but normal. But the fear didn't go away. I could still feel its presence, lurking beneath the surface of my skin, just waiting for the right moment to come through. I stopped leaving the house after that. I didn't want anyone to see what was happening to me, to see the monster that I was becoming. Every day, my body felt more alien, more wrong. My skin itched constantly, and my nails, they weren't just long anymore, they were sharp, almost like claws. I started hearing whispers at night, faint at first, but growing louder as the days passed. Sometimes they'd call my name. Other times they'd laugh, a sick, twisted sound that echoed in my mind long after I'd woken up. One night, I couldn't take it anymore. I locked myself in the bathroom, staring at the mirror, waiting for the creature to appear again. The house was deathly quiet, but I could hear my heartbeat pounding in my ears, each beat slower than the last. And then, just as I was about to turn away, I felt a hand, cold, clammy, brush against my shoulder. I whipped around, but there was nothing. Just the dark, empty room behind me. But when I turned back to the mirror, it wasn't empty anymore. The reflection of the monster loomed behind me, taller this time, its eyes glowing with a sickly yellow light. Its breath was hot on my neck, and I could feel its claws grazing the skin on my back. I stumbled out of the bathroom, my heart racing, barely able to breathe. I slammed the door shut and ran into the bedroom, locking myself in. But I knew it didn't matter. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't just in the mirror. It was in me. The next morning, I woke up feeling different. My body was stiff, my skin felt tight, almost like it didn't fit me anymore. I tried to ignore it, pushing down the panic that bubbled up inside me. But when I looked in the mirror again, I couldn't deny the truth. My reflection was changing. My eyes were darker, the skin around them sunken and hollow. My teeth sharp, jagged, like they didn't belong in a human mouth. The veins in my arms bulged, black and twisted beneath the surface. And my fingers, they were claws now. There was no mistaking it. I wasn't human anymore. I wasn't myself. I tried to run. I packed a bag and fled to the nearest motel, hoping that somehow, putting distance between me and that house would stop the transformation. But it followed me. The whispers, the nightmares, the reflection in every mirror I passed. It didn't matter how far I went. The monster was inside me now, clawing its way to the surface. That night, as I lay in bed, unable to sleep, I heard a noise, soft at first, like scratching. It was coming from the window. My breath hitched as I slowly turned my head, heart pounding in my chest. There, standing outside, was the reflection. Only now, it wasn't in the mirror. It was real. Its face pressed against the glass, claws scraping down the pane, its eyes boring into mine. It smiled, my smile, twisted and wrong. And then, it was gone. I bolted upright, heart racing, but I knew it was too late. I could feel it now, moving beneath my skin, taking control. My body wasn't mine anymore. The last thing I remember before everything went black was the sound of my own voice, laughing. A deep, guttural sound that didn't belong to me. When I woke up the next morning, I didn't recognize myself. The person staring back at me in the mirror wasn't me. The monster had taken over. And there was no going back.
911, what's your emergency?
It was the first month of my new job as a cop in Chicago, and I was already starting to question if I was cut out for it. I was young, barely out of the academy, and full of that energy you get when you think you're invincible. At first, it was just what I imagined. Catching petty thieves, busting drunk drivers, responding to noise complaints. Most of it was pretty tame, but I didn't mind. I liked the feeling of the badge, the authority that came with it. But there was always something lurking in the back of my mind. A feeling that sooner or later I'd face something I wasn't ready for. I'd heard the stories from the veteran cops, weird things that went beyond normal crime. Strange calls in the middle of the night, places in the city they never wanted to visit. I always thought they were just messing with the rookies, trying to scare us. Then came that night. It was a Friday, just past midnight, and I was on night duty, something I'd quickly come to hate. The city feels different at night. The streets are quieter, but not in a peaceful way. It's like the shadows are alive, stretching out from every corner, waiting for something. Waiting for you to make a mistake. The call came in around 12:30 a.m. over the radio. A disturbance on Archer Avenue. I remember rolling my eyes, thinking it was probably just another drunk couple fighting, or maybe a neighbor blasting music too loud. Archer Avenue was known for trouble, but nothing out of the ordinary. At least, that's what I thought. As I was driving, the radio crackled again. This time, it wasn't just a disturbance. The dispatcher's voice sounded shaky, like she wasn't quite sure how to say what came next. A woman. She's killed her whole family. I almost slammed on the brakes. My partner, Sarah, who was sitting next to me, went pale. We both just looked at each other for a moment, neither of us saying a word. This wasn't some bar fight. This was something else. What made it worse was that the woman's record was clean. Completely spotless. No history of violence, no criminal record, nothing. It didn't make sense. When we pulled up to the house, it felt like the temperature dropped a few degrees. The streetlights cast long shadows over the yard, and the house itself looked dark, like it was sucking in the light around it. Neighbors were gathered outside, whispering to each other, but none of them dared go near the house. They just stood there, watching, as if the place had become cursed. I took a deep breath and stepped out of the car. Sarah was right behind me, her hand hovering near her gun. We both knew this was bad. The air felt thick, like it was pressing down on us. "We should wait for backup," she whispered. But I shook my head. "We've got to go in." The front door was ajar, just slightly, like someone had left in a hurry. I pushed it open, and as soon as we stepped inside, it was like we had walked into another world. The air was heavy with a strange metallic smell. Blood. And it was dark. So dark that even the beam of our flashlights seemed weak against the shadows. We started searching the downstairs rooms, moving slowly, checking each corner. Everything seemed normal at first. Family photos on the walls, toys scattered across the living room floor, a half-eaten dinner left on the kitchen table. But there was no sign of the woman or the bodies. That's when we heard it. A sound that I'll never forget for as long as I live. It was soft at first, like something being torn apart. Then it became clearer, a wet, chewing sound, like someone was eating. I felt a cold chill run down my spine. Sarah froze, her eyes wide. "It's coming from upstairs," I whispered. She nodded, her face pale as a ghost. We had no choice but to go up there. The stairs creaked under our weight as we made our way up. With each step, the smell of blood got stronger, more suffocating. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, the adrenaline surging through me. My flashlight shook slightly in my hand, and I cursed myself for being so scared. When we reached the top of the stairs, the sound was louder. The chewing. The tearing. I swallowed hard and pointed my flashlight down the hallway. At the end of the hall was a single door, slightly ajar. The sound was coming from inside. I don't know why, but everything in me screamed not to open that door. I wanted to turn around to get the hell out of that house and never look back. But we were cops. This was our job. So, with Sarah right behind me, I reached for the door and pushed it open. What I saw, I'll never forget. The room was drenched in blood. It covered the floor, the walls, even the ceiling. And in the middle of the room, crouched over a mangled body, was the woman. The woman who had killed her family. She was eating them. Her hands were covered in blood, chunks of flesh in her mouth, her teeth gnashing away at what was once her husband. She looked up at us, her face twisted into this grotesque, sickening smile. Her eyes were wide, black as night, and there was something wrong with them. Something inhuman. My flashlight beam hit her face, and the moment it did, I felt a wave of nausea. Sarah gasped behind me, her hand over her mouth as she tried not to vomit. "Step outside," I managed to shout, though my voice was shaking. I didn't know what else to say. What else do you say to someone who's eating their own family? But she didn't move. Instead, she stood up slowly, still smiling. And as she rose to her full height, something changed. At first, I couldn't quite understand what I was seeing. Her face, her body, they weren't right. Her features started to shift, like they were melting and reforming into something else. Her eyes, which had been black, grew wider, almost bulging out of her skull. Her skin stretched tight, her mouth twisting into an impossibly wide grin, revealing rows of jagged, sharp teeth. Her height seemed to change too. She grew taller, her limbs lengthening, bones cracking and popping as her body contorted in unnatural ways. We called for backup immediately. A search team scoured the woods for hours, but they never found her. Not a single trace. It was like she had vanished into thin air. But the real horror was what we found inside the house after she was gone. Down in the basement, beneath the floorboards, we uncovered something that still makes my skin crawl just thinking about it. A ritual. Symbols drawn in blood, strange markings that none of us recognized. In the center of it all, there were black candles, burnt down to nothing but stubs and the remains of what looked like bones. Small ones. Animal, maybe, or worse. The neighbors refused to talk about it at first, But after some pressing, we learned that the whole family, the mother, the father, even the kids, had been involved in some sort of dark ritual. No one knew exactly what it was, or why they had started it, but the neighbors had always felt that something was off about them. Whispers of strange chants late at night, shadows moving in the windows when no one was supposed to be home. But no one ever said anything. Not until it was too late. Now, let's move to the next story. I used to patrol a quiet area near the woods in Cedar Hill, Tennessee. It's a small town. Nothing much happens there. Most nights, it's just me driving down empty roads, making sure everything's calm. That night, though, I wish I hadn't been working. It was around 2 a.m., and I was cruising down this old road near the forest edge. There aren't many streetlights out there, just one every so often, casting long shadows across the road. That's when I saw her, just standing there in the middle of the street right by the trees. No cars around, nothing. She was just there, looking like she didn't belong. I slowed down and pulled over, thinking maybe she was in trouble. Got out of the car and called out, "Ma'am, you okay? Do you need help?" She didn't answer. Didn't move, either. Her back was to me, and she was just standing so still it didn't feel right. My gut told me something was off, but I walked closer anyway, keeping my flashlight on her. I could see her hair, long and dark, hanging over her shoulders. She wore this old-fashioned dress, like something from another time. I stopped a few feet away, close enough to feel something strange in the air, like it was colder all of a sudden. "Ma'am," I said again, this time louder, but still nothing. I was starting to get real nervous. Then she turned. I swear to God, I'll never forget that moment. Her face, it wasn't right. Her eyes were all wrong. They were black, hollow, like they were looking straight through me. And her mouth, it was twisted into this unnatural smile. But worse than that, her skin, it looked like it was shifting, almost bubbling under the surface, like something was crawling inside her. My heart dropped into my stomach. I reached for my radio, but my hand was shaking. As soon as I tried to call it in, she started walking toward me, slow at first, then faster. Her feet weren't even touching the ground. She was gliding, like she was being pulled forward by something I couldn't see. I backed up quick, stumbling over my words. "Stop! Stay back!" But she didn't stop. Her face kept twisting, changing. One second she looked like a normal woman, the next like something else. Something worse. Her mouth stretched wider, impossibly wide, and I saw teeth, sharp, jagged teeth. Like a monster. I bolted back to my car, fumbling for the door handle, but as soon as I opened it, I heard this low growl behind me. Not a human sound, more like an animal, but deeper. I turned around, and she was gone. Vanished. For a split second, I thought maybe I was losing my mind. But then, something grabbed me from behind, yanked me off my feet. I hit the ground hard, knocking the wind out of me. I scrambled to my knees, looking around, but no one was there. Just the dark street and the woods, but I knew something was watching me. I could feel it. I got to my car, jumped in, and slammed the door shut. The radio crackled, but all I could hear was static. I tried to start the engine, but the car wouldn't turn over. It just clicked. Again and again. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw her, sitting in the back seat, staring at me through the rearview mirror, that same twisted smile on her face. I froze. My breath caught in my throat, and I couldn't move. I couldn't think. She leaned forward, close enough that I could feel her breath on my neck, cold as ice. Her voice was a whisper, but it echoed inside my head. "You can't leave." I don't know how I did it, but I threw myself out of the car, ran as fast as I could down the road. My flashlight was bouncing in my hand, the beam barely cutting through the dark. But I kept running. I didn't look back. When I finally got back to town, I ran into the station, gasping for air, shaking all over. I tried to explain what happened, but the words wouldn't come out right. They looked at me like I was crazy. I quit the next day. Never went back to Cedar Hill. But sometimes, when I'm driving at night, I see her. Not fully, just glimpses in the woods, in the trees. Sometimes in my rearview mirror. That same smile, those black eyes, like she's waiting. And I know deep down, one day she'll catch up to me, and I won't be able to run. Hit that subscribe button and give us a thumbs up if you enjoyed the story. Your support means the world and keeps these thrilling tales coming. Get ready for the next story that will send chills down your spine. I've been on patrol for years, seen a lot of weird things, but this one still gets under my skin. It was late, around 2 a.m., when dispatch sent me to a call-up in the mountains. The caller had reported seeing several people standing in her yard, holding a baby above their heads, chanting. I laughed at the details, figuring it was just someone imagining things. I had a backup officer with me that night, which I was grateful for later. The drive up was quiet. No cars, no people, just darkness and the sound of my own tires on the mountain road. You don't get many folks wandering around up there that late, especially not by foot. After about 20 minutes, I reached the driveway. It was gated, with woods on both sides, and a small, dimly lit house at the end. The place looked creepy, I won't lie. There was something about it, the way the woods seemed to press in, almost like they were watching me. I knocked on the door, standing on a large patio. That's when I heard it, a rustling noise, like someone moving to my left. I swung my flashlight in that direction, but there was nothing. My heart was racing now, though I told myself it was just some animal. I knocked again, and that's when I clearly heard two voices inside, a man and a woman. I felt better, thinking the noise must have been someone in the house moving around. The door opened, and a woman stood there. She looked terrified, eyes wide, shaking. She barely said a word, just pulled me inside and begged me to close the door. I followed her into the living room, where she had a small security monitor set up, like the kind you use to watch a baby's crib. The camera pointed at the front door, the very patio I had been standing on. I glanced at the screen, and it showed the patio, empty, nothing out of the ordinary. The woman started to explain how she had been sitting there, reading, when she heard something strange over the security feed. But before she could finish, I interrupted. "Where's the man?" I asked, still sure I had heard a male voice when I knocked. She looked confused, swore she was alone. I didn't believe her at first, and I asked her over and over, thinking she was lying. But my partner checked the entire house, and there was no one else there. The woman went on to say that she had seen 2 figures standing at her front door on the monitor. They were just standing there, staring, until the knocking started. That's when she called the police. As she spoke, the audio on the monitor suddenly went from dead quiet to this loud, rushing noise. We all froze, listening. It sounded like wind, but there wasn't any wind outside. The woman was trembling now. "What is that?" I asked, feeling uneasy. She looked at me with wide eyes and said, "It's them." My partner and I exchanged a glance. He was just as spooked as I was. The woman handed me her phone, saying she had taken pictures of the figures from the monitor. I scrolled through, not expecting much. The first few were too blurry to make anything out. But then I saw it. 2 tall, dark figures standing at her door. One of them was holding something above its head. The next picture showed the object closer to the door, like it had been set down. My stomach turned as I realized what it was. A small, bundled shape, too small to be anything but a baby. We had to check outside. We walked the perimeter of the house, flashlights sweeping through the trees. I kept thinking about the noise I heard earlier on the patio, and the male voice I was sure came from inside. My partner stayed silent, but I could tell he was scared too. After circling the house, we found nothing. No sign of anyone. No footprints, nothing out of place. It was like those figures had never been there at all. When we got back inside, the woman was shaking. She said she couldn't stay there any longer. She packed a bag, said she was heading into town to stay at a hotel. As we walked back to our patrol cars, my partner suddenly bolted to his vehicle and took off without a word. I stood there, alone in the dark, surrounded by nothing but the woods and the quiet. I'd never felt so uneasy in my life. I got into my car and left, but that night still haunts me. Those figures, the voices, that strange rushing sound. I know what I saw, what I heard. And no matter how much I try to reason it out, nothing makes sense. Whatever was on that patio that night, it wasn't human. And I hope I never come across anything like it again. It was just another routine night at the 911 dispatch center. I'd taken hundreds of calls over the years. Accidents, domestic disputes, the usual stuff. But nothing could have prepared me for the one that came through that night. It still haunts me. The phone rang, and I picked up, my voice tired from hours of work. 911, what's your emergency? There was silence on the other end, but I could hear soft breathing. Hello? I said again, a bit louder this time. A small voice, a kid's voice, finally spoke. My parents went down to the basement, The way he said it, so quietly, sent a shiver down my spine. Something about his tone wasn't right. "How long ago did they go down there?" I asked, keeping my voice calm. "Maybe 10 minutes ago," the kid whispered. "But I hear screaming now." I felt a pit form in my stomach. "Screaming? Is anyone else in the house with you?" "No," the kid replied. "Just my mom and dad. But the screams, they're not theirs." My fingers hovered over the keyboard, ready to dispatch an officer, but I hesitated. It sounded bizarre, and I thought maybe it was just a prank. "All right, kid. Screaming from the basement? Are you sure it's not a TV or something?" The kid's voice cracked. "It's not the TV. I can hear it right now. It sounds like hundreds of people, all screaming at the same time." That's when my heart skipped a beat. I've dealt with prank calls before, but something about the terror in his voice was too real, too raw. "Okay," I said, my tone changing. "Where are your parents now?" "They haven't come back," the kid said. "They took this old book with them. My dad found it in the attic last week. He said it had something to do with devil worship, but he laughed, thought it was funny." I started typing the address into the system. "Stay on the line with me. I'm sending an officer to your house right now, okay? Just stay where you are." "Okay," the kid whispered. The line went quiet again except for the faint sound of those screams in the background. It was hard to tell if they were real or just in my head. Officer Peterson responded to the call. He was one of the more seasoned guys on the force, not easily rattled. As soon as I sent him the details, he radioed back. "Devil worship? Screaming from a basement?" He chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. "Probably just some teenagers messing around." "Maybe," I muttered, though I didn't believe it. As Peterson pulled up to the house, I stayed on the line with the kid, trying to keep him calm. "Are you okay, buddy?" There was no answer for a few moments, then a faint, trembling voice. "The screaming. It's getting louder." I could hear it too now, even through the phone. It wasn't just a scream. It was hundreds of voices, all overlapping, crying out in agony. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. "Peterson, do you hear that?" I radioed in. "Yeah," he replied, his voice suddenly serious. "I hear it. I'm going in." He entered the house, and I could hear the crunch of his boots on the gravel, then the creak of the front door. The kid was still on the line, but he had gone completely silent. "Peterson, what's going on?" I asked, my heart pounding. "I'm heading down to the basement now," he said, but there was no more humor in his voice. "This place, something feels wrong." The line crackled as Peterson moved through the house. I could hear him breathing heavily, like he was trying to keep it together. And then, as he approached the basement door, the screaming got louder. It wasn't just loud, it was unbearable, like hundreds, maybe thousands of people crying out all at once. "It's coming from down there," Peterson muttered. "I'm going in." I wanted to tell him to wait for backup, but before I could, I heard the door creak open. The screams seemed to rush up from the depths of the basement, like they had been trapped and were now escaping into the air. I could barely hear Peterson over the noise. "Jesus Christ." Peterson's voice cracked over the radio. There's something down here." "What do you see?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, but my hands were shaking. There was a long pause before he answered. "It's dark. So dark. and cold. There's something moving in the shadows, and the floor, and it's wet, but not with water. Peterson, get out of there, I said, my voice rising. Wait for backup. But he didn't listen. He kept moving deeper into the basement. There's an altar, and that book, it's lying open on the ground. I could hear the screams growing louder, more desperate. It was like they were trying to drown out Peterson's voice. And then, in the background, I heard him gasp. "What the hell is that?" he whispered. "Peterson, what's going on?" I demanded, but I knew something was terribly wrong. "They're coming," Peterson said, his voice barely audible over the screams. "The ground! It's opening up! Oh God, they're coming!" Who's coming?" And then his voice dropped to a terrified whisper. "The devils. They're coming." Suddenly, the radio went dead. I tried calling Peterson back, but there was nothing, just static. The kid was still on the line, his breathing quick and shallow. "What's happening?" he cried. "I can hear them. They're in the basement. They're coming." I dispatched every available unit to the house, but I knew it was too late. Something evil had been unleashed, something far beyond what any of us could handle. When the backup arrived, the house was eerily quiet. The screaming had stopped, but the damage was done. The officers kicked open the basement door, and what they found down there was impossible. The basement floor had collapsed, leaving a massive, gaping hole in the earth. It looked like the ground had been ripped apart, as if something had crawled its way out. There were claw marks along the walls, and the air was thick with the stench of sulfur and decay. Peterson was gone. His radio was found near the altar, but there was no sign of him, or the kid's parents. They had vanished without a trace. The last thing I heard that night, just before the radio cut out completely, was Peterson's voice. Faint, broken, calling out for help. No one ever saw him again. That house? It's still there, standing silent and abandoned. No one goes near it. They say at night, if you stand close enough, you can still hear the screams. I had done terrible things in my life, but never this. We didn't know the full story when we took the girl, and we had no idea we were about to make the worst mistake of our lives. If we had known, no, we wouldn't have gone anywhere near her. But it was too late for regrets. It started like any other job. We'd been watching the house for days. It was secluded, nestled deep in the woods, surrounded by thick, towering trees. The girl, quiet and pale, seemed no different from any other target we'd handled before. Our client had made it clear. The child's father owed a significant debt, and this was how we'd collect. Kidnapping children wasn't my style, but we were desperate. Bills were piling up, and this job would pay enough to clear them all. But from the very beginning, something felt wrong. "She looks strange," Carter, my partner, muttered as we watched the house from the car one evening. "Too pale. It's like she never sees the sun." I shrugged it off. Kids in rich families always had odd quirks. Overprotected, sheltered. She had dark hair that seemed to blend into the shadows of the forest, and her eyes, whenever we caught a glimpse of them, were so black they seemed bottomless. A strange kid, sure, but nothing to worry about. Or so I thought. We planned it perfectly. The father left every evening just after dusk. We assumed he worked night shifts, a doctor or some high-rolling lawyer. The mother, if she existed, was never seen. Only the girl, who never seemed to leave the property, no matter how many days we watched. On the night we made our move, a thick fog rolled in, making the woods even more eerie than usual. I felt a twinge of anxiety, but I ignored it. Carter and I crept through the trees, moving silently toward the house. Breaking in was easier than expected. Too easy, really, and within minutes we had the girl. She didn't scream, didn't cry. She just stared at us with those unsettling black eyes as Carter shoved a cloth bag over her head and carried her to the van. I felt a chill, but there was no turning back now. We drove into the night, deeper into the woods, to a remote cabin we had rented for the job. The client would contact us there, and we'd arrange the handover. Simple, clean like it always was. But as soon as we arrived, things started to go wrong. It was subtle at first. The air in the cabin felt too thick, almost suffocating. Carter and I had the girl tied up in the living room, seated on a chair, still as calm as ever, her bag removed. She wasn't crying, wasn't panicking, just watching us with those cold, empty eyes. "I don't like this," Carter muttered as he paced back and forth, running a hand through his hair. "She's weird. Too calm." "She's just scared," I replied, though even I didn't believe it. My voice wavered. Something about the kid had me on edge, but I couldn't pinpoint why. The job was nearly done. The client would call soon, we'd get paid, and this nightmare would be over. But the night stretched on, and no call came. By midnight, I was pacing too. The girl hadn't moved, hadn't said a word, and Carter was losing his cool. The fog outside had thickened, swirling like a living thing around the cabin, making it impossible to see more than a few feet beyond the windows. "I'm telling you, man," Carter hissed, coming up close to me. "Something's not right. That fog, this place, her." He glanced over at the girl who was still staring, motionless. "We need to call it off. Leave her here. Get out before..." Before what? He didn't finish, because at that moment the girl spoke. "You should let me go?" Her voice was soft, almost melodic, but it carried a weight that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Carter and I froze, exchanging uneasy glances. "You don't know what you've done," she continued, her eyes locking onto mine. "He's coming for you. And he won't stop." My mouth went dry. I swallowed hard, trying to play it off, but her words dug into me, like a cold hand gripping my spine. "Who's coming?" I forced a laugh. "Your dad?" Her lips curved into the faintest smile, but there was no warmth in it. "My father is not like other fathers," she whispered. "He's much, much worse." That was the moment things went from bad to worse. The lights flickered, plunging the cabin into brief bursts of darkness. The air grew colder, unnaturally so, and an oppressive silence filled the room. Carter backed away, muttering under his breath, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the girl. Then, suddenly, the lights went out completely. I heard Carter curse in the dark, fumbling for the flashlight, but before he could switch it on, there was a loud bang on the cabin door. It rattled in its frame, as though something massive was trying to break through. "He's here," the girl whispered. I spun toward the door, panic rising in my chest. "Carter, get the gun!" But before either of us could move, the door splintered, wood cracking under an unseen force. And then, out of the darkness, he stepped inside. The man was tall, impossibly tall, his features obscured by the fog that had somehow crept inside with him. But even in the dim light, I could see his eyes, glowing red like embers in a dying fire. His presence filled the room, choking the air with a malevolent energy that made my skin crawl. Carter raised the gun, his hands shaking, but before he could fire, the man moved. In an instant, he was upon him, faster than my eyes could follow. Carter didn't even scream. There was a sickening crunch, and then his lifeless body hit the floor, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle. I stumbled back, my heart pounding in my chest, my mind racing. This wasn't possible. This wasn't real. But there he was, standing over Carter's body, his glowing eyes now fixed on me. "Please," I stammered, raising my hands. We didn't know what she was." The man, no, the monster, smiled. It was a smile that sent pure terror coursing through my veins. "She is my daughter," he said, his voice deep, inhuman, "and you will pay for what you've done." I turned to run, but before I could take a single step, he was upon me. His hand wrapped around my throat, lifting me off the ground with ease. My vision blurred, darkness closing in as I struggled to breathe. The last thing I saw before everything went black was the girl, still sitting in the chair, her cold, black eyes watching me as her father squeezed the life out of me. When I woke up, I was back in the cabin, tied to the same chair the girl had been sitting in. But she was gone. Carter's body lay crumpled in the corner, and the man, the vampire, stood in front of me, his eyes burning with an unholy light. "You took what is mine," he said, his voice cold and devoid of mercy. "Now, I will take from you." I opened my mouth to beg, to plead for my life, but no sound came out. The fear was too great, the terror too overwhelming. All I could do was watch as he reached out, his long, clawed fingers brushing against my skin. And then the pain began. They never found my body. No one ever will, because I belong to him now. And every night, as the fog rolls in, I hear his voice in my mind, reminding me of my debt. A blood debt that can never be repaid. Get ready for the next story that will send chills down your spine. I never thought I could be afraid of anything. After all, I was the monster, the creature that lurked in the shadows beneath the bed, waiting for the night to fall, for the lights to go out. I was the one children feared, the figure that haunted their nightmares. But that all changed when I met her. The first night I crept into the room, it was like any other. The house was quiet, the child fast asleep in the bed above me. I slipped under the frame with ease, the cold floor against my belly as I nestled into the shadows. The familiar sense of satisfaction settled in. Another night, another child to torment with the whispers that made their skin crawl, the sudden movements that would wake them in a cold sweat. But that night, I didn't get the chance. I had just started to move, preparing to let out a low, guttural growl to wake her, when I heard it. A giggle. Not the kind of innocent, happy giggle you'd expect from a child. No. This was something else entirely. Something wrong. It echoed through the room in a way that sent a chill down my spine, an emotion I had never felt before. I froze, my eyes locked on the mattress above me. The girl was awake, and she was laughing. I hesitated, confused. No child had ever laughed at me before. But then, something else happened. Slowly, I heard the sheets rustle and the mattress creak as the girl leaned over the edge of the bed. Her head appeared upside down, hanging just over the side, her hair dangling like limp ropes. Her eyes, they were wide open, staring right at me, too wide, as if they belonged to someone who hadn't slept in days. And her mouth still curved in that twisted, unnatural grin. I didn't move. I couldn't. For the first time in my existence, I felt a sliver of fear. It crept up my spine, cold and unrelenting. "You're funny," she whispered, her voice soft, almost sweet. But there was a hint of something darker beneath it, something I didn't understand. I didn't respond. I wasn't even sure I could. My mouth had gone dry, and my limbs felt like lead. All I could do was stare back at her as she hung there, her face just inches from mine. "You're not supposed to be afraid," she continued, her grin widening. "But you are, aren't you?" I recoiled instinctively, pressing myself deeper into the shadows beneath the bed, but I could still feel her eyes on me, following my every move. She giggled again, that same eerie sound, and then her head disappeared as she flopped back onto the bed. The room fell silent once more, but I didn't dare move. I waited, my body tense, my senses on high alert. After what felt like an eternity, I finally dared to peer out from under the bed. The girl was lying there, perfectly still, as if nothing had happened. Her eyes were closed, her breathing even. She was asleep, but I didn't stay long. I slithered out from under the bed, retreating into the darkness of the room. I left her behind, my mind reeling from what had just occurred. I didn't understand it. Children were supposed to fear me. I was the monster. I was the one in control. But that girl, there was something wrong with her. Something deeply, terribly wrong. The second night, I told myself it was a fluke. A trick of the mind, perhaps. I returned to her room, determined to regain my sense of dominance, to remind myself of who I was. The same routine. Slip under the bed, settle into the darkness, wait for the right moment to strike. But she was waiting for me. As soon as I settled beneath the bed, I felt her presence. Her breath, slow and steady, was the only sound in the room. I thought she was asleep again, but then I heard her voice, soft and sing-songy, drifting down from above. "I know you're down there." I froze. "You can't hide from me," she continued, her tone light and playful, like she was talking to a friend. "I'm going to find you." My heart, if I had one, would have been racing. I tried to retreat deeper into the shadows, but it was no use. She knew I was there. She always knew. And then, slowly, the mattress creaked again as she leaned over the edge, her head appearing upside down once more. But this time there was something in her hand. A doll. It was old, tattered, with missing eyes and a mouth stitched shut. She held it by its hair, dangling it just above the floor, its lifeless body swinging back and forth like a pendulum. "This is for you," she whispered, her eyes locked on mine. "Do you want it?" I shook my head, or I think I did. My mind was a blur of confusion and fear, emotions I had never experienced before. The girl giggled, a sound that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Don't be shy. You can have it." She dropped the doll onto the floor, right in front of me. It landed with a soft thud, its head lolling to one side, its empty eye sockets staring straight at me. I couldn't take it anymore. I fled. I didn't go back to her room after that. I couldn't. Something about her, about that house, was wrong. I found a new place to haunt, a different child to torment. But even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that she was watching me, that she knew where I was. Days turned into weeks, and I began to believe that maybe I had imagined it all. Maybe the girl wasn't as terrifying as I had thought. Maybe I was just losing my edge. But then, one night, I heard it. The giggle. It echoed through the darkness, bouncing off the walls of my new haunt, filling the room with that same eerie, unsettling sound. I froze, my mind racing. How could she be here? How could she have found me? And then, I saw her standing at the foot of the bed, her wide eyes locked onto mine, that same twisted grin on her face. "You can't run from me," she whispered, stepping closer. "I'll always find you." I backed away, my heart pounding in my chest. This wasn't possible. She couldn't be here. But she was, and she always would be, because I wasn't the monster anymore. She was. It's time for the third story of the night. To whoever finds this. I don't know how much time I have left, so I'm writing this down before it's too late. Maybe it's already too late. Maybe I'm already dead, and this is just the last flicker of my mind trying to make sense of it all. But if you're reading this, you need to know the truth. You need to stay away from these woods. It started out like any other camping trip. Just me, Tom, and Rachel. A small group, close friends since childhood. We'd been planning this trip for months. 3 days in the wilderness, getting away from the world. No phones, no people, just nature. It was supposed to be fun. It was supposed to be safe. God, we were so stupid. The first night was perfect. We pitched our tent near a stream, miles away from the nearest town. The stars were brighter than I'd ever seen. The fire crackled in front of us, and we laughed like we didn't have a care in the world. It was just us and the woods. The only sounds were the wind in the trees and the distant calls of animals. But that was before we saw the things. The second night, it started. Tom was the first to notice something was off. We were sitting around the fire again, roasting marshmallows, when he suddenly froze, staring into the trees. I remember the way his face went pale, the way the laughter died in his throat. He didn't say anything at first, just kept staring. I asked him what was wrong, but he didn't answer. He just stood up slowly, like he was in a trance, and walked to the edge of the campsite. "Tom," Rachel called out, confused. "What are you doing?" That's when he said it. "There's someone out there." My heart skipped a beat. I turned to where he was looking, but I didn't see anything. Just darkness and trees. "You sure?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Tom nodded, still staring. "I saw someone. Right there. Standing between those trees." Rachel and I exchanged uneasy glances, but we shrugged it off. It was probably just his imagination, we thought. After all, we were miles from anyone. Who could be out here? But Tom wouldn't let it go. He swore he saw someone. He spent the rest of the night glancing nervously over his shoulder, and when we finally crawled into our tents, I heard him muttering to himself. I wish we'd listened to him. I wish we'd left right then and there. The third day is when things got worse. We were hiking a trail that led deeper into the woods when Tom stopped dead in his tracks again. He pointed to the tree line ahead of us, his hand shaking. "There," he whispered. "Do you see it?" Rachel and I squinted, and at first I thought I was just seeing shadows. But then I saw it too. A figure. It was tall and thin, standing perfectly still in the distance. At first I thought it was a person, but there was something wrong about it. The way it stood, too rigid, too unnatural. We watched it for what felt like hours, but it didn't move. It didn't even seem to be breathing. "What the hell is that?" Rachel whispered, gripping my arm. I wanted to say it was just a trick of the light, that we were imagining things, but I couldn't. It was real. I knew it was. Tom took a step closer, but before I could stop him, the figure shifted. It didn't walk, it didn't run, it just appeared closer, like the space between us and it had folded in on itself. 1 second it was 20 feet away, and the next it was 10. And that's when I saw its face, or rather, the lack of it. There was no face, just smooth, pale skin where its features should have been. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, nothing. Rachel screamed, and the sound snapped me out of my trance. "Run!" I shouted. We bolted back to camp, the sound of our feet pounding against the forest floor. I didn't look back. I couldn't. But I could feel it behind us, feel the air shift with every unnatural movement it made. I could feel it closing in. When we made it back to camp, we didn't stop running. We grabbed our bags, our keys, and we headed for the car. But as we stumbled through the woods, something became horribly clear. The trees had changed. We had been walking in circles. The familiar landmarks were gone. No trail, no stream, nothing but endless trees and shadows that seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction. "I don't understand," Tom panted. "We followed the map." "Maps don't matter anymore," I whispered. "We're not in the same place anymore." The realization hit us all at once. The woods were playing tricks on us, warping, twisting, keeping us in. We were being herded. As the sun began to set, the faceless figures appeared again. This time there were more of them. Dozens, maybe hundreds, all of them standing between the trees, their featureless faces turned toward us, silent, waiting. "God, what do they want?" Rachel whimpered, clutching Tom's arm. "They want us," Tom said, his voice barely audible. By nightfall, they were everywhere. Every time we blinked, they were closer. They moved in that same unnatural way. No steps, just flickering from one place to another like a bad dream. I kept telling myself it wasn't real, that we'd wake up any second. But the terror in Tom and Rachel's eyes told me otherwise. We made it back to camp, but the fire was out. The woods were pitch black save for the faint glow of the moon. We huddled together, backs against the tent, our flashlights flickering like dying stars. Then, the sounds began. A low, guttural whispering. It came from everywhere and nowhere at once, like the wind itself was speaking to us. I couldn't make out the words, but I could feel the meaning behind them. Surrender. "Don't listen," I whispered, squeezing Rachel's hand. "Just don't listen." But Tom wasn't listening to me. He stood up, his eyes glazed over, and started walking toward the edge of the camp. "Tom!" I shouted, grabbing his arm. But when he turned to me, his face was blank. Literally. Just like the creatures we had seen, his features were gone, replaced by smooth, pale skin. I screamed, stumbling backward. Rachel was sobbing now, her hands over her ears, trying to block out the whispers. And then, just like that, Tom was gone. The hours dragged on, and the faceless ones kept coming closer. I don't know how long we sat there, trapped in that nightmare. Time didn't make sense anymore. It felt like we were stuck in a loop, watching the same scene over and over again. The figures closing in, our flashlight flickering, the whispers growing louder. At some point, I realized Rachel had stopped crying. I looked over at her, and my heart dropped into my stomach. Her face, it was gone. No eyes, no mouth, just smooth, pale skin. I wanted to scream, but the sound wouldn't come. My body was frozen, paralyzed by terror as Rachel, if that was even her anymore, stood up and began walking toward the figures. She disappeared into the darkness, swallowed by the faceless ones. Now I'm alone. I don't know how much time has passed. Hours? Days? The figures are closer than ever now. I can feel their breath on the back of my neck, their whispers crawling under my skin. I'm the last one left, and I know what they want. They want my face. The faceless ones. They collect us. They steal our features, our identities, until there's nothing left but an empty shell. And once they have you, you become one of them. I can feel it happening to me already. My skin feels tight, my reflection in the flashlight dimmer each time I glance at it. If you're reading this, get out. Don't come into these woods. Don't look at them. Don't listen. And whatever you do, don't let them take your face. Now, let's dive into the fourth creepy story. Are you ready to be scared? I've been on the streets for as long as I can remember. Some days are worse than others. You get used to the cold, the hunger, and the way people pretend you don't exist. You learn to survive in the cracks of the city where no one else dares to look. But there's something else out here too. Something worse than hunger or the biting chill. And lately, it's been following me. I first noticed it about 2 weeks ago. I was sitting under a bridge, curled up in my filthy coat, trying to sleep. The rain was relentless, pounding the pavement like it wanted to drown the world. That's when I saw them for the first time. Just shadows at first. They were standing under a streetlight at the far end of the bridge, barely visible through the downpour. They were tall, their bodies oddly misshapen. But what struck me most was the way they stood completely still, like they were waiting for something. For me. I remember squinting through the rain, trying to make out their faces, but they didn't have any. Where their faces should have been, there was only smooth, pale skin, stretched tight like they were wearing masks that had no features. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just blank, faceless heads. I thought maybe it was a trick of the rain, that my mind was playing games with me after so many sleepless nights. I turned away, tried to shake it off, but when I looked back, they were closer. The fear hit me then. Not the usual fear I feel when I'm out on the streets worrying about getting jumped or freezing to death. This was different. This was primal, like something deep inside me knew I was looking at something I shouldn't, something that didn't belong here. I grabbed my bag and got the hell out of there, thinking I'd lose them in the maze of alleys and side streets I knew so well. But that's the thing, you can't lose something that isn't really there, can you? The next few days I kept seeing them, always in the distance, always standing still, watching. Except, how can they watch me when they don't have eyes? That's what I kept asking myself, trying to make sense of it, trying to convince myself that I was just losing it, that all the years on the street had finally broken me. But I wasn't broken. Not yet. I saw them again that night by the old train yard. I had found a spot behind a pile of rusted containers, a good place to sleep without being disturbed. I thought maybe they wouldn't follow me there. I hadn't seen them all day, and I was starting to hope, foolishly, that they were just a bad dream. But as the sun dipped below the horizon and the cold set in, I saw them. At first, there was just one, standing by the entrance to the yard, its head tilted like it was listening to something I couldn't hear. I watched it from the shadows, my heart pounding in my chest. Then another appeared, and another. They didn't move like people. They didn't seem to move at all. They would just be somewhere 1 second, and then closer the next, like time had skipped forward without me realizing. I scrambled to my feet, the cold biting at my bones, my breath coming out in ragged gasps. I didn't know where to run, but running felt better than standing still and waiting for them to get to me. I darted between the containers, my footsteps loud in the silence of the night. But the closer I got to the fence, the more they appeared. Dozens of them now, all faceless, all silent, surrounding me. I could feel the weight of their presence, pressing in on me from all sides, suffocating. I screamed, but my voice was swallowed by the emptiness around me. And then they started to move. Slowly, methodically, they began to close in. Their heads were all tilted in that unnatural way, as if they were trying to listen, trying to feel something I couldn't understand. Their bodies were twisted, arms hanging too long at their sides, legs bent in the ways that defied logic. And still, they didn't have faces, just smooth, featureless masks of flesh. I ran. I ran like I had never run before, my legs burning, my lungs screaming for air. But no matter how fast I went, they were always just a step behind, closing in, closing in. I don't know how I made it out of the yard that night. My mind's a blur of terror and darkness, but somehow I ended up back in the city, hiding in a filthy alley, my heart pounding in my ears. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. I wandered the streets for the next few days, too scared to stop anywhere for long, but it didn't matter. They were everywhere. Sometimes I'd catch a glimpse of them out of the corner of my eye, standing in the shadows, waiting. Other times they'd appear in broad daylight, just standing across the street, watching me. Or at least I thought they were. I went to the cops, but you can guess how that went. They didn't believe me. Just another homeless guy losing his mind, they said. I even went to the shelter, thinking maybe being around people would keep them away. But they followed me there too. And that's when I realized the truth. They weren't following me because of who I was. They were following me because of what I was becoming. I don't know how I didn't see it before. The street, the cold, the hunger. It had been changing me, wearing me down, making me less human. And they were drawn to that, drawn to the emptiness inside me, the part of me that had given up hope long ago. I'm writing this now because I don't have much time left. I can feel it. They're closer than ever. Last night, I woke up to find one standing at the foot of my makeshift bed. It was so close I could have reached out and touched it. I didn't even scream. What was the point? I know what they want now. They want me to join them. I don't know what they are. Spirits? Demons? Some kind of cosmic punishment for people like me, who've been forgotten by the world. Maybe they're just shadows, echoes of the people who've been lost on these streets. But one thing is clear. They don't stop. They don't speak. They don't need to. They just keep coming, closer and closer, until there's nothing left of you. Soon, I'll be one of them. If you're reading this, and you ever find yourself alone in the city, feeling like something's watching you, do yourself a favor. Run. Run while you still can. Because once they find you, once they set their sights on you, there's no escaping the nameless shadows. Not ever. Now, let's move to the next story. I had always been an avid reader, losing myself in the pages of countless books. But none captivated me quite like The Shadow of the Author, a horror novel by an obscure writer named Victor Thorne. It was a dark, twisted tale of a serial killer whose murders mirrored the chapters of a sinister manuscript. The story lingered in my mind long after I had turned the last page, its chilling atmosphere seeping into my thoughts and dreams. As a librarian in a small town, I had the freedom to indulge my literary passions. My days were spent surrounded by books, and my nights were filled with the stories I loved. But Victor Thorne's novel was different. It felt personal, as if it was written just for me. My fascination with the book soon turned into an obsession. I found myself reading it over and over, studying the intricate details of each murder described within its pages. The killer in the story was methodical, precise, and terrifyingly intelligent. Each victim was chosen with care, their deaths orchestrated to perfection. One rainy evening, as I sat in my dimly lit apartment, a thought crossed my mind that sent a shiver down my spine. What if I could recreate the murders from the book? The idea was both horrifying and thrilling. I dismissed it at first, but the seed had been planted. Days turned into weeks, and the thought continued to fester. I began to see the world through the eyes of Victor Thorne's killer. Ordinary people became potential victims, their lives reduced to chapters in a macabre story. The line between reality and fiction began to blur, and I felt myself slipping into the dark abyss of the novel's influence. It started with small things. I would follow people home from the library, observing their routines and habits. I took notes, just like the killer in the book. My heart would race with excitement, my hands trembling with anticipation. I knew it was wrong, but I couldn't stop. It was as if Victor Thorne's words had taken control of me. Then, one night, I made my decision. I would become the killer from The Shadow of the Author. My first target was a woman named Sarah, a regular at the library. She was quiet, unassuming, the perfect victim. I followed her for days, learning her schedule and routines. I knew when she would be alone, vulnerable. On a cold, moonless night, I waited outside her apartment building, my heart pounding in my chest. I wore gloves to avoid leaving fingerprints, and I carried a knife, just like the killer in the book. I watched as Sarah unlocked her door and stepped inside. This was it, my moment. I slipped into her apartment, my footsteps silent on the carpeted floor. Sarah was in the kitchen, her back turned to me. I approached her slowly, the knife held tightly in my hand. My breath was shallow, my mind racing with the thrill of the hunt. Suddenly, she turned around, her eyes widening in shock. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" For a moment, the reality of my actions crashing down on me. But then I remembered the book, the killer's unwavering determination. I couldn't stop now. I lunged forward, the knife plunging into her chest. Sarah's scream echoed through the apartment, her blood splattering across the walls. I watched as she collapsed to the floor, her eyes pleading for mercy. But there was none. I was the killer, and this was my story. Over the next few weeks, the town was gripped by fear. The newspapers were filled with reports of the brutal murder, the police desperate to catch the killer. But I was careful, meticulous. I followed the steps laid out in Victor Thorne's novel, leaving no clues behind. Each new victim was chosen with the same care, their deaths mirroring the chapters of the book. I reveled in the power I felt, the control I had over life and death. The novel had become my reality, its dark influence guiding my every move. But then, something changed. I began to notice things that hadn't been there before. Strange messages scrawled in the margins of my copy of The Shadow of the Author. Shadows moving in the corners of my vision. Whispers in the darkness, calling my name. One night, as I sat in my apartment, a sense of unease settled over me. The room felt colder, the shadows deeper. I picked up the book, my hands shaking. There, on the final page, was a new chapter, one that hadn't been there before. It described a killer, consumed by his obsession, being hunted by a force he couldn't understand. The final lines sent a chill down my spine. The killer realized too late that he was not the author of his own story, but a mere character in a tale of terror. And as the shadows closed in around him, he understood that his end had already been written. I heard a noise behind me and turned, my heart hammering in my chest. There, standing in the darkness, was a figure, tall, gaunt, with piercing blue eyes. "Victor Thorne, you've done well," he said, his voice smooth and cold. "But every story must have an end." I tried to move, to run, but I was paralyzed with fear. Thorne stepped closer, his eyes boring into mine. "You thought you were the killer, but you were always the prey." The shadows around him seemed to come alive, twisting and writhing. They reached out for me, cold and unyielding. I felt a scream rise in my throat, but it was swallowed by the darkness. As the shadows enveloped me, I understood the true horror of Victor Thorne's novel. It was not just a story, but a trap, a twisted game that had ensnared me. And now, as the final chapter closed, I realized that I was not the killer, but the victim, doomed to an end I had never seen coming. I've always been one for a good scare, the kind that leaves your heart racing and your skin crawling. So when my friend suggested we go on the annual Halloween scare walk in the woods outside of town, I was all in. I'd heard the stories, how the event was so terrifying that people would sometimes leave early, unable to handle the fear. But it was all in good fun, right? A few actors dressed up as monsters, a few jump scares, and maybe some fake blood. It was Halloween, after all. The night of the scare walk was perfect. Crisp autumn air, a full moon casting eerie shadows through the trees, and the distant sound of laughter and screams drifting from the woods. We were a group of 5. Me, my best friend Lisa, her boyfriend Mike, and 2 of his friends, Tom and Jake. We all met up at the entrance to the trail, where a rickety old sign announced in faded letters, "Enter if you dare." Lisa, always the bravest of the bunch, grinned as she pushed open the creaking gate. "Come on, guys. Let's see if this place lives up to the hype." We followed her in, the gate clanging shut behind us with a finality that sent a shiver down my spine. The trail was narrow, winding through dense woods that seemed to close in around us as we walked deeper into the darkness. The only light came from the lanterns strung up along the path, casting long, flickering shadows that made the trees look like twisted, grasping fingers. At first, it was exactly what I expected. We walked through a series of themed areas, each one designed to scare the hell out of us. There was a haunted graveyard with fog machines and moaning ghosts, a creepy old cabin where an actor dressed as a chainsaw-wielding maniac chased us out the door, and a spider-infested tunnel that made Lisa scream and cling to Mike. But as we went further along the path, something started to feel off. The scares became less staged, more raw. The actors, if that's what they were, looked too real. Their costumes were tattered, their faces gaunt and pale, their eyes hollow and sunken. And the screams, they weren't coming from us anymore. They were coming from somewhere deep in the woods, desperate and terrified. We reached a section of the trail that led us through a particularly dark part of the forest. The lanterns were fewer and farther between, their light barely penetrating the thick canopy above. The air was heavy, filled with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. And then we heard it, a rustling in the bushes off to the side of the path. "Probably just part of the show," Mike said, but his voice lacked its usual bravado. I wasn't so sure. There was something in that rustling, something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. We stopped, listening intently, but the sound had ceased, leaving only the eerie silence of the woods. "Come on," Lisa urged. "Let's keep moving." We picked up the pace, but the uneasy feeling stayed with me. We walked in silence, our footsteps crunching on the gravel path. Then, suddenly, out of nowhere, a figure lunged at us from the shadows. It was tall and thin, its face hidden beneath a hooded cloak. We all jumped, but before we could react, the figure disappeared into the woods, leaving us standing there, hearts pounding. "Okay, that was freaky," Tom said, trying to laugh it off. "But seriously, how do they make these people look so real?" "I don't think that was an actor," I muttered, glancing nervously around. "What do you mean?" Jake asked, his voice tinged with fear. "I mean, I don't think this is all part of the scare walk." Before anyone could respond, the figure reappeared, this time closer. Its hood fell back, revealing a face that was a grotesque mockery of humanity. Eyes too large, mouth too wide, skin stretched tight over bones. It wasn't wearing a mask. It wasn't pretending. It was real. We screamed and bolted down the path, our fear propelling us forward. We didn't stop, didn't look back, just ran as fast as we could through the dark, twisting woods. But the path didn't seem to end. It felt like we were running in circles, the trees around us growing thicker and more oppressive, the shadows deeper and more menacing, and the figures, they were everywhere now. Stepping out of the darkness, blocking our path, their inhuman faces leering at us with twisted smiles. They moved with unnatural speed, always just a step behind us, no matter how fast we ran. "This isn't part of the scare walk," I yelled, my voice cracking with panic. "We have to get out of here." But there was no way out. The path had disappeared, leaving us trapped in the maze of trees and darkness. The figures closed in, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light, their voices whispering in a language that wasn't meant for human ears. We were surrounded. Lisa grabbed my hand, her grip tight with fear. "What do we do?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "I don't know," I admitted, tears streaming down my face. "I don't know." And then the figures stopped. They formed a circle around us, their faces blank and expressionless. For a moment, there was silence, oppressive, suffocating silence. And then, one of them stepped forward. It was the first figure we had seen, the one who had lunged at us from the shadows. It raised a bony hand, pointing directly at me. "You shouldn't have come here," it rasped, its voice a low, guttural growl. "This is our place. You don't belong." I couldn't speak, couldn't move. I was frozen in place, trapped in the gaze of those hollow, soulless eyes. "You have trespassed," it continued, stepping closer. "And now, you will pay the price." With that, the figures descended upon us. The last thing I remember is their cold, clammy hands grabbing at me, pulling me down into the darkness. I heard my friends screaming, but their voices were distant, muffled, as if coming from the other side of a thick, impenetrable veil. And then, nothing. I woke up in a clearing, the sun just beginning to rise. My clothes were torn, my body bruised and battered, but I was alive. I looked around, but there was no sign of the others. No sign of the figures, no sign of the scare walk. Just the woods, silent and still, as if nothing had happened. I stumbled back to town, my mind a haze of fear and confusion. When I tried to tell people what had happened, they didn't believe me. They said it was just the scare walk, just a bunch of actors putting on a good show. But I know the truth. The scare walk isn't a show. It's real. And whatever lives in those woods, it's still out there, waiting for the next group of unsuspecting souls to wander too far into the darkness. We've made it to the last story of the night. This final tale is the scariest one yet, guaranteed to give you chills. It was supposed to be a quick detour, just a scenic route through the countryside to break up the monotony of the highway. We were on our way to a music festival, just 4 friends packed into Danny's old Jeep. Me, Jake, my girlfriend Hannah, Danny, and his little brother Alex. It was one of those trips where everything felt carefree, the kind of road trip that seemed like it would be nothing but fun and memories. Until we found them. The day had started off great. Music blasted from the radio as we drove through miles of empty fields and hills. We joked around, talked about the bands we couldn't wait to see, and laughed at Alex's horrible puns. By mid-afternoon, we needed gas, so we pulled into a rundown gas station. The pump was old and rusty, but it worked, so we didn't think much of it. While Danny filled up the tank, I wandered inside the tiny convenience store to grab some snacks. The place was eerily quiet, but it wasn't the first creepy small-town store we'd come across, so I shrugged it off. The cashier behind the counter was this gaunt old man with wide, staring eyes. His gaze followed me the entire time I was in there, and not in a friendly way. "Where are you kids headed?" he asked. I told him we were going to the festival, a few hours away. He didn't respond at first, just nodded slowly, like he was thinking about something. "You be careful," he finally muttered. "Ain't no good coming through these parts after dark." I paid for the snacks, gave him a tight smile, and left without saying anything else. His words stuck with me, though, the way he said them. Like it wasn't a warning, but a fact. About 20 minutes later, we hit a patch of road that wasn't on the map. The GPS started glitching, trying to reroute us, but we decided to keep going. After all, it was the countryside. How lost could we get? Then we saw the sign. It was old, wooden, and half covered in vines. "Welcome to Ridgeville," was painted in faded letters, and underneath it was a crudely drawn clown face, grinning wide. "That's odd," Hannah said, staring at the sign as we drove past. "Maybe it's a tourist thing," Danny offered with a shrug, trying to keep the mood light. But I noticed the uneasy glance he exchanged with Alex. We kept driving, and soon enough, the town came into view. Ridgeville was small, like blink, and you'll miss it small. But the weirdest thing wasn't the size of the town, it was the people. They were all dressed like clowns. At first, I thought it was some kind of bizarre festival or celebration. Every single person we saw walking down the street or sitting on porches was wearing clown makeup and costumes. Not just the typical kind either. Some of them were dressed in the old-fashioned clown attire, with white faces, red noses, and big floppy shoes. But others were more twisted. There were clowns in dirty, tattered outfits, with streaked face paint and crazed expressions. One woman, dressed like a raggedy circus performer, dragged a huge mallet behind her. We slowed the Jeep as we passed through, and the whole town seemed to stop. The clowns just stood there, watching us with wide, painted-on smiles that didn't reach their eyes. My stomach twisted in knots, and I could feel the tension in the car as Hannah squeezed my hand. "I don't like this," Alex muttered, looking back at one particularly grotesque clown who was standing near a butcher's shop, holding a blood-stained apron. "Maybe we should just turn around," Hannah said. But Danny shook his head. "We're almost out of gas. We'll fill up here and then get out. It's just a bunch of the weird locals trying to freak us out." I wasn't so sure. Something about this place felt off. The clowns weren't just part of some festival, they were something else. I could see it in the way they watched us, unmoving like predators waiting for the right moment to pounce. We found a gas station at the edge of town, a rundown, ancient-looking place, much like the last one. But this time the clerk inside was dressed as a clown too. This one in a faded suit with mismatched buttons and a huge bow tie. As Danny pumped the gas, the clown clerk stared out at us through the grimy window, his face hidden behind smeared white makeup and a painted grin that stretched from ear to ear. His eyes were wide and yellowish, unnaturally bright. "I don't like this," Alex repeated, his voice trembling. Let's just go." "We will," Danny said, trying to stay calm, but I could tell he was unnerved too. Just as the pump clicked, signaling the tank was full, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. Across the street, 2 more clowns had appeared, one with a long, slender body and a mask-like face, the other holding what looked like a butcher's cleaver. "Guys," I said, my voice low, "we need to leave. Now." Hannah's grip on my arm tightened as she saw the clowns, too. "Jake's right. Let's go. This place is too—" Before she could finish, the lights in the gas station flickered and went out. The town plunged into darkness. In the span of a second, the eerie, surreal atmosphere of Ridgeville became something far more sinister. The clowns, who had been standing still, suddenly started moving, slow, deliberate steps toward us. I could hear the crunch of their shoes on the gravel, the faint jingle of bells from their costumes. The air felt thick, suffocating, as panic gripped us. "Get in the car!" I yelled. We scrambled into the Jeep, slamming the doors shut just as the nearest clown reached the gas station entrance. His smile, painted wide, was the last thing I saw before Danny slammed on the gas, peeling out of the parking lot. But as we sped out of town, the clowns didn't stop. They were following us. Danny floored it, but no matter how fast we went, they kept up. Some ran with terrifying speed, while others seemed to vanish from one spot and reappear closer, cutting through the trees that lined the road. "Is this some kind of sick joke?" Danny shouted, glancing in the rearview mirror. But it wasn't a joke. The clowns were gaining on us, their grotesque faces illuminated by the headlights every time they got closer. One of them, a tall, gaunt figure with smeared face paint and a black top hat, appeared right in front of the Jeep. Danny swerved to avoid him, the tires screeching as we veered off the road. We crashed through the trees, the Jeep bouncing wildly before coming to a screeching halt in the middle of the woods. For a moment, everything was still. The only sound was our heavy breathing, the pounding of our hearts in our ears. "Is everyone okay?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "I think so," Hannah said, her hand shaking as she gripped my arm. Danny nodded, though his knuckles were white as he gripped the steering wheel. But Alex was staring out the window, his face pale as a sheet. "They're here," he whispered. We turned to see what he was looking at. In the trees surrounding us, dozens of clowns stood in the shadows, their bodies twisted and contorted, their faces barely visible in the dim light, and they were getting closer, moving in unison, like something out of a nightmare. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed through the Jeep as one of them slammed a fist against the window. Then another, and another. The sound of glass cracking filled the air as more clowns pounded on the car, their faces pressed up against the windows, their eyes wild and unblinking. "We have to run," I said, my voice shaking. "We have to get out of here." With no other choice, we bolted from the car, sprinting into the woods, hoping to lose them in the trees. But the clowns followed, their laughter, twisted and maniacal, echoing through the night. We ran for what felt like hours, the sound of their footsteps growing louder behind us. My lungs burned. My legs felt like they were about to give out, but I couldn't stop. None of us could. But then, I heard it. Hannah's scream. I turned to see her being dragged away by 2 of the clowns, their long, bony fingers digging into her arms as they pulled her into the shadows. "No!" I screamed, running after them. But it was too late. The last thing I saw before they disappeared was Hannah's terrified face, her eyes wide with fear. I stumbled back, my body shaking, my mind racing. Danny and Alex were still ahead of me, their forms barely visible through the trees. But then, the laughter stopped. We slowed down, panting, our breaths coming in ragged gasps. "What the hell do we do?" Alex asked, his voice trembling. Danny was about to respond when a figure stepped out from the trees in front of us. It was Hannah. At least, it looked like Hannah. But something was wrong. Her face was pale, her eyes wide and empty, and on her lips was a wide, painted smile. A clown's smile. "I'm so glad you could join us," she whispered, her voice no longer her own. Behind her, the clowns emerged, their painted faces grinning as they surrounded us. There was no escape. I don't know if anyone will ever find this, but if you're reading this, if you've stumbled across Ridgeville on a map, don't go there. Whatever you do, don't go to Clowntown, because once you're in, you're never getting out. It was one of those quiet nights where everything felt too still. The house was hushed, only the faint ticking of the clock on the wall marking the time. I lay in bed, drifting between the edge of sleep and wakefulness, trying to shake off the odd feeling that had settled over me all evening. Beside me, my wife, Sarah, was already asleep, her gentle breathing barely audible. The kids had been tucked in hours ago, and the house was peaceful. Too peaceful, almost as if it was waiting for something to happen. Suddenly, I felt a presence in the room. My eyes fluttered open, the darkness of the bedroom thick and oppressive. At first, I thought it was my imagination, the product of a half-dream. But then I heard it, the soft sound of bare feet on the floor, a faint shuffling. Slowly, I turned my head toward the doorway. There, standing in the dim glow of the nightlight from the hallway, was my son, Jacob. He was just standing there, motionless, staring. His small frame seemed even smaller in the shadows, his features barely visible. I rubbed my eyes, trying to shake off the grogginess. I thought he must have had a nightmare, that he'd come to our room for comfort like he'd done before. But something was wrong. Jacob's posture was rigid, his head slightly tilted, and he didn't move. He didn't say anything. He just stood there, staring into the darkness. My heart skipped a beat. There was something unnerving about the way he was standing. Too still, too quiet. "Jacob?" I whispered, my voice barely a croak. "Are you okay, buddy?" No response. He didn't move. My wife stirred beside me but didn't wake up. I sat up in bed, the uneasy feeling growing stronger. The silence was suffocating. Then, without warning, Jacob walked toward the bed. His steps were slow and deliberate, like he was moving in a trance. He stopped right at the side of the bed, his face level with mine. I could just make out his wide, glassy eyes in the dark, unblinking and vacant. My pulse quickened. Something was terribly wrong. I reached out to touch his shoulder, to wake him up from whatever sleepwalking episode he was in. But before I could, He leaned in, his face only inches from mine, and whispered something so softly, so chillingly, that my blood ran cold. "I'm sorry. The devil told me to." I froze, my hand suspended in midair. For a moment, the room seemed to contract, the darkness pressing in from all sides. His voice had been so calm, so matter-of-fact, as if he was simply delivering a message. But the words, those words, chilled me to my core. I pulled my hand back, my breath catching in my throat. My mind raced, trying to process what he had just said. Was he dreaming? Was this some kind of sleepwalking nightmare? But then Jacob smiled. It wasn't the smile of a child. It was something else. Twisted, unnatural, like a grimace pulled too tight. His lips parted just slightly, and in that eerie half-light, I could swear I saw something behind his eyes. Something dark. Something that didn't belong there. Before I could react, Jacob turned and walked out of the room, his small frame disappearing into the shadows of the hallway. My heart was pounding so loudly in my chest I could barely hear anything else. For a second, I was paralyzed, unsure of what to do. And then, there was a sound from down the hall. A faint creaking like a door slowly opening. I scrambled out of bed, shaking Sarah awake in a panic. "Sarah, wake up! Something's wrong with Jacob!" She groaned, rubbing her eyes. "What are you talking about?" I don't know. He just said something." I stopped myself. How could I explain it? That our son had walked into the room and claimed that the devil told him to do something. It sounded insane, even in my own head. I rushed down the hall, Sarah close behind me, my pulse hammering in my ears. The hallway was darker than I remembered, the shadows deeper. I felt like I was walking into something I wasn't supposed to. Jacob's bedroom door was wide open, the light from his nightlight casting eerie shapes on the walls. I pushed the door open, my heart lodged in my throat. He wasn't in his bed. "Jacob," Sarah called, her voice trembling. "Jacob, where are you?" We searched the room, panic rising. He was nowhere to be found. The closet was empty, the windows locked, but something felt off. I turned to leave the room, and that's when I noticed it. There was a piece of paper on his desk, scrawled in Jacob's messy handwriting. It was a drawing, crude, but unmistakable. A figure, tall and thin, with long twisting arms and a face that wasn't a face. Just darkness where features should have been. And beneath it, written in a jagged script that couldn't have been Jacob's, were the words, "He's coming for you." Before I could even process it, the sound of footsteps echoed down the hallway. Quick, heavy footsteps, but not Jacob's. Something bigger. My blood ran cold as I spun around, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. From the end of the hall, a figure began to emerge. It was tall, unnaturally so, its limbs bending in ways that didn't make sense. Its face was nothing but a shadowy void, just like the drawing, and it was coming straight for us. Sarah screamed, pulling me back into the room, slamming the door shut. I fumbled for the lock, my hands shaking uncontrollably. But the footsteps kept coming, closer. Now, let's move to the next story. I've been a journalist for over a decade, but nothing prepared me for this. Nothing. When I first received the tip about a mysterious group worshipping history's deadliest serial killers, I thought it was nothing more than a sick rumor. A cheap, urban legend that people whisper about in dimly lit bars for a thrill. I was wrong. It started with a series of bizarre murders. They were brutal, calculated, and horrifyingly familiar to anyone who studied the minds of killers. Each one mirrored a well-known serial killer's method. The first victim, a woman, was found strangled in her home with a pair of stockings, her hands tied behind her back. It was an unmistakable homage to the Boston Strangler. The police dismissed it as a coincidence at first, isolated, horrifying, but random. They were wrong, too. The second body was discovered a week later in a small, decrepit hotel downtown. A young man, his throat slashed open from ear to ear. The scene was eerily reminiscent of Jack the Ripper. This was no coincidence. I knew something darker was at play. These killings weren't the work of just another psychopath. No, they were orchestrated, deliberate, tributes to monsters long dead. I had to find out who was behind this before more people ended up butchered. So, I began digging. The deeper I went, the more disturbing the truth became. Whispers of a cult began to surface. A group that revered the most notorious murderers in history, studying their patterns, worshipping their methods like sacred text. They called themselves the Requiem. Their mission? To keep the legacy of these killers alive by replicating their crimes, victim by victim. I couldn't sleep at night after learning that. It was a Thursday evening when I found myself standing outside the derelict warehouse that supposedly served as the Requiem's meeting place. The rain poured down in a heavy sheets, and the chill in the air seemed to seep into my bones. My heart pounded as I considered what I was about to do. If they found out I was investigating them, I didn't even want to think about it. But I needed answers. I slipped in through a side entrance and the rusted metal door groaning as it opened. Inside, the building was dark, damp, and smelled faintly of decay. My footsteps echoed as I crept down a narrow hallway, my flashlight barely piercing the thick darkness ahead. Then, I heard voices. Low murmurs drifted through the air, barely discernible over the steady drip of water leaking from the ceiling. I pressed myself against the wall, inching closer until I could make out the words. "They're ready," a voice hissed. "We begin tonight." Another voice, calmer, replied, "Tonight's ritual will honor Ted Bundy. The woman is already secured. We'll start with her." My blood ran cold. They were planning another murder tonight. I had to stop it. I moved quickly, following the sound of their voices until I found myself peeking through a door into a large, dimly lit room. There, in the center, were at least a dozen people, all dressed in black, hoods pulled in over their faces. They stood in a circle around a crude wooden altar, upon which lay an old, blood-stained book. The leader, a tall man with an air of authority, flipped through the pages slowly, reverently. And then I saw her. A woman, bound and gagged, was kneeling beside the altar, her eyes wide with terror. She knew what was coming, and so did I. I fumbled for my phone, ready to call the police, but my hands shook too much. My mind raced. If I made any noise, if I alerted them, I would never make it out alive. But if I did nothing, that woman would die. I had no choice. Before I could act, the leader spoke again, his voice rising in a sickening chant. "In the name of Bundy, we take her. In the name of Gacy, We bind her. In the name of the Ripper, we bleed her." The crowd repeated his words, their voices growing louder, more fervent, as they moved in closer to the woman. She screamed against the gag, her eyes pleading, her body thrashing, but they held her down. I couldn't take it anymore. I burst into the room, shouting, "Stop! The police are on their way!" Every head snapped toward me at once. The leader, his face obscured by shadow, stared at me with eyes that felt like they could pierce my soul. "You shouldn't have come here," he said, his voice calm, measured, too calm. "Now you'll join the others." In an instant, the group surged toward me. I ran. I don't remember how I found the strength, but I sprinted through the maze of hallways, my lungs burning as I heard their footsteps pounding behind me. Their voices echoed through the dark, taunting me. "You can't escape, journalist. You're part of this now." I stumbled into the night, the rain blinding me as I made for my car. I could hear them behind me, closing in, but I didn't look back. I couldn't. If I did, I knew they'd catch me. I slammed the car door shut and sped off into the night, my heart pounding in my chest. I barely made it out alive, but the terror hadn't ended. It followed me home. Every night I could still hear their voices. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I see the faces of the victims they've claimed. The police didn't believe me. They found the woman alive, barely, but by the time they got to the warehouse, the requiem had vanished, leaving nothing behind but bloodstains and that damn book. Now, I live in constant fear. I know they're watching me, waiting for the right moment to strike. I can feel it in the pit of my stomach, the way my skin prickles when I'm alone. I hear footsteps behind me when no one is there, and shadows move in the corners of my vision. They won't stop until they finish what they started. They worship death, and they won't let me expose them. No one is safe. Not me, not you, because they are out there, and they're just getting started. Now, let's move to the next story. They call it the network. No one knows who runs it. No one even knows how it works. But if you want to find it, you will. A twisted part of the internet buried so deep that most people can't imagine its existence. It's not just rumors, though. I know it's real. Because I've been inside. It all started 6 months ago. I was an investigative journalist, deep diving into the dark corners of the internet for stories that most wouldn't dare touch. Corruption, cybercrime, human trafficking. I'd seen it all, or at least I thought I had. That was before I stumbled upon a string of strange cases, violent murders happening across the globe with disturbing similarities. The same obscure symbols carved into the bodies, the same cryptic messages left behind. The details were chilling, but what caught my attention was a pattern. Every murder happened on the same day, at the font time, in different parts of the world. Each killer used a different method, but the calling card was unmistakable. A jagged, crooked line of deep slashes across the chest of every victim, followed by the word "we" written in the victim's blood. Something wasn't right. This wasn't coincidence. These killers, completely unknown to each other, had to be connected. My search led me to whispers on the darkest corners of the internet, a hidden website that operated as an underground club for serial killers, a place where they traded stories, methods, even victims. A website where death was a currency, and the more bodies you left in your wake, the higher your status. I didn't believe it at first. Who could? A worldwide network of murderers sharing their darkest fantasies and making them real. It sounded like something from a horror film, not real life, but the deeper I went, the more I uncovered, and the truth became impossible to ignore. They call it the network. After weeks of scouring forums and speaking in encrypted chat rooms, I finally got a lead. An anonymous user sent me a message. "You want in. I can help, but you can't unsee what you're about to find." I should have stopped there, but curiosity, that gnawing instinct, pushed me forward. I followed the steps, layer upon layer of encryption, proxy servers, access points, until finally I found it. The homepage was simple. A blank black screen with a single word in white text. Enter. When I clicked, my heart raced. My palms were sweating. I could feel something was wrong, something bigger than I could grasp. I wasn't just about to witness evil, I was stepping into its lair. The site was sickeningly well organized. A forum, broken into sections, each more horrific than the last. Discussions about methods of torture, suggestions for disposing of the bodies, and worst of all, live feeds. People watched and commented as killers uploaded videos of their crimes in real time. Their victims, men, women, children, were nothing more than props for their twisted entertainment. I felt bile rise in my throat, but I forced myself to keep going. I needed proof, names, IP addresses, anything that could shut this down. But then I stumbled across something I wasn't prepared for. A thread labeled "The Next Purge." The post was from an administrator, a shadowy figure known only as the Master. He wrote with cold precision. On October 31st, we strike, worldwide. A coordinated event, bigger than anything we've ever done. It's time to show them who controls the fear. I scrolled through the replies. There were hundreds. Killers from all over the globe, pledging their participation. The more bodies, the higher the reward. I froze. October 31st was 2 weeks away. That meant in 14 days, people all over the world would die at the hands of monsters who had found each other through this vile corner of the web. I tried to back out, but it was too late. My screen flickered, and suddenly a message appeared. "You're watching, aren't you? You shouldn't have done that." My heart stopped. Someone had seen me. I panicked and immediately tried to close the browser, but it wouldn't budge. The message blinked again, more menacing now. "We see you too." Then, the most horrifying part, my webcam light flicked on. They were watching me. I unplugged my computer, heart pounding, pulse racing. My mind screamed at me to stop, to abandon this nightmare, but I couldn't leave it alone. I had to find a way to warn people, to expose this darkness. I called the police, the FBI, but they didn't believe me. No one did. For days, I kept looking over my shoulder, feeling eyes on me, always watching. And then it happened. I woke up one night to a strange noise. It wasn't loud, just a faint shuffling outside my apartment door. I crept out of bed, every instinct screaming at me to run, but I couldn't help myself. I had to know. I peered through the peephole, and there it was. A face, No, not a face. A mask. The cold, lifeless mask of a clown, just standing there, staring at my door. My stomach dropped. It was one of them. The network was real. I stumbled back, my breath coming in ragged gasps as I heard footsteps down the hall. They were closer now, coming straight for my door. I barricaded myself inside, but they didn't stop. Every night, a new face, always different, always just standing there, watching. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't eat. I was being hunted by something I couldn't even see. But it wasn't just me. The news reports started pouring in. In every major city, every small town, there were disappearances. People vanishing without a trace, with no rhyme or reason. It wasn't long before the killings started. It wasn't just isolated incidents now, it was chaos. Bodies found in the streets, in homes, in parks, each one with the same calling card. The jagged line, the word we. They were following through on their plan, and I was next. I fled. I moved from place to place, trying to stay ahead of them. But no matter where I went, the network was there. It didn't matter that I was off the grid, that I had changed my name, my location. They always knew. The killers, all connected, sharing information, tracking me down like an animal. And it wasn't just me anymore. They had families, too, innocent people. I wasn't the only one paying for uncovering the truth. The world was falling apart, and the network was pulling the strings. Governments were helpless. The media was silent. And the killers, they were thriving, feeding off the terror, growing stronger, bolder. I write this now as a warning. If you've ever thought of looking for them, don't. If you've ever heard of the network, forget it. Because once you see them, once they know you're watching, it's already too late. The killers are out there, connected, unseen, and waiting. They've made the world their hunting ground, and we're all just prey. They see us. They know us. And they will come for you. And when they do, you'll understand that no matter how far you run, no matter how hard you fight, you're already caught in their web. Get ready for the next story that will send chills down your spine. I've always heard about sleep paralysis, a strange, terrifying condition where your mind wakes up but your body stays frozen. Most people brush it off as a bad dream, but I knew better. I'd experienced it before, but nothing like this, nothing so real. It happened 2 nights ago, and I can't stop thinking about it. It started like any other night. My apartment quiet, the dim glow of streetlights filtering through the blinds, the soft hum of the fridge in the kitchen. I'd been exhausted, drifting off into a sleep that felt heavy, like I was sinking deeper and deeper into something I couldn't pull myself out of. At first, it was peaceful. I was floating in darkness, my thoughts a distant murmur. But then, somewhere in that black void, I felt it. A shift. It was like the air had thickened, and something was watching me. I could feel it, lurking just outside my perception, waiting for me to notice it. And then I did. I snapped awake, or at least my mind did. My eyes were open, staring at the familiar shapes of my room, but I couldn't move. My body was pinned to the bed, completely paralyzed, as if some invisible weight was pressing down on me. My chest tightened with fear, my breath shallow. I tried to scream, but my throat wouldn't cooperate. Only a pathetic wheeze escaped. That's when I saw it. At the foot of my bed, a shadow began to form, a dark, hulking figure that seemed to emerge from the walls themselves. My heart pounded against my ribs as I watched it take shape. Long, spindly limbs, unnaturally thin, like a grotesque caricature of a human. Its skin was a sickly gray, stretched tight over its bones, and its face, it didn't have one. Just a blank, smooth surface where eyes, a nose, and a mouth should have been. My mind screamed at me to move, to get up and run, but I couldn't. All I could do was lie there, frozen, as this thing crept closer, its movements slow and deliberate, as if it knew it had all the time in the world. It hovered over me, bending down so that its faceless head was mere inches from mine. The pressure on my chest grew unbearable, as though it was sucking the very air from my lungs. I wanted to close my eyes, to shut it out, but I couldn't even do that. I was forced to watch, trapped in my own body as it leaned in closer. Then, it whispered. No words, just a low, guttural sound that crawled under my skin and burrowed into my mind. It was the sound of something ancient, something that shouldn't exist in this world. My ears rang with it, my body trembling under the weight of its presence. The thing moved closer still, and that's when I realized it wasn't just a hallucination. This wasn't some twisted dream born from my own fears. This was real. Its fingers, long and sharp like blackened claws, brushed against my arm. The touch was ice cold, and yet it burned, a searing pain that shot through my entire body. I wanted to scream, to thrash, to do anything to make it stop, but I was trapped, completely powerless. And then it spoke again, this time in words. You're mine now. The voice was in my head, rattling around like broken glass, sharp and jagged. I could feel it inside me, probing, searching for something. My mind was filled with images of dark places, of people I didn't know, faces twisted in terror. I could feel their fear, taste their panic, and I knew deep down that this thing had been with them too. It had been there when they died. Suddenly, I was no longer in my bed. I was somewhere else, somewhere dark and cold. I could see the bodies, mutilated, torn apart like rag dolls. Their faces were frozen in horror, mouths open in silent screams. I wanted to close my eyes, to turn away, but I couldn't. I was forced to watch as the thing, the creature, tore into them with its claws, relishing their pain. It was feeding. I gasped, my chest heaving, and I was back in my room, the creature still looming over me. My body ached, every nerve on fire, but I couldn't move. Not yet. Then, slowly, the thing began to back away, retreating into the shadows. I watched it go, my eyes wide with terror, until it was nothing more than a flicker in the darkness. Finally, my body released me. I shot up, gasping for air, sweat pouring down my face. My heart raced, pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I looked around, my eyes darting to every shadow, every corner, but the thing was gone. The room was silent again, just as it had been before. But I knew it wasn't over. I could still feel its presence, lurking just beyond the edge of my vision, waiting for the next time I would sleep. I haven't closed my eyes since. Every time I try, I feel it creeping closer, just out of sight, waiting for me to fall back into that helpless state. The hallucinations are getting worse. I see it in the corners of my room, at the foot of my bed, even in the reflection of the bathroom mirror. Always watching, always waiting. I can't escape it. And I know, deep down, that one night, when I finally can't keep myself awake any longer, it will come for me again. This time, I won't wake up. Now, let's dive into the creepy story. It had been one of those long, quiet evenings. The kind where the world outside feels completely still, and the only sound in the house is the occasional creak of floorboards or the hum of the fridge. I had the whole place to myself. My parents were out for the night, and I had just settled into the couch to binge watch a new show. I liked these nights. The calm, the solitude, no one around to interrupt. The only light in the room came from the glow of the TV, casting a soft flicker against the walls. I wasn't scared. Why would I be? It was home. My home. And I knew every inch of it. There wasn't anything to worry about. But then, I heard it. At first, I thought it was part of the show. A low, quiet sound that seemed to drift in from far away. I paused the TV, my thumb hovering over the remote, listening. Silence again. I laughed at myself. Probably just the house settling, or maybe a car passing by outside. I pressed play, but then I heard it again. Laughter. Faint, distant, like it was coming from downstairs. My heart skipped a beat, a cold tingle running down my spine. I stared at the screen, frozen. There was no one else home. I was alone. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was nothing, but the sound had been so clear. A quiet, soft laugh, like someone was trying to hold it in, to stay hidden. I muted the TV. Silence. And then, there it was again, only louder this time. A giggle, unmistakably from downstairs. I felt my chest tighten, my fingers gripping the remote as if that could somehow protect me. It wasn't possible. It couldn't be. My parents wouldn't be back for hours. I was alone. I stood up slowly, my heart pounding in my ears. My eyes darted to the hallway, the stairwell descending into darkness below. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. Every instinct told me to lock the door, hide, and wait it out. But something in me wanted to know what was down there. I inched toward the stairs, listening. Nothing. Then, the laughter again. Closer. Sharper. Almost like it was just at the bottom of the stairs. I stopped dead in my tracks, my blood running cold. The air felt thick, heavy, as if it was pressing down on me. My hands trembled, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. My skin crawled, every hair standing on end. I whispered into the darkness, barely audible. Hello? Nothing but silence. For a moment, I thought maybe I had imagined the whole thing. Maybe I was tired, letting my mind play tricks on me. But then the laughter erupted again, loud, sudden, echoing up the stairwell. This time, it wasn't distant. It was right there. I took a step back, my heart hammering in my chest, my eyes locked on the shadows at the bottom of the stairs. I could feel it. Something standing there, something just out of sight. And then I heard the creak. A single, deliberate footstep. Someone was coming up the stairs. my breath caught in my throat, panic surging through me. I stumbled back, my back hitting the wall, my eyes wide as I stared down into the darkness. Another step, and another. The sound of someone, or something, slowly, deliberately climbing the stairs. The laughter returned, soft and sickening, like they were enjoying this, enjoying my fear. I bolted. I ran to my room, slamming the door shut and locking it behind me. My heart was racing so fast I thought it might burst out of my chest. I pressed my ear to the door, straining to hear. Silence. Nothing but the faint hum of the house. For a split second, I let myself believe it was over. Then, the doorknob rattled. I stumbled backward, my eyes fixed on the door as it twisted slowly, the lock holding, but the metal creaking under the pressure. And then, a whisper. "I'm here." The voice was soft, barely more than a breath, but I heard it, right outside my door. The laughter returned, this time so loud it echoed through the walls. And then, silence. Just the sound of my own ragged breathing. To this day, I don't know what it was. I never saw anything, never opened the door to check. But whatever was in that house, whatever had come up those stairs, it wasn't human. I'm never home alone anymore. Now, let's move to the next story. I remember the first time I saw the ad for the room. It was almost too perfect. A cozy little space tucked away on a quiet street, just a short walk from the university. For a PhD student like me, juggling research, teaching, and a dwindling bank account, finding something affordable was a godsend. The rent was cheap. The landlord was an older woman who seemed harmless, and the room itself looked welcoming, almost charming. My name's Anna, and I was neck-deep in my studies with little time to focus on anything else. Between endless days in the library and sleepless nights staring at papers I wasn't sure I understood, I barely had time to think about moving. But the moment I stepped into that room, it felt like I had found exactly what I needed. Or so I thought. The room was small but cozy. It had this old-fashioned feel to it. Hardwood floors, a fireplace that hadn't been used in years, and thick curtains that barely let the light in. And in the corner, near the door, stood an antique full-length mirror. It had ornate, twisting designs around the edges, the kind of mirror you'd see in some Victorian mansion. The glass was a little foggy, like it had been around for centuries. Still, it added character to the place, so I didn't mind. The first few nights were uneventful. The routine of moving in, getting settled, and organizing my books kept me busy. I noticed the mirror more and more, though. At first, it was just a minor quirk. I'd catch glimpses of myself in it as I walked by, but something about it felt off. My reflection seemed slower, almost delayed. You know how when you look into a mirror, you move your hand and the reflection moves with you? In this mirror, it was like a fraction of a second behind, like it was watching me, learning how to mimic me. I brushed it off. I had to. There was no time for distractions. My dissertation deadline was looming, and I needed to focus. But as the days passed, I started noticing other things, little things, that made me question what was going on in that room. It started with noises at night. At first, I thought it was the house settling. Creaks and groans from the old wooden floorboards, maybe the pipes. But then I realized the sounds were coming from behind me, from the mirror. I'd be sitting at my desk, typing away, and I'd hear soft, almost imperceptible scratching, like fingernails gently raking against glass. One night, after a particularly long day of research, I was lying in bed, scrolling through my notes, when I felt it. A presence. I can't explain it, but it was as though someone was watching me, closer than I could bear. My heart started racing, but I couldn't bring myself to turn around. I knew the mirror was behind me, and I had this gut feeling that something was staring back at me through it. I took a deep breath, swallowed my fear, and finally turned over. The room was dark, the only light coming from the sliver of moon outside my window. Everything seemed normal at first, but then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There was a figure in the mirror, barely visible, just a shadow at the very edge of the glass. I bolted upright, convinced it was a trick of the light. But when I stood up and got closer to the mirror, the shadow didn't fade. Instead, it grew clearer. It was a woman, pale, with sunken eyes and long, stringy hair that hung lifelessly around her face. She was standing there, staring at me, motionless. The worst part, she wasn't mimicking my movements. I lifted my hand to touch the glass, but she didn't move. She just stared, her lips curled into the faintest hint of a smile. I stumbled backward, heart hammering in my chest. The figure remained still, but I could feel her eyes on me, even when I wasn't looking at the mirror. I wanted to scream, to smash the damned thing, but something inside me stopped. It was as if she was daring me to break the glass, taunting me with the idea that something far worse might happen if I did. The next day, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was stress. PhD students are notorious for pushing themselves too hard, right? But even as I convinced myself of that, the image of the woman wouldn't leave my mind. I avoided the mirror as much as I could, but it was impossible to escape its presence. Every time I walked by, I could feel her there, just beyond the glass, watching. The real turning point came a week later. I was up late again, working on a particularly frustrating chapter. The scratching sound had become almost routine by then, like background noise I was learning to ignore. But then, I heard something else. A whisper. Soft. Barely audible, but unmistakable. My name. Anna. I froze, fingers hovering above the keyboard. The voice was coming from the mirror. Anna, come closer. I didn't want to. Every instinct told me to run, to get out of that house and never look back. But there was something almost hypnotic in the way she said my name. Slowly, against my better judgment, I turned around. The figure was clearer than ever. She wasn't just in the mirror anymore. She was closer, as if she had pressed herself against the glass, her face only inches away from mine. Help me, she whispered, her voice low and broken. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. Who are you? I asked, barely able to form the words. She didn't answer. Instead, her hand reached up, her pale fingers pressing against the inside of the glass. I watched, horrified, as her hand began to push through, the surface of the mirror rippling like water. I stumbled back, knocking over my chair. The woman's hand was out now, her fingers brushing against the air of my room. I ran for the door, my mind racing with fear and disbelief. I slammed it shut behind me and didn't stop running until I was outside, gasping for breath in the cold night air. I didn't go back to that room. I couldn't. I packed my things the next day without even going inside. The landlord seemed unsurprised when I told her I was leaving early. As I handed her the keys, I couldn't help but ask, "Who was the girl in the mirror?" She looked at me for a long time, her face unreadable. "You're not the first to see her," she said quietly. "But no one stays long enough to find out who she is." I left without another word. That room still haunts me. The mirror, the woman. I've tried to put it behind me, to focus on my studies, but sometimes, late at night, I wonder, did I leave too soon? What would have happened if I had stayed? And more terrifyingly, did she follow me? Even after moving out, the memory of the woman in the mirror clung to me like a persistent shadow. At first, I thought leaving the room would put an end to it, that I'd escape the haunting sensation that something unnatural had found its way into my life. But it didn't stop. If anything, it became worse. I moved into a new apartment. Nothing fancy, just a small one-bedroom near the campus. It was modern, with bright, open spaces and plenty of light, everything the old room wasn't. But the nightmares started almost immediately after I settled in. Every night I'd dream of her. It was always the same. I'd be standing in front of a mirror, not the old antique one, but the small one above my bathroom sink, and there she'd be, staring back at me. Only, in the dreams, her smile had grown wider, more sinister. She never spoke, but I knew what she wanted. She wanted out. The days blurred together, my studies becoming harder to focus on. I couldn't tell anyone about what I had seen. I mean, who would believe me? A PhD student unraveling because of a ghost in a mirror. It sounded ridiculous, even to me. But I knew it wasn't just my imagination. I felt her presence, lurking on the edges of my life. It started subtly. I'd catch glimpses of movement in the corner of my eye whenever I passed a reflective surface. Windows, shiny floors, even my phone screen when it was in sleep mode. Always the flicker of a shadow, gone before I could fully register it. At first, I tried to convince myself it was stress, lack of sleep. But it got harder to ignore as time went on. One night, about a month after I'd left the old place, I was brushing my teeth before bed, staring at my own reflection in the bathroom mirror. My eyes were tired, dark circles etched under them from weeks of sleepless nights. And then, out of nowhere, I saw it. Her. She didn't appear gradually this time. There was no creeping shadow or faint outline. One moment, it was just my reflection. The next, she was there standing right behind me. Her pale face hovered over my shoulder, her eye dull and lifeless, her mouth curved in that eerie, knowing smile. I froze, the toothbrush slipping from my hand and clattering into the sink. My heart pounded in my chest, every instinct screaming at me to run, but I couldn't move. My feet were glued to the cold tile floor as she leaned in closer, her breath cold against my neck. "You can't ignore me forever, Anna," she whispered, her voice soft and dripping with malice. "I'm part of you now." I turned around, heart racing, but there was nothing there. The bathroom was empty, just like it always was. Yet the air felt heavy, as if the room itself was suffocating me. I backed out of the bathroom, shutting the door behind me. But the unease didn't leave. I could still feel her, lurking just beyond the mirror, waiting. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. Instead, I sat up in bed, my laptop open in front of me, as I searched for any explanation, anything that might make sense of what was happening. It was a deep dive into paranormal forums, urban legends, stories about haunted mirrors, all of them blending together in a swirl of folklore and horror. But nothing really fit. Most haunted mirror stories were vague, filled with superstitions about trapped souls or cursed objects, but there was nothing concrete, nothing I could use. The days following that encounter became a blur of fear and paranoia. I started covering the mirrors in my apartment, hanging towels and sheets over them like some superstitious fool. I avoided reflective surfaces entirely. No more checking my reflection in windows. No more quick glances at my phone's dark screen. I couldn't risk seeing her again. But even without the mirrors, she found ways to remind me she was still there. I'd hear footsteps late at night, slow and deliberate, pacing just outside my bedroom door. Doors that I know I had shut would be slightly ajar when I woke up. The air would turn cold, prickling my skin with goosebumps even when the heater was blasting. And sometimes, just before I fell asleep, I'd hear it. Her voice, whispering my name from somewhere in the shadows. Anna. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to do something, anything, to get my life back. I became obsessed with finding a solution. Maybe I could get rid of the mirror, destroy it somehow. Or maybe, just maybe, there was a way to make her leave me alone. My research led me down some dark paths, occult practices, rituals that people swore could sever ties with the paranormal. I was desperate enough to try anything. That's when I found it. A small, almost forgotten reference in an old forum about mirror spirits. It talked about mirrors as portals, gateways to other realms, and how sometimes spirits could attach themselves to people through them. The person who posted claimed the only way to break the connection was to confront the spirit and force it back into the mirror from where it came. It sounded crazy, but at that point I was willing to try anything. I packed up some candles, a mirror, and a handful of herbs that were supposed to help purify the space. I wasn't sure I believed any of it, but I had to try. That night, I set up the mirror in the center of my room, lighting the candles around it. The flame flickered and cast strange shadows across the walls, giving the room a strange, otherworldly glow. I sat in front of it, heart pounding, staring into my own reflection, waiting for her to show herself. For a long time, nothing happened. The room was silent, the only sound the soft crackling of the candles. But then, slowly, she appeared. Her figure materialized behind me, just as she had before, her face inches from mine in the reflection. But this time, I didn't turn away. I forced myself to stay, to look her in the eyes. "Leave me alone," I said, my voice shaking. Her smile widened, dark and twisted. "You brought me here, Anna?" she whispered. "You can't send me away now. We're connected." My heart raced, but I pushed back the fear. "No," I said, louder this time. "I didn't bring you here. You don't belong here. Go back to where you came from." For a moment, nothing happened. The air in the room grew colder, the flames of the candles sputtering as if a breeze had passed through, even though the windows were shut tight. Her reflection grew darker, her face twisting into something grotesque, angry. "You can't get rid of me that easily," she hissed, her voice dripping with venom. But I held my ground, repeating the words over and over, willing her to disappear, to leave me alone. The air in the room grew tense, thick with a malevolent presence, but slowly, ever so slowly, she began to fade. As she disappeared, the room grew warmer again, the tension in the air lifting. I sat there for a long time, staring at the now empty mirror, unsure of what had just happened. Had I really banished her? Was it over? Days passed, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I started to feel normal again. The nightmares stopped, the strange noises vanished, and the mirrors became just mirrors once more. It was as if she had never been there at all. But sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the world feels just a little too still, I can still feel her, lurking in the shadows. I haven't seen her since that night, but I know she's still out there, waiting. I sat in front of the mirror, staring at my own reflection, but I wasn't really seeing myself. I could feel her presence again, hovering just beneath the surface of the glass. Her story had unraveled in pieces over the past few nights, each revelation heavier than the last. And tonight, I could feel that she had more to share. But sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the world feels just a little too still, I can still feel her, lurking in the shadows. I haven't seen her since that night, but I know she's still out there, waiting, I whispered to myself, echoing the words that had been haunting me. It was. Then that I remembered what the landlady of my previous apartment had said, her warning ringing in my ears as clearly as if she were standing next to me now. No one stops to know. No one stays long enough to find out who she is. I didn't know what she had meant at the time, but now it all made sense. I'd asked the woman in the mirror to tell me her story, and for the first time she had answered. Her voice had been different that night, not cold and menacing, but soft and filled with sorrow. I was a university student, just like you, she had begun, her eyes distant, lost in the memories of a life she once had. I was on the peak of my career, ready to take on the world. I had everything, or so I thought. She had smiled then, a small, bitter smile that hinted at the pain behind her words. There were people I trusted, who wanted to ruin me. They spread rumors, lies, until I was forced out of the job I'd worked so hard for. They took my reputation, my career, my future. I remembered the way her reflection seemed to flicker as she spoke, her emotions radiating through the mirror like a wave of despair. Her sadness was palpable, but there was something darker beneath it. Anger, festering for years, left unresolved. During my worst time, she had continued, her voice quieter now, I met James. He became my backbone, my support when I felt like I was losing everything. We were going to get married. I thought he was the one good thing in my life. My heart had ached for her then. I had imagined the comfort of finding someone who seemed to care, someone to lean on when the world had turned its back. But there was more. There was always more. Soon after, I saw James with another woman. Her voice had grown sharp, tinged with a bitterness that made me flinch. It broke my heart, but that wasn't the worst of it. When I looked deeper, I found out that James had been part of it all. The lies, the rumors. He wanted to destroy me, just like the others. I had felt a lump form in my throat, the weight of her words pressing down on me. The betrayal, the loss, it was overwhelming. So, they took everything from you, I had whispered, unable to keep the sorrow from my voice. She had nodded, her face contorted with grief and fury. Both my career and my mental health were destroyed. I had nothing left. The only thing keeping me alive was my mother. But even that wasn't enough. And then she had told me the part of her story that had sent chills down my spine. The previous landlady, she was my mother, she had revealed, her voice cracking with emotion. She lived for me, even after I was gone. But she couldn't save me that night. They broke into my house, into my room. My mother was outside, banging on the door, screaming for them to spare me. She promised we would leave the city, move somewhere far away, but they didn't care. They weren't satisfied with just destroying my life. They took my life away too. I had gasped, my hand flying to my mouth as I imagined the horror of that night, the terror of her final moments. But she wasn't done yet. They didn't stop there, she had said, her voice trembling with fury. After they killed me, they brought an exorcist, someone who knew how to bind spirits. They locked my soul in this mirror, trapping me here for eternity, so I could never move on, never find peace. They were afraid I'd come back for them, afraid of the power they knew I had. I had stood frozen, unable to comprehend the cruelty of it all. They hadn't just taken her life. They had bound her, imprisoned her in the very mirror that now stood before me. Her sorrow had turned to rage, and now, after all these years, she wanted revenge. "I want them to pay," she had whispered, her eyes burning with a vengeful fire. "You have to help me, Anna. You have to find them. They're still out there, living their lives as if nothing happened. But they can't escape what they did to me." I had shaken my head, backing away from the mirror. "I can't do that. I'm not like them. I don't want to hurt anyone." Her face had twisted in anger, her features contorting in the glass. "You don't understand, Anna. They deserve it. You don't know the pain they caused me, the suffering I have endured for years. You're the only one who can help me." But I couldn't do it. I couldn't give in to her need for revenge, no matter how justified it seemed. And so I had walked away, leaving the mirror, leaving her, even though I knew it wasn't over. Now, standing here again, I could feel her presence stronger than ever, her story swirling in my mind like a dark storm. I couldn't forget what she had told me, couldn't shake the feeling that she was waiting for me to change my mind. And maybe one day I would. But for now, all I could do was live with the knowledge that she was still there, watching me, waiting for the day I'd finally give in to the darkness she carried with her. Gradually, I started to feel like I was losing my grip on reality. The woman in the mirror wasn't confined to the glass anymore. She was everywhere. Her voice followed me, a constant whisper in the back of my mind. I saw her reflection in every polished surface, in windows, in puddles, even in my own shadow. No matter where I went, she was always there, watching, waiting. It wasn't long before my mental state began to unravel. I could barely focus on my studies, and sleep was nearly impossible. I stopped going to the university altogether, afraid that I might see her in the reflective surface of a desk, a window, or worse. Afraid that she might speak to me in front of others. People started to notice something was wrong. My friends asked me what was going on, why I was so distant. But how could I explain this madness? How could I tell them that a ghost, locked in a mirror, was haunting my every step? I knew I needed help. My hands shook when I dialed the number for the mental health clinic, and within days, I found myself sitting across from a doctor, explaining the inexplicable. He listened with patient eyes, his hands folded neatly on his desk, while I poured out the story in bits and pieces, carefully omitting the supernatural details, of course. He told me that I was experiencing hallucinations brought on by stress and anxiety, that my mind was playing tricks on me. He prescribed me medications, promising that they would help. For a moment, I believed him. I swallowed the pills, hoping they'd drown out the whispers, erase the woman's face from my mind. But it didn't work. She was still there, waiting for me each night, more persistent than ever. It was as if she had grown stronger, feeding off my despair. I could feel her watching, feel her disappointment growing, and it wore me down. There was no escape, no relief from her presence. The mirror had become a prison not just for her, but for me as well. I couldn't run from her anymore. I was trapped. One night, exhausted and broken, I sat in front of the mirror and finally gave in. "What do you want from me?" I asked, my voice trembling. "What will make you go away?" Her reflection shimmered in the glass, her eyes locking with mine as she spoke the words I'd been dreading. "I want your body, Anna. I need it to take my revenge. If you let me use you just for a little while, I promise I'll disappear. I'll never haunt you again. You'll have your peace." My stomach churned at the thought. The idea of letting her possess me was terrifying, but I was desperate for peace. I couldn't live like this anymore. The mental strain was crushing me. I hadn't slept properly in days. My thoughts were spiraling, and it felt like she was the only way out. I hesitated, staring at my own reflection, at the dark circles under my eyes, the pallor of my skin. I was a shell of the person I once was. Could I really go on like this? Could I keep running? "What happens after you're done?" I asked. "Will you hurt anyone else?" Her gaze softened, as if she knew exactly how to play on my vulnerability. "No, Anna. I just need to make them pay for what they did to me. And when I'm done, I'll go. You'll never see me again, I promise." Her promise dangled in front of me like a lifeline. She said it with such conviction, such certainty, that I wanted to believe her. I wanted to believe that this nightmare could end, that all it would take was one final, terrible act. I just want peace," I whispered, more to myself than to her. Her lips curled into a smile that almost seemed kind. "Then let me help you find it." My heart pounded in my chest, and the room felt colder as her words wrapped around me like chains. Deep down, I knew it wasn't right. I knew that letting her take control of me would have consequences, but I was so tired. Tired of fighting, tired of running, tired of the endless terror. "Okay," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "If this is what it takes, then I'll do it." Her smile widened, and I felt a sudden surge of energy in the room, like the air itself was vibrating. "Good," she said softly. "It won't hurt much." The next moments felt like a blur. I closed my eyes and felt a cold rush wash over me, as if a wave of icy water had flooded my body. My limbs felt heavy, as if I was sinking into the floor. Then there was darkness. Complete and utter darkness. I don't know how long I was out. Minutes? Hours? When I finally opened my eyes, everything felt different. My body felt foreign, like it wasn't entirely mine anymore. But the woman's voice was gone. I was alone in the room, with only the sound of my breathing echoing in the silence. For the first time in what felt like forever, I was truly alone. But somewhere deep inside, I could feel her. She wasn't gone. She was using me now. I had given her what she wanted, and now I had no control. I didn't know what she would do with my body, or how far she would go to get her revenge. All I knew was that I had made a choice that would change everything. And now, all I could do was wait. The next night, she told me what I'd been dreading. "Tonight, I will possess your body," she whispered, her voice echoing from every corner of the room. There was no hesitation in her tone, no room for negotiation. "You will be the instrument of my revenge." I was paralyzed by the thought, my heart pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. I knew I had agreed, but now, in the dead of night, it felt more real than ever. The air around me thickened, growing colder, and I felt her presence seeping into me. It was unlike anything I'd ever felt, like someone else had control of my limbs, my thoughts, my very soul. That first night, she took full control. I felt like a passenger in my own body, powerless as she moved me like a puppet on strings. We left my apartment, her guiding me through the dark streets like she knew exactly where we were headed. I didn't need to ask who we were going to find. I could feel the burning rage simmering inside her. One of the betrayers, she'd said. One of the people who had ruined her life. I didn't recognize the building we arrived at, but she did. My body moved automatically, her will guiding my every step. It was an old, decrepit house on the edge of town, the kind of place you wouldn't notice unless you were looking for it. My hand reached out and pushed the door open, and we stepped inside. The interior was cold and damp, the walls covered in peeling wallpaper. The stench of mold hung in the air. And there he was, the first betrayer. I could hear her inside my head, her fury bubbling over. "He was the one who started it all," she said. "The first to spread the lies, the one who made sure my life would crumble." I didn't want to watch, but I couldn't look away. My body wasn't mine anymore, and I could only witness what happened next. I moved closer to him as he sat at a small table, oblivious to my presence until it was too late. His eyes widened as he saw me approach, confusion and fear flashing across his face. But before he could react, my hands were already on him. It was quick, brutal. I could feel the raw strength of her anger coursing through me as she exacted her revenge. And then, silence. When it was over, my body collapsed to the floor, my mind spinning as I gasped for breath. Slowly, I regained control of my limbs, the woman receding into the shadows of my consciousness. I sat there, shaking, staring at what we had done. The betrayer lay motionless, his life taken by my hands. I stumbled back to my apartment, feeling numb and disoriented. It wasn't a nightmare. It had actually happened. She had used me to kill. And the worst part? It wasn't over. Every night she came back. Night after night, the same routine. She would possess my body, and we would track down another one of the betrayers. Each time, the memories became hazier, the line between me and her blurring. I would wake up in the morning with blood on my hands, my clothes torn and dirty. my body aching from the things she made me do. I couldn't stop it. I had agreed, and now I was bound to her. The deaths piled up, one by one. Those who had wronged her fell, their lives snuffed out by her vengeance. And each time, I felt a part of myself slipping away, consumed by the darkness that had taken over my life. She didn't talk to me much anymore. She didn't need to. We had a silent understanding now. She would possess my body, take her revenge, and leave me to pick up the pieces. I tried to resist, to break free of the cycle, but it was impossible. Every time I thought I could stop her, I felt the icy grip of her control tightening around me. I had lost myself in the process, becoming nothing more than a vessel for her wrath. And so, the nights dragged on. Each time, another life taken, another piece of my soul lost. I wanted peace, but now I realized there would be no peace, not for her, and not for me. The day finally came, the last name on the list, the final betrayer. I had known this moment was inevitable, but it didn't make it any easier. That night, the woman in the mirror came to me as usual, her presence now as familiar as my own reflection. But this time, there was something different about her. The anger that had fueled her for so long was no longer as sharp. It felt duller, as if the fire had burned out. "We finished tonight," she whispered, her voice carrying a weight that settled heavily in my chest. I didn't respond. There was nothing left to say. As she took over my body one last time, I could feel the exhaustion in her, the weariness of a soul that had spent too long consumed by revenge. We made our way to the final target, her guiding me as always, though this time it felt slower, almost reluctant. This wasn't the same furious, vengeful spirit that had once driven me relentlessly through the night. She was fading, and somehow I knew that after tonight it would all be over. When the deed was done, there was no triumph, no celebration, just silence. The quiet of a life extinguished, the final piece of her torment laid to rest. But I knew what was coming next. The police had been closing in on me for weeks, and I didn't run. I didn't fight it. In a way, I was ready to face the consequences for what I had done, or rather, what I had allowed her to do. The authorities found me standing in the middle of the crime scene, blood on my hands, vacant and lost. I was arrested for the murders, dozens of them, all linked to my name. My trial was quick. They didn't care about my explanations, didn't listen when I tried to tell them about the woman in the mirror. Who would believe a story like that? I was labeled a serial killer, and I was sentenced to life in prison. 10 years at least before I could even be considered for parole. And so, I found myself alone, locked away in a cold, sterile prison cell. The nights were long, the isolation unbearable. But something strange happened in the days after my sentencing. I no longer felt her presence. The woman who had once haunted my every waking moment was gone. Until one night, just as I was drifting off to sleep, I saw her again. She appeared in the small, cracked mirror of my cell, fainter than before, like a distant memory. She didn't look angry anymore. There was no malice in her eyes, only gratitude. "Thank you, Anna," she whispered softly, her voice barely a breath. "I'm free now. You've given me what I needed." I stared at her, speechless, as she smiled. A sad, weary smile. "I'll never come back," she said. You won't see me again." And with that, she disappeared, fading from the mirror for the last time. I was left alone with the consequences of what had happened, but at least I had some closure. She was gone. Her revenge had been taken, her torment ended. But my torment, the weight of all the lives she'd taken using me, would remain. Every night, I sat in my cell, haunted not by her ghost but by the faces of those who had died. I didn't know if I would ever find peace, but at least, in some twisted way, she had. The woman in the mirror was gone forever, and now I was truly alone. After 10 long years, the iron gates of this prison are finally opening for me. It's strange thinking about what freedom will feel like after being caged for so long. For a while, I thought I'd never see the outside world again. But here I am, telling my story to my cellmate, sharing the secrets that I've carried for far too long. "So, that's it?" she asks, her eyes wide with a mix of disbelief and morbid fascination. "You really went through all that? The murders, the ghost, everything?" I nod, feeling a strange calm wash over me. "It sounds insane, I know, but it's the truth. I did what she asked. I gave her my body, let her use me to take her revenge. One by one, she crossed off the people who destroyed her life, and after that final one, she left, just like she promised." "Do you still see her? Feel her?" she asked, her voice dropping to a whisper as if speaking too loudly might summon the ghost back. I shake my head. "No, she's gone. The night she thanked me, I knew it was the last time. She got what she wanted, and I haven't seen her since." I look down at my hands, remembering the blood that stained them for so many nights. The faces of those we killed together still flash in my mind sometimes, but it's different now. The rage, the terror, it's gone. I've found a strange sense of peace in knowing that chapter of my life is over. "Today's the day I walk out of here," I say, standing up and glancing toward the door. "I'm free, not just from this place, but from her, too." My cellmate, still processing everything I told her, leans back against the cold wall. "Do you think you'll be okay out there? After everything?" I smile, a small, sad smile. "I think so. For the first time in a long time, I feel like I might be okay." The guard comes to my cell, jangling the keys. "Time to go, Anna," he says, and I stand up, ready. My heart races a little, but not from fear. It's strange to imagine life beyond these walls, but I'm ready. I've made peace with what I've done, with who I was, and more than anything, I've made peace with her. As I walk out of the cell, the sunlight feels warm and foreign on my skin. The air smells fresher than I remember, filled with life and hope. I take a deep breath, savoring the moment. I glance back one last time, just to make sure. No shadows move. No whispers linger. She's really gone. Today, I'm free. Finally free. I had always been a night owl, preferring the quiet solitude of the open road under the moonlight. As a truck driver for a logistics company, I reveled in the freedom my job provided. One night, as I prepared for another routine haul, my manager, Mark, approached me with a look of concern. "John, we have a problem. Mike and his truck have gone missing," Mark said, his voice low and serious. "We need you to find him. Last we heard, he was near the old logging road by the woods." I agreed. my curiosity piqued and concern for my colleague growing. I knew the area well. It was remote and eerie, especially at night. As I drove towards the last known location of Mike's truck, a sense of unease settled over me. The moon hung high in the sky, casting long, ominous shadows over the dense forest. When I arrived at the spot, I noticed the faint glow of headlights in the distance, partially obscured by the trees. I parked my truck and ventured into the woods, the crunch of leaves underfoot the only sound in the still night. The air was thick with tension, and my breath came in short, nervous bursts. I followed a narrow path that led to a small, secluded lake. There, by the water's edge, I saw Mike's truck, damaged and abandoned. My heart pounded as I approached the vehicle cautiously. As I got closer, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A woman stood by the truck, her back to me. She was unnaturally tall, with long, matted hair cascading down her back. Her nails were like claws, and when she turned, I saw her face. Her mouth was filled with sharp, jagged teeth. She was hunched over something, and as I squinted in the dim light, I realized with horror that she was eating Mike. The sight was so grotesque and terrifying that I let out an involuntary gasp. The woman snapped her head up, her eyes locking onto mine. With a guttural growl, she began to move towards me, faster than I thought possible. Panicking, I stumbled back, tripping over roots and rocks, my heart pounding in my chest. I managed to get to my feet and sprinted back to my truck, the sound of her pursuit close behind. Adrenaline fueled my escape, and I didn't stop until I was safely inside my vehicle, doors locked and engine roaring to life. I sped back to the company, barely daring to glance in the rearview mirror, afraid of what I might see. Back at the depot, I burst into Mark's office, breathless and shaking. I recounted the horrifying encounter, my voice trembling with fear. Mark listened, his face growing paler with each passing moment. After a moment of silence, he nodded. "We need to recover the dash cam from Mike's truck," he said. A team was quickly assembled, and I reluctantly led them back to the site. The forest seemed even more menacing in the daylight, the shadows hiding untold horrors. When we reached the lake, the truck was still there, but the woman was nowhere to be seen. The team recovered the dash cam and returned to the depot. In the safety of Mark's office, we played the footage. The video showed Mike driving along the dark road, the forest looming on either side. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance, standing in the middle of the road. As the truck approached, the camera captured her terrifying features: sharp teeth, long nails, and an unnaturally tall frame. Mike swerved to avoid her, losing control and crashing through the guardrail, tumbling down the slope to the lake. The last thing the camera recorded before going black was the woman slowly approaching the wreckage. The room was silent as the video ended, everyone too stunned to speak. Mark finally broke the silence. "We need to report this to the authorities," he said, his voice grim, "and warn anyone else who might be traveling that road." I nodded, the image of the woman forever etched into my mind. The forest, once a place of peaceful solitude, had become a place of nightmares. As I left the office, I couldn't shake the feeling that she was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for her next victim. Weeks passed, and I tried to move on, but the incident haunted my every waking moment. One night, as I prepared for another haul, I noticed something peculiar on my truck's windshield: a single, long claw mark, fresh and glistening under the moonlight. My heart raced as I scanned the surrounding darkness, but saw nothing. I brushed it off, convincing myself it was just paranoia. On the road, I kept glancing in my mirrors, expecting to see those piercing eyes and jagged teeth. Suddenly, my radio crackled to life, but instead of the usual chatter, a chilling voice whispered, "I see you, John." I slammed on the brakes, my truck skidding to a halt on the deserted highway. The radio fell silent, but the tension in the air was palpable. I checked the mirrors again and nearly jumped out of my skin. She was there, standing in the middle of the road, her eyes locked onto mine. Frantically, I shifted into reverse, but she started walking towards me, her pace quickening. The growl from her throat echoed in the night air. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest as I tried to find a way out. Just as she was about to reach my door, I floored the accelerator, speeding away, leaving her behind in a cloud of dust. I didn't stop driving until I reached the depot, breathless and drenched in sweat. I stumbled into Mark's office, but this time the building was eerily silent. I found him in his office, but something was wrong. His eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling, his mouth twisted in a silent scream. Claw marks ran across his chest, deep and fatal. I backed away, my mind reeling. The woman, no, the monster, had followed me. She had already started her hunt. I rushed outside, intending to call the police, but the sound of heavy breathing stopped me in my tracks. There she was, standing in the shadows, her eyes glowing with a sinister light. "You led me to more prey, John," she whispered, her voice dripping with malice. "You'll always lead me to more." My scream echoed through the night as she lunged at me, and the last thing I saw was her twisted smile before everything went black. The forest, once a place of peaceful solitude, had become a place of endless nightmares, and I had become its latest victim. Get ready for the next story that will send chills down your spine. For years, the legend of the woodsman had haunted the minds of those who dared to venture into the remote forest. Whispers of his brutal killings spread fear among campers and hikers, but the truth behind the stories remained shrouded in mystery. Some said he was a ghost, others a man driven mad by the isolation of the wilderness. No one had ever seen him and lived to tell the tale. Until now, my friends and I had been planning our camping trip for months. It was meant to be an escape from the chaos of the city, a chance to reconnect with nature and each other. We chose a secluded spot deep in the woods, far from any marked trails or campsites. It was perfect, or so we thought. The first day was idyllic. We set up our tents, gathered firewood, and spent the evening around the campfire, laughing and telling stories. As the night deepened, the forest around us grew quiet, the only sounds being the crackle of the fire and the occasional rustle of leaves. I couldn't shake a feeling of unease, but I dismissed it as my mind playing tricks on me. On the second day, we decided to explore the area. We hiked through dense underbrush, marveling at the untouched beauty of the forest. As we ventured further, we stumbled upon an old, dilapidated cabin. Curiosity got the better of us, and we decided to take a look inside. The cabin was empty, but something about it felt wrong. The air was thick with a sense of dread, and the walls were covered in strange, cryptic symbols. We quickly left, our previous excitement replaced with a growing sense of unease. That night, the woods seemed to come alive with sinister intent. The wind howled through the trees, carrying with it strange, almost human-like wails. We huddled close to the fire, trying to shake off the feeling of being watched. As the hours passed, exhaustion finally claimed us, and we retreated to our tents. I woke in the middle of the night to a blood-curdling scream. It was Emily. I stumbled out of my tent, heart racing, and saw her standing at the edge of the clearing, pointing into the darkness. "There's someone out there," she cried. We shone our flashlights into the woods, but saw nothing. The feeling of being watched intensified, and we decided it was best to stay together by the fire. We sat in tense silence, each of us scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. Hours passed without incident, and just as we were beginning to relax, we heard it, a low, guttural growl, coming from the direction of the cabin. The firelight flickered, casting eerie shadows on the trees, and in that moment, we saw him. A tall figure, shrouded in darkness, standing just beyond the reach of the light. The woodsman. He moved with an unnatural grace, silently stalking toward us. Panic set in, and we scrambled to gather our things, but it was too late. He was upon us. Emily screamed again as he lunged at her, his eyes glowing with malevolent intent. I grabbed a burning log from the fire and swung it at him, the flames illuminating his twisted, monstrous face. He let out an otherworldly shriek and retreated into the shadows, but I knew he wasn't gone. "Run!" I shouted, and we took off into the woods, adrenaline propelling us forward. We didn't stop until we were sure we had lost him, collapsing in a clearing far from our campsite. We spent the rest of the night huddled together, too terrified to sleep. When dawn finally broke, we made our way back to the campsite, hoping against hope that it had all been a nightmare. The scene that greeted us was worse than any nightmare. Our tents were shredded, and blood stained the ground where we had last seen Emily. There was no sign of her, only the unmistakable evidence of a struggle. We stood there, paralyzed by fear and shock, when suddenly we heard a rustling in the bushes. Heart pounding, I turned to see Emily staggering toward us, covered in blood and dirt, her eyes wide with terror. "He's coming," she whispered, before collapsing to the ground. We gathered her up, frantic to get her to safety. As we carried her through the forest, I could hear faint, taunting laughter echoing around us. The woodsman was toying with us, savoring our fear. Just when we thought we might make it out, we reached a steep ravine. We had no choice but to climb down, Emily's weight making it even more difficult. Halfway down, the rocks beneath my feet gave way, sending us tumbling into the darkness below. I woke to the sound of Emily's screams. Disoriented, I realized we were back in the clearing near the cabin. The woodsman stood over her, his eyes gleaming with sadistic delight as he dragged her toward the cabin's open door. "No!" I screamed, struggling to get to my feet. But it was too late. The door slammed shut behind them, and I was left alone in the silent, oppressive darkness. Desperation and rage surged through me. I had to save her. I stumbled toward the cabin, my mind racing with fear and determination. As I reached the door, it creaked open, revealing a long, dimly lit corridor. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the walls were lined with more of those strange symbols. I moved forward, each step echoing ominously. At the end of the corridor, I found a room filled with old, rusty tools and chains. In the center, Emily was tied to a chair, her eyes filled with terror as the woodsman loomed over her. "Let her go!" I shouted, my voice trembling with a mixture of fear and fury. The woodsman turned to me, a twisted grin spreading across his face. "You think you can save her?" he sneered. "You're too late." Before I could react, he lunged at me, his strength overwhelming. We grappled, the sound of our struggle filling the room. I fought with everything I had, but he was too strong. He pinned me to the ground, his eyes burning with malevolence. As he raised a rusty blade to strike, I saw Emily struggling against her bonds, desperation giving her a burst of strength. She managed to break free and grabbed one of the tools from the table, swinging it at the woodsman with all her might. The blade sank into his back, and he let out a bone-chilling scream, his grip on me loosening. I took the opportunity to push him off and scramble to my feet. Together, Emily and I fought him, our combined efforts finally overpowering the monstrous figure. He collapsed to the ground, a pool of dark, viscous blood spreading around him. We stood there, panting and exhausted, staring at the lifeless body. But the victory felt hollow. The horrors of the night had left us shattered, and we knew the memory would haunt us forever. We stumbled out of the cabin, the first light of dawn breaking through the trees. As we made our way back to civilization, we couldn't shake the feeling that the woodsman's spirit still lingered in the forest, waiting for his next victims. Months later, I received an anonymous letter. It contained only a single sentence: "The woodsman never dies." The words sent a chill down my spine, and I knew that the nightmare was far from over. Hey, everyone. Get ready to be spooked with bedtime scary stories set on rainy nights. Don't forget to subscribe and like this video. Your support helps me create more of these stories for you to enjoy. Thanks for watching. The day we moved into our new apartment felt like the start of something wonderful. John and I had saved for years to finally buy our first home, and here we were standing in our modest but perfect apartment. Our two kids, Max and Sophie, were racing through the empty rooms, their laughter echoing off the walls as they imagined where their toys and furniture would go. "This is it," John said, slipping his arm around me as we stood in the living room. "Our first home." I smiled, feeling a warm sense of accomplishment. It's everything we wanted. As we unpacked, something caught my eye in the hallway leading to the bedrooms. There, hanging on the wall, was an old, framed photograph of a woman. Her expression was serious, almost stern, and the black and white image had aged poorly, giving it an eerie quality. It felt like her eyes were following me as I moved. "What's this doing here?" I asked, pointing to the photograph. John came over and frowned. "I don't know, must have been left by the previous owner." Below the photo, in faded, handwritten letters, was a caption: "Do not remove." "That's strange," I murmured, a chill creeping up my spine. John shrugged. "Probably just some old superstition. We can take it down later." But I hesitated. Something about the woman's gaze unnerved me, and despite my better judgment, I decided to leave the photo where it was, at least for now. That night, after we finally settled in, exhaustion overcame us all. The kids were fast asleep in their new rooms, and John and I lay in bed, talking about the future, dreaming of all the things we'd do in our new home. But as the clock ticked past midnight, I woke up suddenly, my heart pounding for no apparent reason. The room was dark, the only sound the steady rhythm of John's breathing beside me. I glanced at the alarm clock, 2:13 a.m. An uneasy feeling washed over me, making it impossible to fall back asleep. Quietly, I got out of bed, not wanting to wake John. I decided to check on the kids, a mother's instinct kicking in. As I walked down the hallway, the photograph caught my eye again. I swear I saw movement in the corner of my eye, but when I turned to look at the photo, nothing had changed. The woman's stern face stared back at me, unblinking. Trying to shake off the unease, I continued to Sophie's room. She was sleeping peacefully, clutching her favorite stuffed bear. Max was sprawled out across his bed, snoring lightly. Satisfied that they were safe, I started back toward our room. But as I passed the photograph again, a cold sensation washed over me. I could have sworn the woman's eyes were now looking directly at me. I froze, staring back at the photo, my breath caught in my throat. The woman's eyes seemed darker, more intense. "Stop it," I whispered to myself, forcing my feet to move. "It's just a picture." But as I hurried back to bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. The days that followed should have been filled with the joy of settling into our new home. But instead, a sense of unease settled over us. Little things began to happen. Lights flickering, cold drafts appearing out of nowhere. Objects going missing only to reappear in odd places. Max and Sophie started to complain of strange occurrences. Max insisted that he heard whispering in the hallway at night, even though everyone else was asleep. Sophie claimed that her toys would move on their own, arranging themselves in neat rows when she wasn't looking. John tried to dismiss it all as the kids' overactive imaginations, but I wasn't so sure. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. One night, as I was brushing my teeth, I glanced up at the bathroom mirror and nearly dropped my toothbrush. For a split second, I saw the reflection of the woman from the photograph standing behind me, her eyes wide and filled with an unnatural malice. I spun around, but there was no one there. My heart raced as I backed out of the bathroom, my eyes scanning the empty room. I hurried down the hallway to where the photograph hung, and for the first time, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The woman in the photo was smiling. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the floor, every rustle of the wind outside sent my nerves into overdrive. I couldn't stop thinking about the photograph and the sinister smile that had appeared on the woman's face. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling when I heard it. A soft, rhythmic tapping, like someone knocking on a door. I sat up, straining to hear. The sound was coming from the hallway. Careful not to wake John, I slipped out of bed and tiptoed toward the noise. As I reached the hallway, the tapping stopped abruptly. The apartment was eerily silent, except for the sound of my own breathing. My eyes were drawn to the photograph. The woman's smile was gone, replaced by that same stern, emotionless expression. But something was different. Her hands, once folded neatly in her lap, were now pressed against the glass, as if she were trying to reach out of the photo. My breath caught in my throat. I backed away, but a loud crash from the kitchen made me jump. I rushed toward the noise, my heart pounding, only to find the kitchen in disarray. Cabinets were flung open, dishes shattered on the floor, and the refrigerator door was ajar, its contents strewn across the room. Before I could react, I heard a faint, ghostly whisper, barely audible over my pounding heart. "Do not remove." A chill ran down my spine. I knew, deep down, that the voice belonged to the woman in the photograph. The days that followed were filled with fear and confusion. John, though skeptical at first, began to witness the strange occurrences himself. Doors would slam shut on their own, furniture would shift position, and we would hear footsteps in the hall when no one was there. The kids were terrified. Max refused to sleep alone, and Sophie cried every night, begging us to make the scary lady go away. John and I were at our wits' end, unsure of how to protect our family from something we couldn't even understand. One night, after putting the kids to bed, John decided he'd had enough. He grabbed a hammer and marched toward the hallway. "John, what are you doing?" I called after him, fear gripping my heart. "I'm getting rid of that damn picture," he said through gritted teeth. "It's causing all of this. I know it is." I wanted to stop him, but I was too frightened to argue. I watched as John yanked the photograph off the wall and smashed the glass with the hammer. The moment the glass shattered, the temperature in the apartment plummeted. The lights flickered violently, and a loud, high-pitched scream echoed through the halls. "John, stop!" I screamed. But it was too late. The photograph's frame splintered in his hands, and the photo itself began to burn from the edges inward, the flames unnaturally bright and cold. John dropped it, watching in horror as the fire consumed the image until nothing was left but ashes. For a moment, everything was silent. Then, all at once, the apartment was plunged into darkness. The power outage only lasted a few seconds, but in that brief moment, everything changed. When the lights flickered back on, the apartment felt different, heavier, as if a dark presence had taken hold of it. I was the first to notice. As I stood in the hallway, I caught a glimpse of something in the corner of my eye. Movement, swift and shadowy. I turned my head, but there was nothing there. Yet, the feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from the children's rooms. John and I raced down the hall, fear gripping our hearts. We burst into Sophie's room first, only to find her bed empty. "Sophie!" I screamed, panic rising. John ran to Max's room, where we found both children huddled together under the bed, trembling with fear. "She's here, Mommy!" Sophie cried. "The lady from the picture. She's here!" My blood ran cold. I turned toward the mirror in Sophie's room and gasped. There, in the reflection, was the woman from the photograph. Only now, she wasn't confined to the frame. She stood behind me, her face twisted in a malicious grin, her eyes glowing with a sinister light. Before I could react, the woman's reflection stepped out of the mirror, her ghostly form becoming solid as she moved toward us. The room grew colder with each step she took, the air thick with an overwhelming sense of dread. John grabbed the children and pushed them behind him, but the ghostly woman paid him no mind. Her gaze was fixed on me, her smile widening as she reached out with one hand. "You should have listened," the woman hissed, her voice echoing with a malevolent power. "You should not have removed me." I couldn't move, paralyzed by the woman's presence. Her hand touched my cheek and I felt a cold so intense it burned. I screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the darkness that enveloped the room. I could barely make out John as he tried to pull me away, but an unseen force flung him across the room, slamming him into the wall with a sickening crunch. The children's screams filled the air, but their voices were drowned out by the woman's laughter, a cold, cruel sound that filled the entire apartment. When I regained consciousness, the apartment was eerily quiet. My head throbbed, and my vision was blurred. I struggled to my feet, my heart pounding as I realized the room was empty. John and the children were gone. "John, Max, Sophie," I called out, my voice hoarse, but there was no answer. I stumbled through the apartment, panic rising with each step. The photograph was gone as if it had never existed, but the sense of dread remained. I checked the children's rooms, but they were empty. Their beds were neatly made as if they had never been slept in. I ran to the living room, the kitchen, the bathroom, every room in the apartment, but there was no sign of my family. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. As I stood in the living room, my mind racing, I caught a glimpse of something in the corner of my eye, a reflection in the window. I turned slowly, my breath catching in my throat. There, in the glass, I saw them. John, Max, and Sophie, standing together, their faces pale and expressionless, their eyes hollow and empty. And standing behind them, her hands resting on John's shoulders, was the woman from the photograph, her twisted smile as wide and cruel as ever. I screamed, the sound echoing through the empty apartment, but there was no one left to hear it. The next day, the landlord found the apartment empty, our belongings untouched. There was no sign of us, no explanation for our disappearance. But in the hallway, where the photograph once hung, a new picture had appeared. A photograph of our family, standing together, our faces frozen in terror, and beneath it, a new caption had been added, "Do not remove." And the woman from the original photograph, she was gone, her place in the cursed frame now taken by us, waiting for the next family to move in. Because the apartment had a new owner now, the woman had passed on her curse, and the cycle would continue. We were now part of the story, our souls trapped within the walls, just as hers had been. And so, the apartment remained, waiting for its next unsuspecting tenants, who would find the photograph hanging on the wall, who would ignore the warning, who would learn the hard way that some things should never be disturbed. Get ready for the next story that will send chills down your spine. I always trusted my instincts. They'd never led me wrong before. But lately, something felt off. Subtle changes in Mark, my husband. Little things that didn't quite add up. The way he moved, the way he spoke, even the way he looked at me sometimes. It was like he was trying to remember something or imitate a feeling he didn't fully understand. It started small. Mark, who'd always hated coffee, suddenly began drinking it every morning, black and bitter. He said he'd developed a taste for it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something deeper had changed. Then, there were the nights when he'd disappear for hours, coming home with a strange, satisfied smile and bloodshot eyes. When I'd ask where he'd been, he'd just laugh and say he'd gone for a walk. I wanted to believe him. I really did. We'd been through so much together, built a life, shared dreams. But some nights I'd wake up to find him standing by the window, staring into the dark, his breath fogging up the glass. He never heard me when I called his name, lost in some deep, silent reverie. And when he finally turned to look at me, there was a darkness in his eyes that sent a shiver down my spine. But I loved him. I told myself that people change, that maybe I was just being paranoid. I ignored the small voice in the back of my mind that whispered something was terribly wrong. One night, when Mark was out again, I did something I'd never done before. I searched through his things. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, but I felt compelled, as if something was guiding me. I found nothing unusual in his drawers or the closet. But when I checked the basement, my heart froze. There, in a corner, hidden beneath some old blankets, were clothes, torn and covered in what looked like dried blood. My hands trembled as I touched them, my mind racing with fear and confusion. I recognized these clothes. They were Mark's favorite shirt and jeans. But why were they hidden here, stained like this? I stood frozen in the basement, clutching the bloodied clothes when I heard the front door creak open upstairs. Mark was back. Panic gripped me, and I quickly hid the clothes again, my heart pounding in my chest. I ran up the stairs, trying to act normal, but my hands wouldn't stop shaking. Mark was in the kitchen, his back turned to me, humming softly as he prepared something on the counter. He didn't seem to notice me at first, but when he finally turned around, there was something different about his smile, something cold, something sinister. "I was just making us a late-night snack," he said, his voice smooth and calm, but there was an edge to it that made my skin crawl. I forced myself to smile back, but inside I was screaming. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid. I watched Mark closely, noting every little thing he did. His movements seemed too fluid, too deliberate, like he was performing a role he had rehearsed 1,000 times. I couldn't shake the feeling that the man I was living with wasn't really my husband. And then the news came. A series of brutal murders had taken place in our town, bodies found mutilated beyond recognition. The police were baffled, and the town was gripped by fear. My unease grew into full-blown terror. I couldn't stop thinking about the blood-stained clothes in the basement, the strange behavior of the man I thought I knew so well. One evening, after Mark had gone out again, I decided to confront my fears. I went back to the basement, my hands shaking as I uncovered the clothes. This time, I noticed something I hadn't seen before, a piece of paper tucked into the pocket of the jeans. I unfolded it, my breath catching in my throat. It was a list of names, people from our town, all of them now dead. And at the bottom of the list, in Mark's handwriting, was my name. My heart raced as the truth hit me like a tidal wave. The man upstairs wasn't my husband. He was something else, something monstrous. Suddenly, I heard the basement door creak open. I looked up and saw Mark standing there, his eyes gleaming in the dim light. But they weren't Mark's eyes anymore. They were black, empty voids, devoid of any humanity. "Jennifer," he said softly, his voice dripping with malice. "I've been waiting for this moment." I tried to run, but he was too fast. He was on me in an instant, his hands gripping my shoulders with unnatural strength. His face twisted into something grotesque, something not human. I screamed, but there was no one to hear me. As the creature that had taken my husband's place revealed its true form, I realized the horrifying truth. I had been living with this monster for months, oblivious to its nature. It had taken everything from me, and now it was going to take my life. The last thing I saw before the darkness consumed me was the creature's mouth curling into a wicked grin, its teeth sharp and gleaming in the dim light. And then there was only pain. and the sound of the rain outside echoing through the empty house. No one ever found out what happened to me. I became just another name on a list, another unsolved mystery in a string of brutal killings. And as for Mark, or whatever had been pretending to be Mark, it vanished without a trace, leaving behind nothing but fear and unanswered questions. But somewhere, in the dark corners of the world, the creature still lurks, waiting for its next victim, ready to take on a new face, a new life. And no one will ever know the difference until it's too late. It's time for the third story of the night. It was supposed to be a simple escape. Emily and Jake, both exhausted from the grind of city life, decided a weekend camping trip was just what they needed. A few days disconnected from the world, surrounded by nature, and rekindling their bond seemed perfect. Jake had found a remote spot in the woods, far from any town, where they could have total peace. The drive was long, the roads winding deeper into the forest until even the GPS gave up. But Emily didn't mind. The dense trees, the thick underbrush, and the faint sound of birds provided a serene backdrop. They set up their tent in a clearing surrounded by towering pines. It was beautiful, almost too perfect. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they sat by the fire, laughing and reminiscing about better times. The crackling of the flames, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the distant call of an owl made them feel miles away from their problems. But as night fell, the forest seemed to change. The trees loomed larger, their branches twisting into unnatural shapes. The wind, once a gentle breeze, now howled through the trees like a warning. Emily shivered, pulling her jacket tighter around her. "Jake, do you hear that?" Jake paused, listening. "It's just the wind, babe. Don't worry." But Emily couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. It started as a light drizzle, barely noticeable at first. But within minutes, the sky opened up and the rain came pouring down. The fire hissed and sputtered before going out entirely, plunging them into darkness. "Damn it," Jake muttered, fumbling for the flashlight. "We need to get inside the tent before we get soaked." They scrambled into the tent, their clothes already drenched. The rain pounded on the fabric, and the wind rattled the poles. It was as if the forest had come alive, angry and unforgiving. Emily lay next to Jake, her heart racing. The sound of the rain was deafening, but it was the silence between the gusts of wind that terrified her. She clutched Jake's hand, trying to find comfort in his presence, but deep down she knew something was wrong. Then, over the roar of the storm, she heard it, a low, guttural growl. She sat up, her eyes wide. "Jake, did you hear that?" Jake turned to her, his face pale. "Yeah, I did." The growl came again, louder this time, followed by the sound of branches snapping and leaves crunching. Something, or someone, was moving outside the tent. Jake grabbed the flashlight and unzipped the tent, shining the beam into the darkness. The rain made it difficult to see, but he caught a glimpse of movement, a tall, shadowy figure standing just beyond the clearing. "Who's there?" Jake called out, his voice trembling. The figure didn't respond. Instead, it stepped closer, revealing more of itself in the light. Emily gasped. The figure was enormous, easily over 7 feet tall, with long limbs and a hunched posture. Its skin was pale, almost gray, and its eyes glowed with a menacing yellow light. Before Jake could react, another figure appeared, then another. They surrounded the tent, their faces twisted in a grotesque mix of hunger and anger. "They're human," Jake whispered, though he didn't believe it himself. These things looked more like beasts than men. One of the figures lunged forward, tearing through the tent fabric with sharp, claw-like nails. Emily screamed as the creature grabbed Jake, pulling him out into the rain. "Emily, run!" Jake shouted, struggling against the creature's grip. But Emily couldn't move. Fear paralyzed her as she watched Jake being dragged into the darkness. The creature's snarls and grunts echoed through the forest, drowning out Jake's cries. Finally, her survival instincts kicked in. She scrambled out of the torn tent, running blindly through the forest, the rain stinging her skin. The trees blurred past her as she stumbled over roots and rocks, her breath coming in ragged gasps. But no matter how fast she ran, she could hear them behind her, chasing, closing in. Emily didn't know how long she had been running when she finally collapsed against a tree, her lungs burning, her legs giving out beneath her. The rain had slowed to a drizzle, but the air was thick with mist, obscuring everything around her. For a moment, there was silence. She dared to hope that she had lost them. Then, out of the mist, a hand shot out, grabbing her by the throat and slamming her against the tree. Emily choked, her hands clawing at the fingers wrapped around her neck. She looked up into the eyes of one of the creatures, and for the first time she saw it clearly. It was a man, or had been once. His face was gaunt, the skin stretched tight over his bones, and his mouth was filled with sharp, broken teeth. His eyes, once human, were now wild and animalistic. There was no humanity left in him, only a primal, savage hunger. He leaned in close, sniffing her hair like a predator sizing up its prey. "You shouldn't have come here," he growled, his voice low and guttural. Emily tried to speak, to beg for her life, but the words wouldn't come. She could feel herself slipping into unconsciousness, the edges of her vision going dark. But then, just as suddenly as he had grabbed her, the creature let go. Emily collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. She looked up to see the other creatures had arrived, their eyes fixed on her with a terrifying intensity. "She's not the one we want," one of them snarled. "Where's the other?" "Let her go," another one hissed. "She's useless to us." Emily didn't wait to hear more. She forced herself to her feet and ran again, tears streaming down her face. But the forest seemed endless, and no matter how far she went, she couldn't escape the sounds of pursuit. Emily didn't know how she found her way back to the clearing where their camp had been, but when she arrived, she wished she hadn't. Jake was there, but he was no longer fighting. He lay on the ground, barely conscious, surrounded by the creatures. They had built a fire, and the flames cast eerie shadows on their faces, making them look even more monstrous. One of the creatures, the leader, held a long, curved knife. He began chanting in a language Emily didn't understand, and the others joined in, their voices rising in a chilling harmony. Emily watched in horror as the leader raised the knife high above his head, preparing to plunge it into Jake's chest. "No!" she screamed, rushing forward. but she was too late. The knife came down, and Jake's scream was cut short as the blade pierced his heart. The chanting grew louder, more frenzied, and Emily could feel the air around her grow heavy with a malevolent energy. The creatures began to change, their bodies shifting and contorting in ways that defied nature. They were becoming something else, something far more terrifying. Emily fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. She had failed. She couldn't save Jake, and now she was going to die too. But the creatures didn't turn on her. Instead, they began to retreat into the shadows, their grotesque forms fading into the darkness. The leader was the last to leave. He paused, looking down at Emily with a twisted smile. "The woods never forget," he whispered, "and neither will you." Then he was gone, leaving Emily alone in the clearing with Jake's lifeless body. Emily sat in the clearing for hours, unable to move, unable to think. The rain had stopped, and the forest was silent once more, but the silence was worse than the noise. It was oppressive, suffocating. Eventually, she forced herself to stand. She had to leave. She couldn't stay here, not with Jake's body lying in the dirt, a grim reminder of what had happened. But as she turned to leave, something caught her eye. A mark on the ground, just beside Jake's body. It was a symbol, carved into the earth with precision. A circle with strange, intricate patterns inside it. She didn't know what it meant, but she knew it wasn't good. It was a mark, a sign of something far more sinister at work in these woods. Emily stumbled back to the road, barely able to stay on her feet. She didn't look back. She couldn't. But as she walked, she could feel the weight of those eyes on her, watching her every step, waiting for the right moment to strike again. Emily never spoke of what happened in the woods. When the authorities found her, she was incoherent, babbling about monsters and rituals. They assumed she had gone mad, traumatized by the loss of her fiancé. But Emily knew the truth. She knew that the woods were alive, that the creatures that lived there were waiting, watching, biding their time. She knew that she had been marked, that the symbol she had seen in the clearing was a curse, one that would follow her for the rest of her life. She moved to a new city, far away from the forest, but she could never escape the feeling that she was being watched. Every shadow, every rustle of leaves, every creak of a floorboard at night. It all reminded her of that night, of the creatures that had taken Jake from her. And she was right to be afraid. Because the woods never forget, and neither do the things that dwell within them. One night, as she lay in bed, she heard it again, a low, guttural growl, just outside her window. Emily's heart stopped. She knew what it meant. They had found her. She got up slowly, her hands shaking as she reached for the doorknob. There was no point in running. She knew that now. They would always find her. As she opened the door, she saw them, tall, shadowy figures standing at the edge of her vision, their eyes glowing with that same menacing yellow light. The leader stepped forward, his twisted smile as terrifying as ever. "The woods never forget," he whispered again, and this time Emily knew it was true. Because in the end, there is no escape. The woods are always watching, always waiting, and they will come for you, no matter where you hide. The last thing Emily heard was the sound of footsteps, heavy and deliberate, as the creatures moved closer. The last thing she saw was the leader's eyes, glowing in the darkness. And then there was nothing but the night and the sound of the woods, whispering their eternal curse. Now, let's dive into the fourth creepy story. Are you ready to be scared? Falling in love with Lilith was like stepping into a dream. She was everything I never thought I deserved. Sharp-witted, beautiful in a way that felt almost otherworldly, and with an air of mystery that pulled me in deeper every day. Our time together in college was intoxicating, and I found myself helplessly drawn to her like a moth to a flame. It all seemed perfect until the night she invited me to her place. The invitation came casually, as if she had done it 1,000 times before. But the way her eyes lingered on mine, the faint smile that played at the corners of her lips, it felt like a silent challenge, one I was too blinded by infatuation to refuse. I arrived at her home just after sunset, the sky bleeding out the last light of day. Her house was nestled at the edge of the woods, its exterior seemingly untouched by time, an old, almost Gothic structure that stood in stark contrast to the modern world I knew. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with the scent of incense, and dim candlelight cast flickering shadows on the walls. She greeted me with that enigmatic smile, her eyes glinting in the low light. "I'm glad you came, Jacob," she said, her voice as smooth and alluring as ever. She led me to the living room, where a fire crackled warmly in the hearth. A glass of wine was already waiting for me on the table, and though I noticed she wasn't drinking herself, I didn't think much of it. I took a sip, and we began to talk, the conversation flowing as easily as it always did. But then, slowly, I started to feel strange. The room seemed to tilt, the fire's light stretching and warping before my eyes. My limbs grew heavy, my head swimming in a fog I couldn't shake. Panic fluttered in my chest, but before I could make sense of what was happening, everything went dark. When I woke, I was no longer in her living room. Cold stone pressed against my back, and the scent of damp earth filled my nostrils. I blinked rapidly, trying to clear my vision, only to realize I was lying in the center of a dark, circular room. The walls were lined with strange symbols, etched deep into the stone, and the only light came from candles that seemed to flicker with an unnatural intensity. I tried to move, but my arms and legs were bound, held fast by thick ropes that dug painfully into my skin. Panic surged through me as I struggled against my restraints, my breath coming in short, desperate gasps. That's when I saw her. Lilith stood at the edge of the circle, her eyes devoid of the warmth I once thought I saw in them. Her expression was cold, almost clinical, as she watched me struggle. But there was something else in her gaze, something dark and hungry. "You should have stayed away," she murmured, almost to herself. "But men like you are so easy to manipulate, always thinking with your heart instead of your head." "Lilith, please," I begged, my voice hoarse with fear. "What's going on? Let me go." She didn't respond. Instead, she began to chant, her voice low and melodic, speaking words that sent a chill down my spine. As she spoke, the symbols on the walls began to glow, casting the room in an eerie, pulsating light. I screamed for help, but the walls seemed to absorb the sound, leaving me alone with the echo of my own terror. The light from the symbols grew brighter, more intense, until it felt like the very air was vibrating with energy. And then I saw it, something moving in the shadows, just beyond the circle of light. My heart pounded in my chest as the shape drew closer, revealing itself inch by inch. It was a creature, unlike anything I had ever seen. Its body was a twisted mass of sinew and bone, its skin slick and black like oil. Its face, or what should have been a face, was a grotesque mockery of human features, eyes too wide, mouth too large, filled with jagged, dripping teeth. The creature let out a low, guttural growl, and the sound reverberated through the room, shaking the very ground beneath me. My blood ran cold as it stepped closer, its eyes locked on mine with a malevolent intelligence that spoke of unimaginable cruelty. "Lilith, please!" I cried again, tears streaming down my face. "Please, don't do this!" But she simply watched, her expression unchanging, as the creature reached out a hand, or a claw, I couldn't tell, to touch the edge of the circle. The light flared in response, and I felt a jolt of pain shoot through my body, as if the very air around me was trying to tear me apart. The creature roared, a sound so loud and filled with rage that it seemed to pierce my soul. And then, to my horror, it stepped into the circle, the light shattering like glass as it crossed the boundary. I screamed, thrashing against the ropes with all my might, but it was no use. The creature loomed over me, its eyes burning with a hunger that made my stomach churn. It reached down, its clawed hand wrapping around my throat, and I felt my breath being squeezed from my lungs. This was it. This was how I would die. But then, as the darkness closed in, I saw something in Lilith's eyes. A flicker of doubt, of hesitation. It was brief, almost imperceptible, but it was enough to make the creature pause, its grip loosening ever so slightly. "Lilith," I gasped, my voice barely a whisper. "You don't have to do this." For a moment, just a moment, I thought I saw her resolve waver. But then, just as quickly, it hardened again, and she turned away, leaving me alone with the monster. I felt a rush of cold air as the creature let out another roar, and then everything went black. When I woke again, I was back in my own bed, the early morning light filtering through the curtains. My heart was pounding, my body drenched in sweat, but when I looked around, everything seemed normal. Had it all been a nightmare? A vivid, terrifying dream? But as I sat up, wincing at the pain in my limbs, I noticed something on my bedside table. A small, black stone, etched with the same symbols I had seen on the walls of that dark room. I reached out to touch it, and the moment my fingers made contact, a jolt of energy shot through me sprawling back onto the bed. And that's when I knew. It hadn't been a dream. It was real. And whatever Lilith had done, whatever that creature was, it wasn't over. The next night, as I lay in bed, too afraid to sleep, I heard it, the low, guttural growl of the creature, echoing through the darkness. It was coming for me. And this time, there would be no escape. We've made it to the last story of the night. This final tale is the scariest one yet, guaranteed to give you chills. I was always chasing the next big story, the one that would get me noticed. So when my editor asked me to investigate rumors of malpractice at St. Mary's Hospital, I jumped at the chance. The hospital had been in the news recently. Patients dying under mysterious circumstances, doctors accused of negligence, and whispers of something darker happening behind closed doors. I spent the day interviewing families, staff, and even patients who had lost loved ones. They all told similar stories. Doctors who were absent during critical moments, nurses who ignored cries for help, and a sense of despair that permeated the hospital. But there was one place no one wanted to talk about: the basement. They called it the Silent Wing, a part of the hospital that had been closed off for years. Rumor had it that it was where the worst of the negligence happened, where patients went in and never came out. I knew I had to see it for myself. That night, I returned to St. Mary's. The hospital was eerily quiet, the fluorescent lights flickering in the empty hallways. I made my way to the basement, my heart pounding in my chest. The door to the Silent Wing was rusty and half-hinged, as if it hadn't been opened in years. I hesitated for a moment, but then I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The air was thick with dust and the smell of decay. The walls were lined with old, yellowed medical charts, and broken equipment lay scattered across the floor. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing empty hospital beds and overturned gurneys. I moved deeper into the basement, the silence pressing in around me. But then I heard it, a faint sound, like whispering coming from the far end of the hallway. I followed the sound, my hands shaking as I gripped my flashlight. The whispering grew louder as I approached a door at the end of the hall. It was slightly ajar, and I could see a dim light coming from inside. I pushed the door open, and what I saw made my blood run cold. The room was filled with old patient files, scattered haphazardly on the floor. But that wasn't what terrified me. In the center of the room stood a figure, its back turned to me. It was tall and gaunt, its body covered in what looked like tattered hospital robes. I tried to back away, but my feet felt glued to the floor. The figure began to turn slowly, and when it finally faced me, I stifled a scream. Its face was a grotesque mask of decay, skin peeling away to reveal raw flesh beneath. Its eyes were hollow, empty sockets, and yet I could feel its gaze burning into me. The whispering grew louder, filling my ears with a cacophony of voices, all speaking at once, all accusing, all angry. I turned to run, but the door slammed shut behind me, trapping me inside with the creature. It moved toward me, its movements jerky and unnatural, like a puppet on strings. My flashlight flickered and died, plunging the room into darkness. But I could still hear it, the sound of its raspy breathing growing closer, the smell of death overwhelming me. I backed into a corner, desperate to escape, but there was nowhere to go. The whispers reached a crescendo, and then I felt it. Cold, clammy hands grabbing me, pulling me down to the floor. I struggled, kicking and screaming, but the hands were too strong. I could feel them dragging me into the darkness, into the void. When I woke up, I was lying on a hospital bed, my body stiff and sore. The room was bright, sterile, the complete opposite of the basement. I looked around, confused, disoriented. A doctor stood at the foot of my bed, his expression unreadable. "You're lucky to be alive," he said, his voice calm, almost mechanical. "What happened?" I asked, my voice hoarse. The doctor didn't answer. Instead, he handed me a folder, the same one I had seen in the basement. I opened it, my hands trembling. Inside were photos of me. The first one was from the day I had arrived at the hospital, but the others, they were different. In each photo, I was lying in a hospital bed, tubes and wires connected to my body. The final photo was of me, lying motionless, my eyes closed, as if I were dead. I looked up at the doctor, fear gripping my heart. "What is this?" He smiled, a cold, sinister smile. "You were one of our patients, Mr. Harris. You've been here for a long time." "No," I whispered, shaking my head. "That's impossible. I'm a journalist. I came here to investigate." The doctor's smile widened. "You've been a patient here for years, Mr. Harris. The doctors, they weren't neglecting their duties. They were trying to save you." My mind raced, memories flooding back, flashes of pain, of doctors standing over me, of machines beeping. But those memories were fragmented, disjointed. The doctor leaned in close, his breath cold against my skin. "But you never survived, Mr. Harris. You died on that operating table years ago." I felt the blood drain from my face as the truth settled in. I hadn't come to investigate the hospital. I had come to die. The doctor's eyes glinted with malice as he stepped back, and the room around me began to change. The walls darkened, the sterile light flickering, and I was back in the basement, back in the silent wing. The figure stood before me again, its hollow eyes staring into mine. And then, in a voice that sent chills down my spine, it spoke. "Welcome home, Mr. Harris. You'll be staying with us. Forever." I tried to scream, but no sound came out. The darkness closed in around me, the cold hands grabbing me once more, pulling me into the void. And this time, I knew there was no escape. St. Mary's Hospital had claimed another soul, and I was doomed to walk its haunted halls, just another lost spirit trapped in the silent wing, waiting for the next unfortunate visitor to join me. From the very start, life was cruel. I was different, and my classmates made sure I knew it. Born with a slight physical deformity, I became the target of relentless bullying. Teased, mocked, and isolated, I grew up with a festering resentment. While others saw a frail boy, inside I was a storm waiting to be unleashed. My childhood was a nightmare. Every day at school was a battleground. My classmates, who called me freak, found joy in my pain. The teachers, either oblivious or indifferent, offered no refuge. My only solace was in my escape into movies, particularly horror films. The more I watched, the more I identified with the villains. They were powerful, feared, and most importantly, they always had the last laugh. By the time I turned 25, I had grown into a quiet, unassuming man. On the surface, I appeared to have moved on, but the scars of my past were deep. One night, while watching yet another horror film, inspiration struck. I would become the monster they feared. I would take my revenge, meticulously planned and executed, inspired by the very movies that had once been my escape. I began to craft my plan. Using the knowledge I had gained from years of watching horror films, I set about creating a detailed strategy for my revenge. I tracked down my former tormentors on social media, learning everything about their current lives. The thrill of watching their online personas, so far removed from the cruelty of their past, fueled my desire for vengeance. One by one, I lured them into my web. Greg, the ringleader, was the first. Using a fake business deal, I enticed him to an abandoned warehouse. Samantha, the queen bee, fell for a promise of a lucrative modeling contract. Mark, the jock, was captured after hours at his gym. Each abduction was a masterpiece of manipulation, inspired by the horrors I had seen on screen. I transformed each location into a personal hell for my captives. Greg found himself in a room lined with mirrors, forced to confront his reflection as I subjected him to psychological torture. Samantha was trapped in a soundproofed room where recordings of her own taunts played on a loop. Mark, the fitness fanatic, was strapped to a makeshift operating table in a decrepit farmhouse, his muscles becoming tools of torment. Each scenario was filmed, my face hidden behind a sinister clown mask. I posted the videos on Facebook under the username The Joker, warning others that this was just the beginning. Emily was the 13th target, a girl who had once been my friend, but had turned against me to fit in with the popular crowd. Luring her to the same warehouse, I prepared to film my latest act of revenge. But, unbeknownst to me, Tyler, an old classmate who had grown increasingly disturbed by the Joker's escalating brutality, decided he couldn't stay silent any longer. Tyler, horrified by the latest video, reported the Joker to the police, providing them with the Facebook conversations and hints of my whereabouts. The police, using Tyler's information, managed to trace the Joker's IP address. As I prepared to torture Emily, the warehouse was suddenly surrounded by flashing blue and red lights. The police had found me. Realizing my time was up, I attempted to flee, but there was no escape. I was cornered and arrested, my reign of terror brought to an abrupt end. In the end, I became what I had always feared, a monster. My actions left a trail of devastation and horror, a grim reminder of the destructive power of unchecked pain and resentment. While my former tormentors had been brought to a gruesome end, their fates were a stark warning of what can happen when the seeds of darkness are allowed to grow unchecked. As I sat in my prison cell, the reality of my actions sank in. The faces of my victims haunted my every waking moment, their screams echoing in my mind. I had become a symbol of terror, a dark legend whispered among the inmates of the prison where I would spend the rest of my days. The Joker's reign was over, but the fear I instilled lingered, a chilling reminder of the horrors that can lurk behind a seemingly ordinary face. Days turned into weeks, and the media coverage of my crimes slowly faded. One evening, as I sat alone in my cell, I overheard the guards talking. A new Facebook user had emerged, going by the name The Joker 2.0. The news sent a shiver down my spine. This new user was reportedly inspired by my actions, claiming to continue my work. The horror I had unleashed had taken on a life of its own, infecting others with the same darkness that had consumed me. I stared at the cold, gray walls of my cell, realizing that my legacy was far worse than I had ever intended. My acts of revenge had not only destroyed my tormentors, but had sown the seeds of terror in countless others. The Joker 2.0 was out there, ready to continue the cycle of horror, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. My story was ending, but a new one was beginning, more terrifying than I could have ever imagined. Get ready for the next story that will send chills down your spine. It started on a breezy autumn afternoon, the kind where the crispness in the air feels like a promise of change. Olivia, a 10-year-old girl with bright, inquisitive eyes, began spending her days digging tiny holes in the backyard. At first, it seemed innocent enough. Her mother, Laura, thought nothing of it, assuming it was just another one of Olivia's whimsical activities. But the more Olivia dug, the deeper the holes became. The once pristine lawn began to look like a battlefield, pockmarked with irregular patches of disturbed soil. Laura would catch glimpses of her daughter hunched over the earth, her small hands working tirelessly, and she couldn't help but feel a shiver of unease. One evening, Laura found herself in the kitchen preparing dinner. The fading light cast long shadows across the room. Olivia, wearing a smudged pink dress and dirt-caked sneakers, wandered into the house with a solemn expression. "Olivia, what are you doing out there? Why all the digging?" Laura asked, her voice tinged with concern. Olivia looked up, her blue eyes vacant and distant. "Mr. Johnny told me to bury my dolls tonight," she said in a tone that was eerily calm. "Tomorrow night I'm going to bury our dog, and then you, Mother." Laura laughed nervously, thinking it was a bizarre joke. "Well, that's a strange thing to say, but why don't you come inside and wash up? It's almost dinner time." Olivia's gaze lingered for a moment, and Laura couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. The next few days were a blur of unsettling occurrences. Olivia's behavior grew more peculiar. She refused to talk about Mr. Johnny, the figure she frequently mentioned in her conversations. Laura's attempts to learn more about this mysterious individual were met with dead ends. No one in the neighborhood seemed to know of a Mr. Johnny, and Olivia's friends only spoke of him in hushed tones, if at all. The backyard became a macabre display of Olivia's fixation. Tiny dolls, now wrapped in grimy fabric, were buried with meticulous care. The dog, a loyal golden retriever named Max, seemed to grow increasingly anxious, his eyes darting nervously towards the backyard. Laura, plagued by sleepless nights and mounting worry, decided to confront Olivia. She found her daughter sitting in the dirt, her hands stained and trembling. "Olivia, you need to stop this. You're scaring me. Who is Mr. Johnny, and why is he telling you to do these things?" Laura pleaded. Olivia's eyes, once so full of innocent curiosity, now held a glint of something dark and unrecognizable. "Mr. Johnny is my friend. He's going to help me with the important task." Despite Laura's attempts to reason with her, Olivia remained adamant. The unsettling rituals continued, and the air around their home grew heavy with a sense of foreboding. The following night, Laura awoke to a frantic scratching at her bedroom door. Her heart raced as she opened it, expecting to find Max, the dog. Instead, Olivia stood there, clutching a dirty shovel, her face illuminated by the faint moonlight. "Mom, I need your help," Olivia whispered, her voice trembling. Laura, half asleep and disoriented, followed Olivia outside. The backyard had been transformed into a grim graveyard. Each tiny hole was filled with strange symbols carved into the soil. In the center of the yard stood a larger pit, its depth and width far surpassing the others. "What is this, Olivia?" Laura demanded, her voice breaking. "I'm almost done," Olivia said. "Mr. Johnny says it's time for the final step." Laura's heart pounded as she looked into her daughter's eyes. The innocence she had once seen was replaced by a chilling emptiness. Fearful for her safety, Laura decided to take Olivia back inside. But as she turned to go, the ground beneath them shifted, and a low, guttural voice echoed through the night air. "Stay away from my work." Laura froze, her blood turning cold. The voice seemed to come from the depths of the earth, and as she turned back, she saw shadows coiling around the pit, taking on an almost human form. The figure was indistinct, but unmistakably menacing. "Mr. Johnny?" Laura's voice quivered. The shadowy figure moved closer, its presence cold and suffocating. Olivia remained unmoved, her gaze fixed on the dark shape. "Leave now," the voice commanded, "or become part of the work." Laura's mind raced as she tried to make sense of the situation. The shadows seemed to pulsate with a life of their own, and she realized the horror she was facing. Mr. Johnny was not a mere figment of Olivia's imagination, but an entity of malevolent power. The following day, Laura made a desperate attempt to leave the house with Olivia and Max. As she packed their things, Olivia's voice came from behind her, calm and serene. "Mom, Mr. Johnny says it's time." Before Laura could react, the ground trembled. The backyard pit had expanded, and the shadows seemed to seep into the house. Olivia's voice turned cold and authoritative. "You've disobeyed Mr. Johnny. Now you must stay." Laura's attempts to escape were futile. The shadowy figure surrounded her, its tendrils pulling her back toward the pit. Max barked frantically, but the creature was indifferent to the dog's pleas. In a final act of desperation, Laura tried to reason with Olivia. "Please, Olivia, you don't understand. This isn't right. We need to leave." But Olivia's eyes, devoid of emotion, remained fixed on the pit. "Mr. Johnny's work is almost complete." Laura felt herself being drawn toward the edge of the pit. The shadows enveloped her, and she could feel the icy grip of Mr. Johnny's presence. The earth seemed to churn beneath her, and with a final, heart-wrenching scream, Laura was swallowed by the darkness. As the sun rose, the backyard was eerily quiet. The pit had been filled, and the shadows had receded. Olivia, now alone, stood in the center of the yard, her face expressionless. Max lay beside her, his eyes sad and resigned. Laura's disappearance was reported, and the backyard was excavated, but no evidence was found. The authorities could only speculate about what had happened, and the case remained unsolved. In the years that followed, the house was abandoned, and the yard remained undisturbed. Local legends spoke of the girl who buried her family and the sinister figure known as Mr. Johnny. As the seasons changed and the earth continued to shift, the whispers of Mr. Johnny persisted, carried by the wind through the desolate yard, waiting for the next soul to heed his call. Years later, the story of Olivia and Mr. Johnny became a cautionary tale among local children. Some claimed to hear the whisper of the shadowy figure in the dead of night, while others spoke of eerie, inexplicable occurrences near the abandoned house. A new family moved into the house, unaware of its dark past. As they settled in, their children began to dig in the backyard, their innocent laughter mingling with the wind. Unseen, the shadows of Mr. Johnny stirred, and the cycle of darkness began anew. The tale of Olivia and Mr. Johnny continued to haunt the town, a grim reminder that some evils are buried deep but never truly gone. It's time for the third story of the night. I had always prided myself on being a kind-hearted soul. Raised in a small town where everyone knew each other, I was taught to help those in need. One crisp autumn afternoon, while walking home from my job at the local library, I encountered an elderly woman standing by the roadside, looking lost and disoriented. "Excuse me, dear," the old woman called out, her voice trembling with age and worry. "I'm afraid I've lost my way. Could you help me get home?" My heart instantly went out to the frail figure. "Of course, ma'am. Where do you live?" The old woman introduced herself as Mrs. Agnes Whitaker and explained that she lived just a few streets over. I offered her my arm, and together we slowly made our way to Mrs. Whitaker's quaint, ivy-covered house. "Why don't you come in for a cup of tea as a thank you?" Mrs. Whitaker suggested, her eyes twinkling with gratitude. I hesitated for a moment, but then smiled and agreed. Little did I know, this decision would plunge me into a nightmarish ordeal. Inside, the house was charmingly decorated with vintage furniture and the comforting aroma of freshly brewed tea. Mrs. Whitaker bustled about in the kitchen, her movements surprisingly spry for her age. I took a seat in the cozy living room, admiring the collection of antique knickknacks. "Here you go, dear," Mrs. Whitaker said, handing me a delicate porcelain cup filled with steaming tea. "Thank you again for your kindness." I sipped the tea, finding it slightly bitter, but politely smiling as I drank. We chatted about mundane things, the weather, the town, until my vision started to blur. Panic set in as I realized something was terribly wrong. Before I could react, darkness enveloped me, and I slumped unconscious in the armchair. When I awoke, I found myself in a dimly lit basement, the cold concrete floor sending shivers through my body. My wrists and ankles were shackled, the chains restricting my movements. Disoriented and terrified, I looked around and saw another young woman, similarly bound, stirring awake nearby. "Where are we?" she groaned, her voice weak with fear. "I don't know," I replied, trying to keep my own fear in check. "I'm Samantha. Who are you?" "Emily," the woman answered. "I was just walking home, and now, this." The sound of creaking footsteps on the stairs made us both fall silent. Mrs. Whitaker appeared at the top of the stairs, her kindly demeanor replaced by a sinister smile. "Good, you're awake," she said, descending the steps with eerie calmness. "Welcome to my home." Emily and I struggled against our chains, but it was no use. Mrs. Whitaker watched us with a cold, calculating gaze. "I need you to build something for me," she said, her voice devoid of emotion. She gestured to a pile of wooden boards, nails, and tools in the corner of the basement. "You're going to build your own coffins. If you refuse, you'll suffer." We exchanged horrified glances. "We won't do it," I said defiantly. Mrs. Whitaker's eyes narrowed. Without a word, she produced a thin rod and struck me across the back, causing me to cry out in pain. Emily screamed, tears streaming down her face. "You will do as I say," Mrs. Whitaker hissed, her voice icy, "or this will be the least of your suffering." Defeated and broken, Emily and I began to work on the coffins, our hands shaking with fear and pain. The basement echoed with the sound of hammers and saws, a grim reminder of our impending fate. Days passed, and we grew weaker, our spirits nearly crushed. But my mind worked tirelessly, searching for a way out. I noticed a loose stone in the wall and began to formulate a plan. One night, while Mrs. Whitaker was upstairs, I whispered to Emily, "We have to fight back. There's a loose stone in the wall. We might be able to use it to escape." Emily, though terrified, nodded in agreement. Together, we worked to pry the stone free. our desperation fueling our efforts. As we were prying the stone, the basement door creaked open unexpectedly. We froze, our hearts pounding. Mrs. Whitaker's face appeared at the top of the stairs, illuminated by a flickering candle. "What are you two up to?" she hissed, descending the steps. Her eyes gleamed with malice. Just as she reached us, a deafening bang echoed through the basement as the stone fell to the floor, and she let out a blood-curdling scream, lunging at us. The candle fell, plunging us into darkness. We fought her off desperately, the struggle chaotic and frenzied in the pitch-black basement. Just as we thought we had subdued her, another figure appeared at the top of the stairs. A hulking man, his apron stained with blood, stared down at us with cold, dead eyes. "My mother has always been a bit too soft," he growled, his voice a deep, menacing rumble. "But don't worry, I'll take care of you now." Emily and I scrambled to our feet, adrenaline surging through our veins. The butcher, Mrs. Whitaker's son, descended the stairs, his massive frame casting a terrifying shadow. We fought with every ounce of strength we had left. The basement was a chaos of thrashing limbs, crashing objects, and desperate cries. I managed to grab a loose board, swinging it with all my might. The butcher's son staggered but didn't fall. Emily found a rusted nail and drove it into his leg. He roared in pain, giving us a brief moment of advantage. We ran towards the stairs, but Mrs. Whitaker grabbed Emily's ankle, yanking her back down. I turned, my heart pounding, and swung the board again, hitting Mrs. Whitaker. She crumpled, giving Emily the chance to escape her grip. We bolted up the stairs, slamming the door behind us. We barricaded the door with a heavy dresser, our breaths coming in ragged gasps. The butcher pounded on the door, his strength threatening to break through. "We have to find a way out," Emily panted, her eyes wide with fear. I spotted a window and rushed to it, prying it open with trembling hands. "Come on, Emily, we have to go now." Emily climbed through first, and I followed, just as the butcher broke through the door. We tumbled out into the night, the cold air stinging our lungs. We ran through the woods, branches scratching our skin, our breath visible in the chill night air. We could hear the butcher crashing through the underbrush behind us, his roars echoing through the trees. In the distance, we saw the faint glow of a farmhouse. We sprinted towards it, hope driving us forward. The butcher was gaining on us, his heavy footsteps growing louder. Just as we reached the farmhouse, I tripped, falling hard to the ground. Emily turned back, her face a mask of terror and determination. She helped me up and we stumbled into the farmhouse, slamming the door shut behind us. Inside, the farmhouse was eerily quiet. We found a phone and called the police, our voices trembling as we explained our ordeal. The butcher's pounding on the door grew more frantic, but the farmhouse was sturdy, the door holding firm. The police arrived quickly, their lights flashing through the night. The butcher was apprehended, his face twisted in rage as they led him away. Mrs. Whitaker was found in the basement, unconscious but alive, and was taken into custody. Emily and I were taken to the hospital, our injuries treated and our statements taken. The town was in shock, the true horror of the Whitaker family unveiled. Our ordeal left deep scars, both physical and emotional. But in the aftermath, Emily and I formed an unbreakable bond, supporting each other through the long process of healing. We became advocates for safety and awareness, ensuring that Mrs. Whitaker's evil would never be forgotten. Ravenswood, once a quiet and trusting town, became a place of vigilance and care. its residents forever changed by the horrors that had lurked within their midst. And I, though haunted by the memories of the basement, found strength in knowing that I had survived, and that I would never again be taken by surprise. Months later, as I was settling into a new apartment, trying to rebuild my life, I received a package with no return address. Inside was a small, ornate box. Hesitant, I opened it to find a delicate porcelain teacup, the same one from Mrs. Whitaker's house. My blood ran cold as a chilling whisper echoed through the room. "We're not finished yet, dear." Now, let's dive into the fourth creepy story. My sister Sarah always spoke about the monster in her closet. I dismissed it as a child's imagination. Sarah was 8, with curly blonde hair and wide, innocent eyes that shimmered with curiosity and a hint of fear whenever she talked about the creature. "Ellie," she would whisper to me at night, clutching her stuffed bunny, "the monster talks to me. It says it lives in the dark, waiting." I'd smile and ruffle her hair. "There's no monster, Sarah. Just your clothes and toys. Go to sleep." But the whispers grew more persistent. Sarah became obsessed with the closet, often found sitting in front of it, talking in hushed tones. She seemed to be having conversations with someone I couldn't see. The more I tried to comfort her, the more distant she became, as if the monster had its claws deep into her mind. Sarah's fixation with the closet only intensified. On the night before her 9th birthday, she came to my room, her eyes wide with terror. "Ellie, tomorrow's my birthday," she said, her voice trembling. "The monster said it will come out. It promised." I hugged her tightly, feeling the cold sweat on her skin. "It's just a nightmare, Sarah. I'll stay with you tonight. Nothing will happen." That night, we slept in the Sam bed, her tiny body curled against mine. But my sleep was restless, filled with unsettling dreams of shadows creeping from the closet, whispers filling the air. The morning of Sarah's birthday dawned gray and gloomy, the weather matching the unease that had settled in our house. Sarah's usual excitement for her special day was replaced by a quiet dread. I tried to cheer her up, decorating the living room with balloons and streamers, but she barely smiled. As the day wore on, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Sarah avoided her room entirely, her eyes constantly darting to the hallway that led to it. That evening, after the cake was eaten and the presents were opened, Sarah clung to my side. "Ellie, promise you won't leave me alone tonight," she pleaded. I squeezed her hand. "I promise, Sarah." Night fell, and with it came an oppressive silence. Sarah and I huddled together on her bed, the room bathed in the soft glow of a nightlight. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the wind outside, set my nerves on edge. Just after midnight, the air grew colder. Sarah's grip on my hand tightened. The closet door, which we had firmly shut, began to creak open slowly. My heart pounded as I stared at the widening gap, a dark void that seemed to suck the light from the room. From within the darkness, a pair of eyes glowed, reflecting the nightlight's feeble glow. Sarah whimpered, "It's coming, Ellie." A figure emerged, its form shifting and shadowy. It was tall, its limbs too long and thin, its face a grotesque mask of darkness with those gleaming eyes. The monster stepped into the room, its presence suffocating. "Happy birthday, Sarah," it hissed, its voice a raspy whisper that seemed to echo from the depths of the closet. I stood frozen, my body paralyzed with fear as the monster loomed closer. Sarah's grip tightened further, her small body trembling. The monster's eyes never left her, its gaze filled with an unnatural hunger. "Who are you?" I managed to choke out, my voice barely above a whisper. The monster's eyes flicked towards me, and for a moment, I felt its cold, invasive presence in my mind. "I am the guardian of the dark," it whispered, "and Sarah is mine." "No!" I shouted, finding my courage. "You can't have her!" The monster's form flickered, growing more solid and terrifying. "You cannot stop what is meant to be." Sarah, to my horror, stepped forward, her eyes glazed. "Ellie, I have to go with him." I grabbed her arm, pulling her back. "No, Sarah, stay with me." But Sarah's eyes were fixed on the monster. "He promised he wouldn't hurt you if I went willingly." The monster extended a long, bony hand. "Come, Sarah. Your place is with me now." Desperation surged through me. I wasn't going to let this thing take my sister. I reached for the nightstand, grabbing the lamp and hurling it at the monster. It passed through its form, shattering against the wall, but the creature didn't even flinch. "Ellie, stop!" Sarah cried, tears streaming down her face. "He'll hurt you!" I ignored her, pulling her behind me. "You can't have her!" I shouted, my voice breaking. The monster's eyes glowed brighter. "You cannot change destiny." As the creature advanced, I felt an overwhelming force pushing against me. The room seemed to darken, the walls closing in. Sarah screamed, and I clung to her, refusing to let go. In a last, desperate attempt, I pulled Sarah towards the door. But the monster's reach was too fast. It grabbed Sarah, and a cold, sharp pain shot through my arm where its hand brushed against me. "No!" I screamed, pulling with all my strength. The monster's grip tightened and Sarah's eyes filled with sorrow. "I'm sorry, Ellie." With a final, wrenching pull, the monster yanked Sarah from my grasp. She disappeared into the closet, and the door slammed shut with a deafening finality. I pounded on the door, tears blurring my vision. "Sarah! No! Come back!" The silence that followed was suffocating. I collapsed to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. My sister, my Sarah, was gone. The days that followed were a blur of grief and confusion. Sarah was declared missing, and the police searched tirelessly, but there was no trace of her. The closet in her room remained closed, an ominous reminder of that night. Weeks later, on what would have been Sarah's next birthday, I found a note slipped under my bedroom door. It was written in Sarah's handwriting. "Dear Ellie, I am with Mr. Guardian now. He says I have to stay here, but he won't hurt you. Please don't be sad. I will always love you. Love, Sarah." The note chilled me to the bone. My sister was trapped somewhere with a monster, and there was nothing I could do. Months turned into years, and the memory of that night haunted me. But the worst part was the whispers I began to hear in the dark. Voices of other children calling out for help. One night, as I lay in bed, I heard the closet door creak open again. A chill ran down my spine. I turned, and there, standing in the doorway, was a new figure, smaller and younger, with eyes just like Sarah's. "Ellie," it whispered. Mr. Guardian has chosen another. It's your turn. The terror that filled me was indescribable. The cycle of darkness had begun anew. I had always felt like an outsider in the bustling city. The endless noise, the constant rush, and the impersonal interactions wore me down. People seemed to be driven by selfish motives, and I craved peace and solitude. That's why I decided to take a solo camping trip deep into the woods, far away from the chaos of city life. I'm in my early 30s with an unkempt beard and tired eyes that hint at the struggles I've faced. I packed my essentials, including my tent, sleeping bag, and enough supplies to last a week. I hoped that this retreat into nature would help me find clarity and rejuvenate my weary soul. The first few days in the wilderness were blissful. I enjoyed the serenity of the forest, the chirping of birds, and the rustling of leaves. I spent my days hiking, fishing, and reading by the campfire. The isolation gave me a sense of peace I hadn't felt in years. On the fifth night, as I was sitting by the fire, I felt an unusual presence. The air seemed to change, and a strange energy enveloped the clearing. Suddenly, from the shadows, emerged a woman unlike any I had ever seen. She moved with an ethereal grace, her long, dark hair flowing like a river under the moonlight. Her eyes were mesmerizing, and her beauty was otherworldly. "Good evening," she said in a voice as smooth as silk. "My name is Jennifer." I was entranced. I could barely muster a response. Hello," I stammered. "I'm John." Jennifer smiled, a seductive and knowing smile that made my heart race. She sat next to me by the fire, and we talked for hours. She seemed to know everything about me, my dreams, my fears, and my loneliness. Her presence was intoxicating, and I felt a deep connection with her. As the night progressed, Jennifer's allure became irresistible. We moved closer, and under the moonlit sky, we shared a night of passion that felt like a dream. I was lost in the ecstasy of the moment, completely consumed by her. The next morning, I woke up alone. Jennifer was gone, but her scent lingered in the air. I spent the day thinking about her, unable to concentrate on anything else. I felt a strange energy coursing through my veins, a mixture of excitement and unease. That night, Jennifer returned. Once again, we spent the night together, and I felt my energy drain as I succumbed to her charms. This continued for several nights. Each morning, I noticed I was growing weaker. My body was shrinking, and I felt an overwhelming fatigue that seemed to deepen with each encounter. On the sixth night, I noticed something terrifying. My reflection in the river showed a gaunt, almost skeletal figure. My skin was pale, and my eyes were sunken. Panic set in as I realized that Jennifer was not what she seemed. I tried to stay awake, to resist her, but my body betrayed me. That night, as Jennifer approached, she was accompanied by a group of women who looked just as beautiful and enchanting. They surrounded me, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. "Who are you?" I demanded weakly, my voice trembling. Jennifer's smile was chilling. "We are the Sisters of the Night, John, and you, dear, are our sacrifice." The witches chanted in a language I couldn't understand. Their voices echoed through the forest, creating an eerie symphony that made me shiver. They lifted me and carried me to a stone altar deep in the woods. where a large bonfire blazed. Jennifer stood at the center, her beauty now twisted with malevolence. "You have served your purpose, John," she said, her voice devoid of the warmth it once held. "Your life force will make us young and beautiful forever." I struggled, but I was too weak. The witches began their ritual, drawing strange symbols on my skin and chanting incantations. The flames of the bonfire grew higher, casting grotesque shadows that danced around them. Suddenly, one of the witches revealed her true form, a hideous, gnarled creature with sharp teeth and glowing eyes. The others followed suit, their beautiful facades melting away to reveal monstrous visages. My heart pounded in terror as I realized the true horror of my situation. The ritual reached its climax. The witches surrounded me, their eyes glowing with an eerie light. Jennifer stepped forward, holding a dagger made of bone. She chanted an incantation, and as she raised the dagger, I felt a surge of pain and fear. With a swift motion, Jennifer plunged the dagger into my chest. My scream echoed through the forest, but no one was there to hear it. The witches absorbed my life force, their bodies glowing with a dark energy. My vision blurred as my life slipped away, my final thoughts filled with regret and despair. My family never saw me again. Search parties scoured the woods, but there was no trace of me. My disappearance remained a mystery, a ghost story told around campfires. But deep in the forest, the witches thrived. They had their sacrifice, and their beauty and youth were restored. Jennifer and her sisters continued their hunt, luring unsuspecting souls into the woods. And so, the legend of the witches of the forest lived on, a tale of horror and seduction, a reminder of the darkness that lurks just beyond the edge of the light. Get ready for the next story that will send chills down your spine. I lived in a quiet, uneventful suburb where everyone knew everyone, and nothing exciting ever happened. That changed when the old Thompson house was sold. The new neighbor moved in overnight, and from that moment, everything felt different. His name was Mr. Garrett. Tall, with a gaunt frame and piercing blue eyes, he didn't quite fit into our picture-perfect neighborhood. His presence was unsettling. He rarely came outside during the day, and when he did, he moved with an almost unnatural grace. At first, I thought I was being paranoid, but the more I observed, the more convinced I became that something was terribly wrong. It started with the animals. Pets that had roamed freely around the neighborhood began to disappear. First, it was Mrs. Henderson's cat, then the Smith's dog. Each time, the owners were heartbroken and put up missing posters, but no one seemed to find it odd except me. One night, I saw Mr. Garrett in his backyard, crouching over something. It was too dark to see clearly, but the way he moved made my skin crawl. The next morning, there were strange marks on the grass, almost like scorch marks, and an odd, lingering smell in the air. I tried to tell my parents, but they just brushed it off, saying I had an overactive imagination. My friends laughed it off as another one of my crazy theories. But I knew what I saw, and I couldn't shake the feeling that Mr. Garrett was hiding something sinister. Determined to find out the truth, I started keeping a journal of Mr. Garrett's activities. I noted the times he left the house, the strange noises that came from his basement, and the odd visitors who only came at night. I even managed to snap a few photos, but they were always blurry and inconclusive. One evening, as I was peering through my bedroom window, I saw him carrying a large, wriggling sack into his house. My heart pounded in my chest as I grabbed my camera and hurried outside, keeping to the shadows. I crept around to the side of his house and peeked through a crack in the blinds. What I saw nearly made me scream. Mr. Garrett was standing over a table, and on it lay Mrs. Henderson's missing cat, lifeless and mutilated. He was doing something to it, something that looked like a twisted form of taxidermy. I stumbled back, tripping over a garden hose and making a loud noise. The blinds snapped shut, and I knew I had been seen. I ran back to my house, heart racing, and locked the door behind me. I told my parents again, showed them my journal, but they dismissed it as a prank. "You've been watching too many horror movies," my dad said, ruffling my hair. For days, I lived in fear. Mr. Garrett knew I had seen him, and I was terrified of what he might do. I avoided going outside, but I couldn't stop thinking about the animals and what he might be doing to them. My friends teased me, but I no longer cared. I had to do something. One night, I gathered my courage and decided to confront him. Armed with my camera and a flashlight, I snuck into his backyard and made my way to the basement window. I could hear strange noises coming from inside. Low growls and the sound of something heavy being dragged across the floor. I pressed my face to the glass, and my blood ran cold. The basement was filled with cages, each containing a different animal, all of them looking sick and terrified. In the center of the room, Mr. Garrett was hunched over a large workbench, his back to me. He was working on something, muttering under his breath in a language I didn't understand. Suddenly, he turned around and our eyes met. His face twisted into a snarl, and I saw something I hadn't noticed before. His teeth were sharp and jagged, like a predator's. I stumbled back, dropping my flashlight, and ran for my life. I burst into my house, screaming for my parents. They finally saw the fear in my eyes and decided to call the police. When the officers arrived, I led them to Mr. Garrett's house, my heart pounding in my chest. But when they searched the basement, it was empty. The cages were gone, the workbench was clean, and there was no sign of the horrors I had witnessed. Mr. Garrett stood calmly, watching me with those cold blue eyes. "Is this some kind of joke?" he asked the officers, his voice smooth and controlled. "This child has been spying on me and spreading lies." The police took me home, advising my parents to keep a closer watch on me. I felt defeated, but I couldn't let it go. I knew what I had seen, and I knew Mr. Garrett was more than just a strange neighbor. I continued to watch Mr. Garrett, but more cautiously. One night, I saw him leaving the house, carrying another sack. This time, I followed him from a safe distance, my heart pounding with fear and determination. He led me to the edge of the woods, where he disappeared into an old, abandoned cabin. I waited until he was inside, then crept up to the window. Inside, I saw him transforming, his skin rippling and shifting, his teeth growing longer and sharper. He was a monster, and he was preparing for something terrible. I ran back to the neighborhood, my mind racing. I had to stop him, but no one would believe me. In desperation, I broke into the tool shed and grabbed a can of gasoline and a lighter. I knew it was reckless, but I couldn't let him continue his reign of terror. I returned to the cabin and, with shaking hands, poured the gasoline around the perimeter. As I lit the match, I whispered a prayer and threw it onto the soaked wood. Flames erupted, and I ran back, watching as the fire consumed the cabin. The fire department arrived, followed by the police. They found no sign of Mr. Garrett, and the official report stated that the fire was likely caused by vandals. My parents grounded me for my reckless actions, but they couldn't take away the sense of relief I felt. For weeks, I watched the remains of the cabin, expecting the monster to return, but he never did. Life slowly returned to normal, though the memory of Mr. Garrett's monstrous face haunted my dreams. One day, a new family moved into the Thompson house. They were kind and normal, and the neighborhood began to feel safe again. But deep down, I knew the monster was still out there, waiting, and I knew that if he ever returned, I would be ready. Years later, as I moved away for college, I left behind the quiet suburb and the memories of that terrifying summer. But I never forgot. The monster taught me to trust my instincts, to fight for what I believed in, even when no one else would. And I knew that somewhere out there the monster was still lurking, waiting for his next victim, and I would always be watching. It's time for the third story of the night. I've been driving trucks for over 20 years, and I've seen some strange things on the road. But nothing could prepare me for what happened that night on the highway. My name is James Carter, and I'm a long-haul trucker. I've always enjoyed the solitude of the open road, the hum of the engine, and the miles stretching out before me. I'm a big guy, 6 feet tall with a rough beard and calloused hands from years of hard work. My rig is my pride and joy, a gleaming Peterbilt 379 that I've spent countless hours maintaining. I was on a routine delivery, transporting a load of electronics from Chicago to Denver. It was late, and I was ahead of schedule, so I decided to take a detour through a scenic route that wound through dense woods. I had driven this route before, but never this late at night. The sun had long set, and the highway was eerily quiet. The forest loomed on either side, tall trees casting long shadows that seemed to reach out towards the road. My headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. Everything was normal. Just another night on the road, until it wasn't. As I drove, I noticed something strange. The same landmarks kept appearing. An old, dilapidated gas station, a rusted-out car by the side of the road, a peculiar tree with twisted branches. At first, I thought I was just tired, but after passing the same gas station for the third time, I knew something was wrong. Damn it, must have missed a turn, I muttered to myself, pulling over to check my GPS. But my GPS showed me driving in a straight line. Frustrated, I turned the truck around and headed back the way I came, hoping to find a familiar sign or exit. Minutes turned into hours, and no matter how many times I turned around or took different roads, I kept ending up at the same spots. The gas station, the rusted car, the twisted tree, they were always there, mocking me. As the clock struck midnight, my radio started to crackle with static, and an icy chill filled the cab. Suddenly, the engine sputtered and died, leaving me stranded in the middle of the dark highway. I tried the ignition, but the truck wouldn't start. Panic set in as I realized I was completely alone. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out of the cab, the cool night air biting at my skin. I checked the engine, but everything seemed fine. That's when I heard it. A soft, whispering voice carried on the wind. "James!" I whipped around, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. Standing at the edge of the forest was a figure, cloaked in shadows. My heart pounded as I approached cautiously, the light revealing a woman. She was beautiful, with long, flowing hair and piercing green eyes that seemed to glow in the dark. "Who are you?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. She smiled, a haunting smile that sent a shiver down my spine. "I'm Lilith. You seem lost." There was something mesmerizing about her, something that made it hard to look away. She beckoned me to follow her, and against my better judgment, I did. She led me deeper into the woods, the path winding like a serpent through the trees. "Where are you taking me?" I asked, my voice trembling. "To a place where you can rest," she replied cryptically. We arrived at a small clearing where an old, abandoned cabin stood. It looked like it hadn't been lived in for decades. Lilith led me inside, the door creaking ominously as it swung open. The cabin was dimly lit, with old furniture covered in dust and cobwebs. A fireplace crackled with a warm, inviting fire. Despite the eerie atmosphere, I felt strangely at ease. "Sit," Lilith said, motioning to a worn armchair. "You must be tired." I sat down, feeling the weariness of the night wash over me. Lilith moved gracefully around the room, her movements almost hypnotic. She handed me a cup of tea, and I took it, grateful for the warmth. As I sipped the tea, my eyelids grew heavy. Lilith's voice seemed to lull me into a trance. "Rest now, James. Everything will be clear in the morning." I woke with a start, the fire now just embers in the hearth. The cabin was silent, and Lilith was nowhere to be seen. Panic set in as I realized I was still in the woods, still lost. I rushed outside, but the clearing was empty. The truck was gone, and the path we had taken was overgrown, as if it had never been there. Desperation clawed at me as I wandered aimlessly through the forest. The whispers started again, growing louder and more insistent. Shadows moved at the edge of my vision, and I felt an unseen presence watching me. Suddenly, Lilith appeared before me, her eyes now dark and menacing. "You can't leave, James. You belong to us now." A cold hand gripped my heart as the forest came alive with nightmarish figures. They surrounded me, their faces twisted with malice. Lilith's voice echoed in my mind, drowning out my thoughts. "Join us, James. Forever." I bolted, running blindly through the woods, branches tearing at my clothes and skin. I didn't stop until I burst out onto the highway, my truck miraculously parked on the shoulder. The engine roared to life as I jumped in and sped away, not daring to look back. As I drove, the landmarks began to blur and fade. The gas station, the rusted car, the twisted tree, they vanished into the darkness. My heart pounded as I finally saw a familiar exit sign and turned onto a populated road. I didn't stop until I reached a truck stop, the lights a welcome beacon in the night. I parked and stumbled out of the cab, my legs trembling. The other drivers looked at me with concern, but I couldn't bring myself to speak of what had happened. Months have passed, but the memory of that night haunts me. I can still hear Lilith's voice in my dreams, calling me back to the forest. The whispers follow me, no matter how far I drive. I've tried to move on, but a part of me is still lost in those woods, trapped in a ghost's loop. I've shared my story with a few trusted friends, but no one believes me. They say it was just a hallucination, a trick of the mind. But I know the truth. The witch is real, and she's out there, waiting for the next lost soul to wander into her trap. And every time I see a stretch of dark highway, I wonder if I'll find myself back in that forest, caught in an endless loop, forever haunted by the witch's seductive smile. And as I write this, I can hear her whispering my name, beckoning me to return. The thought sends a chill down my spine, but I know one thing for sure. I will never take that detour again. Hello, my lovely family. Tonight, I have 5 scary and unique stories just for you. These tales will make you shiver and help you fall asleep. Before we start, I have a small request. Please like this video and subscribe to the channel. Your support helps me make more spooky stories. If you have any story ideas, leave a comment below. Now, let's begin. I had always considered myself a rational person, grounded in the present with little patience for the supernatural or fantastical. So, when I received that call, I was certain it was some sort of elaborate prank or a bizarre mistake. It was a rainy Thursday evening when the phone rang. I was alone in my small, dimly lit apartment, sprawled on the couch with a book. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number, one I didn't recognize. Frowning, I picked up the receiver, wrong number. "Hello?" I answered, my voice hesitant. The voice on the other end was a low, tense whisper. "Emily, it's me. It's you." I froze. The voice was identical to mine, yet strained, urgent. "Who is this?" The voice sighed, a weary sound that seemed to come from deep within. "I don't have much time. You need to listen to me. I'm you from the future. There's a killer coming for you." A cold shiver ran down my spine. This isn't funny. Who is this really? "Emily, I'm serious. I'm you from 2 weeks ahead. I'm calling because I need to warn you. There's a killer who's going to come after you tonight. You have to do exactly as I say if you want to stay alive." I almost hung up, dismissing the call as an elaborate hoax. But something in the voice, an edge of desperation, made me hesitate. Why should I believe you? I can't explain everything now. Just listen. You have to lock all the doors and windows. Don't open them for anyone. Don't answer the door. And whatever you do, don't go outside. Why are you calling me? If you're me, then you know I have no reason to trust. Because I made mistakes. The voice cut in, more urgent now. I didn't listen to myself, and that's why I'm dead. You're my last chance. I'm running out of time. Please. The line went dead, leaving me with a deafening silence. My heart pounded in my chest, and I felt the weight of the warning bearing down on me. I glanced around my apartment, trying to dismiss the growing sense of dread. It was absurd to think that a call from my future self could be real. Still, I couldn't shake the eerie feeling that something was very wrong. I moved quickly to lock all the doors and windows, the storm outside providing a chilling backdrop to my frantic movements. I even checked under the beds and inside closets, trying to convince myself I was overreacting. As I finished securing the apartment, I heard a knock at the door. My breath caught in my throat. I glanced at the clock. It was almost exactly the time my future self had warned me about. My hand trembled as I approached the door, peeking through the peephole. Through the distorted lens, I saw a figure standing in the hallway, barely illuminated by the flickering light bulb. My stomach churned with anxiety, and I stepped back from the door, my pulse racing. The figure moved away, and the knock ceased. I stood frozen, straining to hear any sounds from the hallway. Minutes passed, each one stretching into an eternity. The storm outside grew fiercer, with rain pelting the windows and wind howling through the cracks. My anxiety mounted with each gust of wind. The only sound I could hear was the relentless thrum of the rain. Suddenly, the lights went out, plunging the apartment into darkness. I fumbled for my phone to use as a flashlight, its faint glow casting eerie shadows on the walls. My mind raced with thoughts of the killer, the future warning, and the impending danger. Another knock at the door. This one was louder, more insistent. My breathing grew shallow, my hands shaking as I moved closer to the door. I knew I had to stay hidden, to follow the instructions from the voice on the phone. Then, I heard a scraping sound coming from the window in the living room. The window was locked. I remembered checking it, but the noise grew louder, more frantic. Panic surged through me. Someone, or something, was trying to get in. I reached for the phone to call the police, but the screen was blank. The storm must have knocked out the power, leaving me with no way to call for help. I was alone, isolated, and terrified. The scraping grew louder, more aggressive. My mind raced as I tried to think of what to do next. I stumbled to the living room, clutching a heavy lamp as a makeshift weapon. The window was shuddering under the pressure, and I could see shadows moving outside. Suddenly, the knocking at the door stopped. I hesitated, my heart pounding in my ears. I crept back toward the door, glancing nervously through the peephole once more. The hallway was empty. The figure was gone. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. As I turned away from the door, I heard a voice coming from behind me. A soft, familiar voice. My future self's voice. "You didn't listen to me," it whispered. I spun around, but there was no one there. The shadows danced ominously on the walls, and the room seemed to close in on me. I could feel a presence, something dark and malevolent. The fear was suffocating, making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, the lights flickered back on, revealing the room in a stark, harsh light. I saw my reflection in the mirror, but something was terribly wrong. My eyes were dark, hollow voids, as though all light had been sucked from them. I reached up to touch my face, feeling the emptiness where my eyes should have been. A chilling realization hit me. I hadn't just heard the warning from the future. I had become the warning. My future self's words weren't a call to save me. They were a final, desperate attempt to warn me of the fate I was destined to suffer. The apartment door creaked open slowly, and I knew the killer had come for me after all. I stumbled back, blinded and terrified, as I heard the slow, deliberate footsteps approaching. The voice on the phone had been a premonition, not a salvation. As the footsteps drew nearer, my world went dark once again. The storm outside raged on, a fitting backdrop to the final, chilling moments of my life. The killer's presence loomed over me, and I realized too late that there was no escaping the dark fate I had been warned about. In those final moments, I understood the true horror of the call from tomorrow. The future wasn't just a warning. It was a relentless, inevitable descent into darkness. And now, as I faced the end, I knew there was no escape from the chilling prophecy that had sealed my fate. Get ready for the next story that will send chills down your spine. I always thought my life was perfect. My career was thriving, and I was surrounded by people who admired me. But I never realized how dangerous envy could be until it was too late. My roommate, Anna, was someone I considered a friend, though I now know her jealousy simmered beneath the surface, hidden beneath her smiles. Anna and I lived together for years, sharing laughter and secrets, or so I thought. It turns out that jealousy had taken root in her heart, and her longing for the attention and success that seemed to come effortlessly to me drove her to a dark place. One morning, I woke up with an unsettling feeling. I reached for my phone to check the time, but I couldn't see anything. Panic surged through me as I stumbled out of bed, blindly searching for something familiar. My fingers brushed against the mirror on my dresser, and a cold dread crept over me. I couldn't see my reflection. "Anna!" I screamed, my voice echoing through the apartment. "Anna, I can't see." Anna rushed into the room, her voice dripping with concern that now seemed so fake. "What happened, Sarah?" "I don't know," I cried, my voice breaking. "I just woke up like this." Anna's voice wavered as she comforted me, but deep down, something felt off. Days turned into weeks and my life unraveled around me. My successful career slipped away. My friends disappeared, and I was left alone in a world of darkness. But Anna was always there, watching me, almost as if she thrived on my despair. Despite everything, a flicker of determination burned within me. I sensed that my blindness wasn't natural. I couldn't explain it, but I knew Anna had a hand in my suffering. I was determined to uncover the truth. Late one night, while Anna was out, I began to explore our apartment. My hands felt along the walls, searching for anything unusual. I stumbled into Anna's room, and a strange energy pulsed within. As I entered, my fingers brushed against a small wooden box on her desk. Inside, I found an old, tattered book of spells. Realization washed over me as I traced the outlines of the symbols and words on the page. Anna's jealousy had driven her to the unthinkable, but I had to act quickly to reverse the spell. I flipped through the pages, searching for a counterspell. My fingers finally landed on the right incantation, and I began to recite the words, my voice filled with hope and desperation. As I spoke, a cold wind swept through the room, extinguishing the candle flames. When Anna returned, I was standing there, my face set with newfound determination. "Anna, I know what you did," I said, my voice steady. Anna's eyes widened with fear. "You can't prove anything," she hissed, but I could hear the fear in her voice. I held up the book. "I don't need to. I'm undoing it." As I completed the incantation, a blinding light filled the room. Anna screamed as the spell's power surged back toward her, and slowly my vision returned. I blinked, my eyes adjusting to the light, and saw Anna cowering on the floor. But something was wrong. Instead of the spell being undone, I felt a searing pain in my eyes. The room twisted and distorted, and I realized with horror that I could see, but not as I used to. My vision was warped, showing me flashes of disturbing images, shadows creeping along walls, faces twisted with malice, and Anna's reflection in the mirror, her eyes filled with madness. Anna's laughter echoed through the room, a sound that chilled me to the bone. "You thought you could break the spell?" she sneered. "I warned you. There's no going back." The reality hit me like a punch to the gut. Anna's spell had not only blinded me, but bound my soul to something dark and malevolent. The images I saw weren't hallucinations. They were glimpses of a twisted reality that Anna had drawn me into. My heart pounded as I stumbled backward, the world around me becoming a cacophony of terrifying visions. Anna's laughter faded, leaving me in a silent, oppressive darkness that felt all too real. Trapped in a nightmare of my own making, I realized that my struggle was far from over. The shadows danced, and I knew they were waiting for me to falter, to give in. In the end, Anna's jealousy had claimed us both, binding us to a fate more disturbing than I could ever have imagined. It's time for the third story of the night. Oliver Barker had never been a fan of the circus. To him, it was a frivolous distraction, a garish display of nonsense. One evening, he begrudgingly attended a local circus with his friends, who had insisted on going. As the show progressed, Oliver's disdain only grew, particularly during the clown's performance. The clown, Harlequin, was a vibrant character with a painted face and exaggerated gestures. He performed with enthusiasm, hoping to bring joy to the audience. However, his efforts were met with Oliver's scorn. During one of Harlequin's acts, Oliver loudly jeered, "Is this the best you can do? Even a child could do better." The crowd fell silent, and Harlequin's smile faltered. Despite the insult, he continued his act, but the hurt was evident in his eyes. Oliver's words cut deeper than he realized. Later that night, Harlequin sat alone in his dimly lit trailer, the painted smile on his face smeared and forlorn. The life of a clown was not as joyous as it appeared. Behind the mask lay years of hardship and loneliness. Oliver's harsh words had struck a chord, amplifying Harlequin's despair. As the hours passed, the weight of his sorrow became unbearable. Harlequin penned a brief, heartfelt note, apologizing to his fellow performers and expressing his pain. With a heavy heart, he took his own life. The colorful world he had created for others now dark and empty. The circus awoke to tragedy the next morning. The performers mourned the loss of their friend, while the town buzzed with rumors and whispers. News of Harlequin's death soon reached Oliver, but he shrugged it off, dismissing it as another unfortunate event in a world full of them. That night, Oliver returned home, unaware that his life was about to change forever. As he lay in bed, a strange feeling crept over him, a sense of being watched. He dismissed it as paranoia and drifted off to sleep, but his dreams were far from peaceful. In his dream, Oliver found himself back at the circus. The vibrant colors and joyful laughter had been replaced by a cold, eerie silence. Harlequin appeared before him, his painted face now twisted in sorrow and anger. "You did this to me," the clown whispered, his voice echoing with haunting clarity. Oliver woke up in a cold sweat, his heart pounding. He tried to shake off the dream, but the feeling of unease lingered. Over the next few days, the hauntings became more frequent. Objects in his home moved on their own. Shadows loomed in corners, and Harlequin's spectral form would appear at the edge of his vision, always watching. Desperate for answers, Oliver sought help from a local psychic, Madame Zara. She listened to his story with grave concern and performed a séance to communicate with Harlequin's spirit. The room grew cold as Madame Zara chanted, and Harlequin's ghostly form materialized. "Why do you haunt me?" Oliver demanded, his voice trembling. "You took away my last bit of hope," Harlequin's spirit replied. "Your words pushed me over the edge, and now I am bound to you by the weight of my sorrow." Oliver, racked with guilt, pleaded for forgiveness. He vowed to make amends, to honor Harlequin's memory, and bring joy back into the world as a way to atone for his cruelty. Madame Zara advised Oliver to perform an act of kindness in Harlequin's name, to show that he truly understood the pain he had caused. Oliver dedicated himself to organizing charity events for underprivileged children, bringing smiles to those who needed it most. He funded a new scholarship for aspiring performers, ensuring that Harlequin's legacy lived on through the joy of others. As Oliver's acts of kindness grew, the hauntings began to lessen. Harlequin's spirit, witnessing the change in Oliver, slowly found peace. On the anniversary of Harlequin's death, Oliver held a special memorial at the circus, celebrating the life and laughter that Harlequin had brought to so many. That night, as Oliver lay in bed, he felt a gentle presence. Harlequin's spirit appeared one last time, his painted face now serene. "Thank you," the ghost whispered. "I can rest now." With that, Harlequin's spirit faded into the ether, leaving Oliver with a profound sense of relief and a newfound purpose. The guilt that had once consumed him transformed into a driving force for good, ensuring that no one else would suffer the same fate. The circus continued to thrive, and Oliver became a beloved figure in the community, remembered not for his harsh words, but for the redemption he sought and the joy he brought to others. The haunting of Harlequin became a tale of forgiveness and change, a reminder that even in the darkest times, there is always a chance for redemption. Now, let's dive into the fourth creepy story. Are you ready to be scared? Clara Evans was driving home late one night after a long day at work. The rain poured heavily, and visibility on the winding country roads was poor. Suddenly, her car sputtered and came to a halt. She tried restarting the engine, but it was no use. Stranded in the middle of nowhere, Clara pulled out her phone only to find it had no signal. Desperation began to creep in when, out of the mist and rain, a car approached. The driver, a handsome man with piercing eyes and an unsettlingly charming smile, rolled down the window. "Need a lift?" he asked. Clara hesitated, but felt she had no other choice. "Yes, thank you. My car broke down," she replied. The man introduced himself as Dominic and assured her it was no trouble at all. Grateful for the help, Clara climbed into the car, unaware of the ominous aura that surrounded her benefactor. As they drove, Dominic engaged Clara in pleasant conversation. Despite his outward charm, Clara couldn't shake the eerie feeling that something was off. The landscape outside the car windows began to change subtly, becoming more twisted and otherworldly. The trees seemed to bend unnaturally, and the darkness felt thicker, almost alive. "What's going on? Where are we?" Clara asked, her voice tinged with alarm. Dominic's smile widened, revealing a hint of malice. "We're almost there," he said cryptically. Suddenly, the car stopped in front of an enormous gate, its iron bars twisted into grotesque shapes. The air was thick with a supernatural presence. Dominic's form began to shift, his human guise melting away to reveal his true demonic nature. His eyes glowed a fiery red, and his skin took on a sinister hue. Clara gasped in horror and tried to open the door, but it was locked. "Let me out," she screamed. Dominic leaned closer, his voice now a low, menacing growl. "You're mine now, Clara. Welcome to the land of demons." The gates creaked open, and Dominic drove into the demonic realm. The landscape was a twisted parody of the human world, with rivers of molten lava, skies filled with storm clouds and eerie, otherworldly creatures lurking in the shadows. Dominic stopped the car in front of a grand, dark palace. "This is my home," he said, his tone both possessive and admiring. "And now it's yours too." Clara, trembling with fear, was led into the palace. The interior was both magnificent and terrifying, with ornate Gothic architecture and walls adorned with macabre artwork. Dominic's demonic minions watched her with hungry eyes, their presence sending chills down her spine. Days turned into weeks as Clara remained trapped in the land of demons. Dominic's attraction to her was intense, but she never reciprocated. She constantly sought a way to escape, determined not to become a permanent resident of this hellish place. Clara discovered an ancient book in the palace library, filled with spells and rituals. She learned of a ritual that could open a portal back to the human world, but it required the essence of the demon who brought her here. One night, while Dominic was preoccupied with his demonic duties, Clara gathered the necessary ingredients and performed the ritual. The portal began to form, a shimmering gateway to her freedom. Dominic, sensing the disruption, stormed into the room. "What are you doing?" he roared, his demonic form towering over her. Clara stood her ground, her fear replaced by steely determination. "I'm going home," she said defiantly. Dominic lunged at her, but Clara managed to use the last of the ritual's power to trap him momentarily. With a final glance at her captor, she stepped through the portal and into the familiar darkness of the human night. Clara found herself back on the country road where her car had broken down. The rain had stopped, and the sky was beginning to lighten with the first hints of dawn. She breathed a sigh of relief, her ordeal in the land of demons finally over. Determined never to speak of her harrowing experience, Clara returned to her life with a newfound appreciation for its simple pleasures. She couldn't forget Dominic's face, his sinister charm, or the eerie realm she had escaped. But she was free, and that was all that mattered. The land of demons remained hidden, its gates closed to the human world. Dominic, enraged and humiliated, vowed to find Clara and bring her back. But for now, she was safe, back in a world where demons were just stories, and nightmares ended when you woke up. Or so she hoped. We've made it to the last story of the night. This final tale is the scariest one yet, guaranteed to give you chills. Thomas Grant sat in his small, cluttered study, staring at the blank page before him. The once feared serial killer, known to the media as the Scribbler for his penchant for leaving cryptic notes at his crime scenes, had been dormant for 3 years. His hands, once steady and precise, now trembled slightly as he held the pen. The years had not been kind to Thomas. His hair had turned gray, and deep lines etched his face. The thrill of the hunt, the rush of the kill, had faded into a distant memory. He had tried to fill the void with mundane hobbies, gardening, reading, even knitting, but nothing compared to the satisfaction of his former life. One evening, while browsing the internet, Thomas stumbled upon an article titled, "Horror Story Ideas Unleash Your Inner Fear." Intrigued, he clicked on it, hoping for a spark of inspiration to break through his lethargy. The article detailed various horror tropes and story prompts, each more chilling than the last. Thomas felt a familiar tingle as he read through the list. A haunted house that drives its inhabitants to madness. A killer who stalks his victims through their dreams. A man who suffers from writer's block until he rediscovers his dark muse. The last prompt struck a chord. Thomas's eyes lit up with a twisted sense of purpose. He realized that his writer's block was not a creative drought, but a symptom of his suppressed urges. The scribbler was not dead, merely dormant, waiting for the right moment to reawaken. With renewed vigor, Thomas began to plan his next masterpiece. He meticulously selected his tools, sharpened his knives, and prepared his notes. His next victim had to be someone special, someone who would reignite the terror that had once gripped the city. Thomas found his target in the form of a young journalist named Emily Parker. Emily had recently moved to town and was known for her investigative articles on cold cases. Her curiosity and determination made her the perfect muse for Thomas's dark rebirth. He followed her movements, learning her routines and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The thrill of the hunt returned, filling him with a sense of purpose and excitement he hadn't felt in years. One rainy night, Thomas made his move. Emily was working late at the office, the perfect setting for his grand re-entry into the world of fear. As she typed away, oblivious to the danger lurking nearby, Thomas slipped into the building. The power went out, plunging the office into darkness. Emily's heart raced as she fumbled for her phone. The flickering light revealed Thomas's shadowy figure, standing at the edge of the room. "Who's there?" she called out, her voice trembling. Thomas stepped forward, his face illuminated by the phone's light. "The scribbler," he replied, his voice a sinister whisper. Emily's eyes widened in recognition and fear. She had written about him, never imagining she would come face to face with the monster himself. Thomas moved quickly, his years of experience guiding his actions. Within moments, Emily lay bound and gagged, tears streaming down her face. Thomas meticulously crafted his note, the hallmark of his twisted signature. He described in detail how he had chosen Emily, how her curiosity had drawn him back from the brink. The words flowed effortlessly, each stroke of the pen reigniting the dark fire within him. To the world, the note began. The scribbler has returned. Let this be a warning. Curiosity kills. Stay away from the shadows, for they are where I dwell. He placed the note on Emily's desk and stood back, admiring his work. The fear in her eyes, the helplessness, the perfect scene he had created. It was all too beautiful. The city awoke to the news of Emily Parker's disappearance and the chilling note left behind. Panic spread like wildfire, and the police were once again on high alert. Thomas watched from the shadows, savoring the chaos he had unleashed. But this time, Thomas felt a new sense of satisfaction. He had not only regained his lost inspiration, but had also found a worthy opponent in Emily. He knew she would not go down without a fight, and that thought excited him even more. As he planned his next move, Thomas realized that his writer's block was gone for good. The scribbler was back, and this time he intended to make his mark permanent. The city braced itself for the terror that lay ahead, unaware that the real horror was only just beginning. Hey, everyone. Comment below what time it is there, and when you like to listen to scary stories. Get ready for a spine-tingling bedtime with scary stories set to soothing rain sounds. Let the rain lull you into relaxation as you listen to these chilling tales. Grab your favorite blanket, turn off the lights, and prepare for a night of eerie storytelling. Sweet dreams. Deep in the heart of the ancient forest, hidden from prying eyes, lay the lair of Elysia, a witch whose beauty was as eternal as it was deceptive. Alicia had lived for centuries, her ageless face a mask that hid the darkness within. She had discovered a powerful spell that granted her youth and vitality, but it came at a terrible cost. To maintain her beauty and power, she needed the essence of young, lonely men, and the willing sacrifices of women desperate for anything. Jack was an ordinary young man, living a life of quiet solitude. At 25, he had moved to a small, isolated town to escape the chaos of the city and the painful memories of a broken relationship. Jack was tall and lean, with an introspective nature that made him seem older than his years. He worked as a freelance writer, his days filled with the tap-tap of keys and the glow of his computer screen. Jack's life was lonely, but he preferred it that way. He found solace in his routines and the tranquility of the countryside. Little did he know that his solitude had made him the perfect target for Alicia's dark desires. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Jack decided to take a walk to clear his mind. The forest near his home was his favorite place, a haven of peace and quiet. As he wandered deeper into the woods, he felt an inexplicable pull, as if an unseen force was guiding him. He stumbled upon a clearing he had never seen before. In the center stood a small, charming cottage, its windows glowing warmly. Drawn by curiosity, Jack approached and knocked on the door. The door creaked open, and Jack was greeted by a woman of extraordinary beauty. Her long, raven-black hair framed a face of perfect symmetry, with piercing green eyes that seemed to see straight into his soul. She wore a simple dress that clung to her slender frame, accentuating her ethereal grace. "Hello," she said, her voice like honey. "I'm Alicia. What brings you here, stranger?" Jack stammered, feeling a strange mix of fear and fascination. "I was just walking. I didn't mean to intrude." "Nonsense," Alicia smiled, stepping aside to let him in. "Please, come in. You must be hungry." As the days turned into weeks, Jack found himself returning to Alicia's cottage more and more often. She was enchanting, her presence intoxicating. They spent hours talking, and Alicia seemed genuinely interested in his life and work. Jack, who had always felt invisible, was flattered by her attention. Alicia, however, had other plans. She had chosen Jack for a reason. His loneliness made him vulnerable, and his essence would sustain her for years. But she needed more than just his life force. She needed a willing accomplice, someone desperate enough to help her carry out her dark ritual. Emily was a woman who had lost everything. Once a successful businesswoman, she had fallen on hard times. Her family had turned their backs on her, and she felt abandoned by the world. Desperate for a change, she was willing to try anything to reclaim her life and power. One day, while wandering the same forest where Jack had met Alicia, Emily encountered the witch. Alicia recognized the despair in Emily's eyes and saw an opportunity. "I can help you," Alicia said, her voice soothing. "I can give you everything you desire, but you must be willing to make a sacrifice." Emily, her spirit broken and her heart hardened, agreed without hesitation. She was ready to do whatever it took to regain her lost glory. The night of the ritual arrived. The full moon cast an eerie glow over the forest as Alicia prepared her potion. Jack, unaware of the impending danger, sat by the fire, captivated by Alicia's beauty. Emily stood nearby, her eyes empty of emotion. She had made her choice, and there was no turning back. Alicia began to chant, her voice rising and falling in a hypnotic rhythm. Jack felt a strange drowsiness overcome him. He tried to stand, but his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. As Jack lay helpless, Alicia approached, a sinister smile on her lips. She placed her hands on his chest, and he felt a cold, burning sensation as his life force began to drain away. Emily watched in silence, her heart pounding. She knew what she had to do. She stepped forward, a dagger in her hand, and plunged it into Jack's chest. His eyes widened in shock and pain before closing forever. Alicia's body glowed with a radiant light as she absorbed Jack's essence. Her beauty was restored, and her power intensified. She turned to Emily, who stood trembling with the bloody dagger in her hand. "You have done well," Alicia said, her voice filled with dark satisfaction. "Now, you will receive your reward." Emily felt a surge of power course through her veins. Her mind cleared and her strength returned. She looked at Alicia with a mix of awe and fear. "Thank you," Emily whispered, her voice shaking. Alicia smiled, but it was a cold, calculating smile. "Remember, you are bound to me now. Our fates are intertwined. Do not forget that." Years passed, and Emily's life improved dramatically. She regained her wealth and power, but the cost of her success weighed heavily on her soul. She was haunted by nightmares of Jack's final moments and the dark pact she had made with Alicia. Meanwhile, Alicia continued to thrive, her beauty and power undiminished. She found new targets, luring them into her web of deceit and darkness. But she never forgot Emily, her most willing and desperate accomplice. One night, as Emily lay in bed, she heard a whisper in the darkness. "Emily," the voice hissed, "you cannot escape." She bolted upright, her heart pounding. The room was empty, but the presence was unmistakable. Alicia's hold on her was unbreakable, and the witch's power continued to grow. The forest remained silent and foreboding, a place where few dared to venture. Alicia's cottage stood as a testament to her dark magic, hidden from the world but always waiting for the next unsuspecting soul. Emily's story was a warning, a tale of desperation and the high price of ambition. Alicia's power was eternal, and as long as there were those willing to sacrifice everything for a taste of glory, the witch would remain unstoppable. And so, the cycle continued, an endless dance of darkness and desire, with Alicia at its center, forever young, forever beautiful, and forever haunting the shadows of the ancient forest. Get ready for the next story that will send chills down your spine. When I first moved into the quaint neighborhood of Brookfield, I was eager for a fresh start. The charming houses, tree-lined streets, and friendly neighbors made it seem like the perfect place to leave behind my troubled past. I quickly settled into my new routine, making a few acquaintances and finding comfort in the community's peaceful atmosphere. One of my closest neighbors was Mr. Hawthorne, an elderly gentleman who lived in the large Victorian house next door. He was a kind man with a penchant for storytelling, often inviting me over for tea and sharing tales of the neighborhood's history. His house was a treasure trove of antiques, each with its own story. But the one item that always caught my eye was an ornate, gold-encrusted mirror that hung in the living room. The mirror was beautiful, its intricate frame adorned with delicate carvings and gemstones that sparkled in the light. Mr. Hawthorne told me it was a family heirloom, passed down through generations. He spoke of it with a mix of pride and reverence, always emphasizing its importance to his family. One evening, as we sat sipping tea, Mr. Hawthorne leaned in and lowered his voice. "There's something you should know about that mirror, Jack," he said. his eyes reflecting a hint of fear. It's not just a piece of art, it holds a deadly secret. I was intrigued and urged him to explain. He hesitated, then began his story. According to Mr. Hawthorne, the mirror had been in his family for centuries. It was said to be cursed, a vessel for an ancient and malevolent spirit. Legend had it that anyone who looked into the mirror for too long would be driven to madness, haunted by visions of their darkest fears and deepest regrets. Some even claimed the spirit could possess those who gazed into it, using them to carry out its sinister deeds. At first, I dismissed it as a mere legend, a ghost story meant to entertain. But Mr. Hawthorne's demeanor was deadly serious. "It's not just a story, Jack. I've seen what it can do. My grandfather, he was found dead in front of that mirror, his eyes wide open, as if he'd seen something unimaginable." A shiver ran through me, and I couldn't help but glance at the mirror, its surface gleaming ominously in the dim light. "Why keep it then?" I asked. Mr. Hawthorne sighed. "It's a family curse. We can't destroy it, and we can't get rid of it. It always finds its way back. The best we can do is keep it hidden and warn others of its power." Despite the warnings, my curiosity got the better of me. One night, I found myself standing in front of the mirror, its surface reflecting my own anxious expression. The house was quiet, the only sound the ticking of the old grandfather clock in the hallway. I knew I shouldn't, but I couldn't resist. I stared into the mirror, my reflection staring back. For a moment, nothing happened. Then I saw something move behind me. A shadowy figure, its features indistinct. I spun around, but the room was empty. When I turned back to the mirror, the figure was gone. My heart raced, and I stepped back, reminding myself of Mr. Hawthorne's warning. But it was too late. I'd already looked into the mirror for too long. Over the next few days, strange things started happening. I would catch glimpses of the shadowy figure in the corner of my eye, always disappearing when I turned to look. At night, I heard whispers, soft and unintelligible, coming from the direction of the mirror. Sleep became elusive, my dreams plagued by nightmarish visions of the figure standing over me, its eyes burning with a malevolent fire. I confided in Mr. Hawthorne, but he could offer little comfort. "The spirit has taken an interest in you," he said grimly. "You must resist its influence. Do not look into the mirror again." But the mirror seemed to have a will of its own. I would find myself drawn to it, standing in front of it without realizing how I got there. Each time, the figure would be closer, its features becoming clearer. It was a woman, her face twisted in anguish and rage, her eyes hollow and dark. One night, I woke to find myself standing in front of the mirror, my reflection staring back at me with an intensity that felt unnatural. The woman's face appeared behind mine, her eyes locking onto mine through the glass. I couldn't move, couldn't look away. Her voice filled my mind, a cacophony of pain and anger. "Free me," she whispered. "Free me from this prison." I felt a cold hand on my shoulder, and the room spun around me. When I regained my senses, I was no longer in my living room. I was inside the mirror, looking out at my own reflection, which now wore a malevolent smile. The woman stepped forward, taking my place in the real world. I was trapped, a prisoner in the glass, helpless as she moved freely, her laughter echoing in my mind. Days turned into weeks, and I watched in horror as the woman, now in my body, sowed chaos in the neighborhood. She visited Mr. Hawthorne, taunting him with my voice, reveling in his confusion and fear. She seemed to thrive on the misery she caused, feeding off the darkness within her. Desperate, I tried to communicate with Mr. Hawthorne, but my voice was lost in the void. I could only watch as he grew more and more frail, the stress taking its toll on his health. Then, one night, she made a mistake. She stood in front of the mirror, gloating over her victory. In a moment of defiance, I reached out with all my willpower, causing a crack to form on the surface. She recoiled, startled, and I knew I had found a way to fight back. With renewed determination, I waited for my chance. The woman continued her reign of terror, but she couldn't resist the lure of the mirror. Each time she looked into it, I focused all my energy on breaking the glass. One fateful night, the crack spread further, and she screamed in rage. "You cannot escape," she hissed, her eyes blazing with fury. But I didn't stop. I pushed harder, feeling the barrier between us weaken. The mirror began to tremble, the crack splintering into a web of fractures. "Enough," she cried, lunging at the mirror. But it was too late. With a final, desperate effort, I shattered the glass, and the room was filled with blinding light. When the light faded, I found myself back in my living room, gasping for breath. The mirror lay in pieces on the floor, its curse finally broken. I was free, or so I thought. As I looked around, I realized something was terribly wrong. The room felt colder, darker. Shadows danced on the walls, and the whispers returned, louder and more insistent. I glanced at the broken mirror and saw the woman's face staring back at me from the shards. "You freed me," she said, her voice dripping with malice. "But now, you're trapped here, forever." The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. I hadn't broken the curse. I'd only swapped places with her. She was free, and I was now the prisoner, condemned to an eternity of torment within the shattered pieces of the mirror. And, as the darkness closed in around me, I knew there was no escape from the horror I had unleashed. It's time for the third story of the night. The Haunted Road Trip. I had always been a sucker for spontaneous adventures, and a road trip with my best friends, Emma and Ryan, seemed like the perfect escape from our mundane lives. We had no destination in mind, just a map, a tank full of gas, and a spirit of adventure. Little did we know, this trip would take us down a path we could never have imagined. We packed the essentials: food, drinks, a tent for camping, and a playlist of our favorite tunes. The plan was to head south, explore some scenic routes, and find a spot to camp each night. The first day was smooth, filled with laughter and good vibes as we drove through picturesque landscapes and quaint towns. As night fell, we decided to find a place to set up camp. We took a detour off the main highway, guided by a sign that promised a campground a few miles ahead. The road became narrow and winding, the trees on either side forming a dense canopy that blocked out the moonlight. It was eerie, but also exciting, like we were entering a forgotten world. The campground was deserted, which wasn't entirely surprising given the remote location. We set up our tent, built a fire, and settled in for the night. As we sat around the fire, roasting marshmallows and sharing stories, a sense of unease began to creep in. The woods around us were silent, too silent. There were no sounds of wildlife, just an oppressive stillness that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Ryan, always the joker, started telling a ghost story about a haunted road that led to a forgotten town. "They say anyone who takes that road at night never returns," he said, his face lit by the flickering flames. "The spirits of those who died there are said to wander the woods, looking for lost souls to join them." Emma laughed it off, but I could see a flicker of fear in her eyes. I felt it too. We decided to call it a night, hoping a good night's sleep would shake off the unease. But sleep was elusive. I kept hearing faint whispers, like voices carried on the wind, and the feeling of being watched was palpable. The next morning, we decided to continue our journey. But as we packed up, we realized something strange. The road we had taken to get to the campground was gone. In its place was a narrow dirt path that twisted deeper into the forest. Confused but undeterred, we decided to follow it, hoping it would lead us back to the main road. Hours passed, and the path grew more treacherous. The trees seemed to close in around us, their branches forming an almost impenetrable barrier. Our GPS signal was gone, and our phones were useless. We were completely isolated. As dusk approached, we stumbled upon an old, abandoned town. The buildings were dilapidated, covered in vines and moss, and the air was heavy with the scent of decay. It was like stepping back in time, to a place forgotten by the world. We decided to explore, thinking we might find someone who could help us. The town was eerily empty, not a single sign of life. As we walked through the streets, we found remnants of the past. Old photographs, rusted tools, and children's toys scattered in the dirt. It was as if the inhabitants had left in a hurry, abandoning everything. In the center of the town stood a church, its doors hanging off their hinges. Drawn by a morbid curiosity, we entered. The interior was dark and cold, the pews covered in dust. At the front, an altar held a single, unlit candle. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind us and the candle burst into flame. We froze, a chill running through us. The air grew heavy, and the whispers returned, louder and more insistent. "We need to leave," Emma whispered, her voice trembling. But the door wouldn't budge. We were trapped. Desperate to escape, we decided to find another way out. Ryan suggested we check one of the houses for tools. We chose the largest house, which stood at the edge of town, its windows boarded up and the front door slightly ajar. Inside, the air was stale and musty. The floorboards creaked under our weight, and shadows seemed to dance in the corners of the rooms. As we searched, we found more signs of the sudden abandonment. Half-eaten meals, clothes left in piles, and family portraits hanging crooked on the walls. In one of the bedrooms, we found a diary. The last entry was dated over 50 years ago and spoke of strange occurrences, whispers in the night, objects moving on their own, and an overwhelming sense of dread. The writer mentioned a curse that had befallen the town, driving the residents to madness. As we read, the whispers grew louder, filling the room with a cacophony of voices. Panic set in, and we ran, stumbling down the stairs and out of the house. But outside, the town had changed. The streets were now filled with ghostly figures, their eyes hollow and lifeless. We ran blindly, the figures closing in around us. The forest seemed to come alive, the trees bending and twisting to block our path. It was as if the very landscape was conspiring against us. In the chaos, we were separated. I found myself alone, the shadows closing in. I stumbled into a clearing where an old well stood in the center. The whispers were deafening now, and a cold hand grasped my shoulder. I spun around, but no one was there. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Emma, her eyes wide with terror. "Jack, we need to get out of here," she cried. "Ryan, he's gone." We ran back to the church, hoping to find some sanctuary. The door, which had been stuck, now swung open easily. Inside, the candle was still burning, casting an eerie glow. As we approached the altar, a trap door opened beneath us, and we were plunged into darkness. We landed in a narrow tunnel, the walls damp and covered in mold. The air was suffocating, and the whispers were now replaced by distant screams. We had no choice but to move forward, the tunnel winding deeper into the earth. After what felt like hours, we emerged into a large cavern. In the center was a stone altar covered in strange symbols. Ryan was there, tied to the altar, his eyes filled with fear. Around him, ghostly figures chanted in a language we couldn't understand. As we approached, the figures turned their hollow eyes on us. The air grew colder, and the ground seemed to tremble. I grabbed a rock and swung at the ropes binding Ryan. As I did, the figures shrieked and lunged at us. We fought desperately, the figures swarming around us. It was like fighting shadows, our blows passing through them with little effect. But we didn't give up. Together, we managed to free Ryan, and we ran, the figures close behind. We found another tunnel and followed it, the air growing warmer as we went. Finally, we emerged into the forest, the town nowhere in sight. But our ordeal wasn't over. The whispers had followed us, and the trees seemed to shift and move, guiding us back toward the town. In a final, desperate bid for freedom, we ran toward the highway, the road appearing through the trees. As we reached it, the whispers stopped, and the oppressive weight lifted. We were free, or so we thought. As we caught our breath, a car pulled up, and a kind-looking woman offered us a ride. We gratefully accepted, climbing into the back seat. But as the car started moving, I noticed something strange. The woman's eyes, reflected in the rearview mirror, were hollow and lifeless. I turned to Emma and Ryan, but they were staring straight ahead, their expressions blank. The whispers returned, louder than ever, and I realized with a sinking feeling that we hadn't escaped at all. The road stretched out before us, leading us back to the town. The woman's eerie smile the last thing I saw before the darkness closed in. We were trapped, forever bound to the haunted road and the cursed town. Our adventure had turned into a nightmare, one from which there was no waking. Now, let's dive into the fourth creepy story. I moved into the quiet suburb of Maplewood, seeking solace from the chaos of city life. The streets were lined with charming houses, each with well-kept lawns and friendly faces. It was the perfect place to start fresh. I settled into my new routine, enjoying the peace and quiet. But that peace was soon shattered by unsettling events that made me question my safety and sanity. It all started innocently enough. My neighbor, Mr. Gerald, introduced himself the day I moved in. He was an older man, perhaps in his late 50s, with a warm smile and a polite demeanor. He lived alone in the house next door, and while he seemed friendly, there was something about him that I couldn't quite put my finger on. Mr. Gerald was a retired librarian who seemed to have a fondness for gardening. He would often be seen tending to his roses, his eyes always watching, observing. Despite his friendly demeanor, there was an unsettling intensity in his gaze, a quiet scrutiny that made my skin crawl. One night, I woke up to a strange noise. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but then I heard it again, a faint creaking sound coming from downstairs. My heart pounded as I crept out of bed and down the stairs. The house was dark and silent, but I could feel a presence, a sense of being watched. I checked the doors and windows, but everything was locked. Maybe it was just the house settling, I told myself. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. Over the next few weeks, I started noticing odd things around the house. Items would be moved or misplaced. Doors that I was sure I had closed would be open, and sometimes I would find footprints on the freshly cleaned floor. The feeling of being watched grew stronger, and I couldn't shake the sense of unease that settled over me. I mentioned it to a few neighbors, but they brushed it off. Maplewood is the safest place you could live, they assured me. But I couldn't ignore the signs. Something was definitely wrong. One evening, I decided to install a few hidden cameras around the house. If someone was breaking in, I wanted to catch them in the act. I spent the night watching the footage, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. It was frustrating and unsettling, but I wasn't ready to give up. A few nights later, I was awoken by the sound of creaking again. This time, it was closer, louder. I grabbed my phone and quietly crept downstairs, my heart racing. As I reached the living room, I saw a shadow moving in the darkness. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The figure turned, and in the faint moonlight streaming through the window, I recognized Mr. Gerald. My friendly neighbor was standing in my living room, rummaging through my belongings. My blood ran cold as I realized the extent of his intrusion. "Mr. Gerald?" I called out, my voice trembling. He turned to me, his expression calm and unsettlingly composed. "Ah, Tom," he said, as if we were meeting on the street for a casual chat. "I didn't mean to startle you." "What are you doing in my house?" I demanded, my fear giving way to anger. He smiled, a cold, calculating smile that sent a shiver through me. "Just checking on you, making sure everything is all right." My mind raced. This man had been breaking into my house for who knows how long, watching me, moving my things. The realization was horrifying. I wanted to call the police, but something in Mr. Gerald's demeanor made me hesitate. He seemed too calm, too sure of himself. Instead, I backed away slowly, my eyes never leaving him. "I think you should leave," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. He took a step toward me, his smile widening. "Oh, Tom, you don't understand. I'm just looking out for you. You're new here, after all." I felt a surge of panic. "Get out of my house," I said more forcefully. He shrugged and turned toward the door. "As you wish, but remember, Tom, I'm always watching." I locked the door behind him, my hands shaking. The police arrived within minutes, but there was no sign of Mr. Gerald. They took my statement, but without any concrete evidence, there was little they could do. They advised me to stay vigilant and keep my doors locked. The following days were a nightmare. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. Every noise made me jump. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat. I checked the cameras constantly, but Mr. Gerald was too clever. He knew how to avoid them, how to make me doubt my own sanity. Then came the night that changed everything. I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, when I heard the unmistakable sound of my front door opening. My blood turned to ice. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, whispering to the operator that someone was in my house. I could hear footsteps coming up the stairs, slow and deliberate. My heart pounded in my ears as I waited, the minutes stretching into an eternity. The footsteps stopped outside my bedroom door. I held my breath, my eyes locked on the door. It slowly creaked open, and Mr. Gerald stepped inside, a knife gleaming in his hand. I backed up against the wall, my phone slipping from my grasp. Mr. Gerald's smile was gone, replaced by a look of cold determination. "Tom, Tom, Tom," he said softly, his voice a sinister whisper. "I told you I was watching. You should have listened." He advanced toward me, and I knew I had to do something. Summoning every ounce of courage, I lunged at him, grabbing his wrist and trying to wrestle the knife from his grip. We struggled, crashing into furniture, my desperation giving me strength. Finally, I managed to knock the knife from his hand. It skittered across the floor, and I scrambled to grab it. Mr. Gerald lunged at me, but I swung the knife wildly, catching him across the arm. He screamed in pain, and I took the opportunity to run. I bolted out of the house, my heart pounding. I could hear Mr. Gerald behind me, his footsteps heavy and determined. The night was dark, and the streetlights cast eerie shadows that danced around me. I made it to a neighbor's house and banged on the door, screaming for help. Lights flicked on, and the door opened to reveal a shocked and sleepy neighbor. I burst inside, slamming the door behind me just as Mr. Gerald reached the porch. The police arrived moments later, and Mr. Gerald was finally arrested. They found a hidden room in his house filled with surveillance equipment, photos, and detailed notes about my every move. It was clear that he had been stalking me for months, planning something far more sinister than just breaking and entering. The days that followed were a blur of police interviews and therapy sessions. Mr. Gerald was charged with multiple counts of breaking and entering, stalking, and attempted murder. He pleaded guilty and was sentenced to a long prison term. But the horror of what I had experienced never truly left me. Every creak, every shadow, every unexpected noise brought back the terror of that night. I moved away from Maplewood, seeking solace in a new town, but the scars remained. Months passed, and I slowly began to rebuild my life. But then, one evening, I received a package. It was unmarked, with no return address. Inside was a small, unassuming box. Curiosity got the better of me, and I opened it. Inside, I found a series of photographs. My heart stopped as I realized they were of me, in my new home, going about my daily life. A note accompanied the photos, written in a familiar, neat script. "You thought it was over, Tom, but I'm always watching." I dropped the note, my hands trembling. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. Mr. Gerald wasn't working alone. Someone else was out there, continuing his twisted game. That night, as I lay in bed, unable to sleep, I heard a noise. A faint creaking sound, just like the one that had started it all. My heart pounded in my chest as I sat up, straining to hear. The noise grew louder, closer. Suddenly, the bedroom door burst open with a deafening crash. I screamed, scrambling to the far side of the bed, my eyes wide with terror. Standing in the doorway was a figure, their face hidden in shadow, but the voice was unmistakable. "Did you miss me, Tom?" It was Mr. Gerald. The realization hit me. He had escaped. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the impossible. How could he be here? How did he find me? He stepped into the room, the gleam of a knife catching the light. I was trapped, no way out. As he advanced, I grabbed the nearest object, a lamp, and swung it with all my might. The lamp shattered, but it barely slowed him down. In that moment, I knew there was no escaping this nightmare. Mr. Gerald's twisted game wasn't over. It had only just begun. We've made it to the last story of the night. This final tale is the scariest one yet, guaranteed to give you chills. I've always been a thrill seeker. The rush of living on the edge, the high of recklessness. That's where I felt truly alive. Rick and I had been chasing that high for months, blowing money on bars, gambling, and a string of bad decisions. We were deep in debt, and the only way out seemed like one last big score. That's how we ended up here, creeping through the woods toward Dr. Albert Crane's mansion. The mansion loomed ahead, a dark, brooding structure surrounded by an expanse of trees. The cool night air was filled with the rustle of leaves and the occasional hoot of an owl. Rick looked nervous, his eyes darting around as we approached the front door. I felt a twinge of doubt myself, but shoved it aside. We were in too deep now. Breaking into the house was easier than I expected. The door yielded to the crowbar with a satisfying groan, and we slipped inside. The interior was everything I'd hoped for, luxurious, pristine, and untouched. The thrill of it all made me forget my worries. We moved quickly, grabbing everything of value we could find. Gold jewelry, expensive electronics, and even a few priceless-looking paintings. I was feeling a mix of adrenaline and greed, but as we prepared to leave, something felt off. Rick was fiddling with the front door, his frustration growing. It was stuck, and the realization hit me like a punch. We were locked in. Rick and I tried everything to get out. I banged on the door, but it didn't budge. The house was a maze of shadows, each turn revealing another room full of ominous silence. I could hear faint, unsettling noises. Maybe it was just my imagination. Or maybe something was moving in the dark. My heart raced as a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Suddenly, I noticed a faint, acrid smell. Smoke was curling up from vents in the floor, and within moments the room was filled with a thick haze. My breathing grew labored, and my vision blurred. I tried to stay conscious, but the smoke was too much. Everything faded to black. When I came to, I was disoriented. The room was now illuminated by a harsh, sterile light. My head was pounding, and the smell of smoke lingered in my nostrils. As my vision cleared, I saw that we were in a cold, clinical room. Metal trays covered with surgical instruments surrounded us, and the walls were adorned with disturbing photographs of disfigured bodies and grotesque experiments. My stomach churned as I realized what kind of place we had stumbled into. Rick was next to me, his face pale with fear. He was struggling to sit up, his eyes darting around the room. The silence was broken by a smooth, unsettling voice. "Welcome to my home," it said. Dr. Albert Crane emerged from the shadows, his lab coat stained with dark, ominous splatters. His calm demeanor was chillingly out of place. "I don't usually get visitors, but you've provided me with an excellent opportunity." Dr. Crane moved closer, and my pulse quickened. His eyes held a terrifying mix of curiosity and malice. He began to speak of his experiments and how he found human anatomy to be the perfect canvas for his twisted art. His words were surreal, each one painting a more horrifying picture of what he intended to do to us. As he approached with a gleaming scalpel, I felt an icy fear grip me. I glanced around desperately, and that's when I saw it, a syringe lying on one of the metal trays. It was our only chance. With a burst of adrenaline, I grabbed it and jabbed it into the doctor's arm. His reaction was immediate, a scream of rage and pain that echoed through the room. Crane stumbled back, his face contorted in agony as he fell among the scattered medical instruments. The noise was deafening, the clang of metal mixing with the doctor's cries. I seized the moment and pulled Rick toward the door. We ran through the house, the oppressive darkness pressing in on us. Every corner seemed to hide a new threat, and I could hear Crane's enraged voice chasing us, promising vengeance. We finally reached the front door, and with a desperate shove, I managed to force it open. The cool night air hit us like a slap, but there was no time to savor it. We fled into the woods, branches slapping against our faces as we ran. Just as I was starting to think we'd made it, the forest seemed to close in around us. The dense fog that rolled in felt almost tangible, wrapping around us like a shroud. My breathing was heavy, each step feeling like it took an eternity. Rick was panting beside me, his face ashen. Then, without warning, the fog parted momentarily to reveal a figure standing in our path. It was Dr. Crane. How had he found us so quickly? His eyes gleamed with a terrifying intensity, and the syringe was now a menacing part of his arsenal. Rick stumbled and fell, clutching his side. "Go!" he shouted, his voice breaking. I ran, but the forest seemed to shift and distort around me. The shadows grew longer, and I could hear Crane's footsteps growing closer. My heart pounded as I stumbled through the undergrowth. Just when I thought I'd lost him, a sharp pain struck my leg. One of Crane's traps had caught me. I fell, the darkness closing in. I managed to drag myself to my feet and kept moving, but every step felt like it was taking me further into a nightmare. The trees seemed to whisper in my ears, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. And then I heard it, a low, guttural growl. Turning around, I saw Dr. Crane emerging from the fog, his face contorted into a grotesque grin. He was no longer alone. Surrounding him were creatures, twisted and malformed, their eyes glowing with a sickly light. They were like nightmares given flesh, their bodies a grotesque amalgamation of human and inhuman. Crane's laugh echoed through the forest, a chilling sound that sent my nerves into overdrive. He raised a syringe, but it was not aimed at me. The creatures surrounded Rick, who was barely conscious, and I could see them closing in on him. My mind screamed in terror as I realized what Crane had planned for us. Desperation surged through me. I had to save Rick. With a last burst of strength, I threw myself at Crane, grabbing for the syringe. He twisted away, but I managed to strike him, sending him crashing into the undergrowth. I took the syringe and fled, my mind a maelstrom of fear and adrenaline. I ran until I could run no more. Exhausted, I collapsed by the side of a road. The police found me hours later, disoriented and incoherent. I tried to explain what had happened, but my words were incoherent. They found the mansion abandoned, but there was no sign of Crane or his twisted creations. The days that followed were a blur. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Crane's grin and the creatures that had hunted us. The syringe lay on my bedside table, a constant reminder of the horrors I had escaped. I thought I was safe, but the nightmares never stopped. Every creak in the night, every shadow seemed to whisper that Dr. Crane was still out there, waiting for me. I had escaped his clutches, but I knew that the terror I had experienced was far from over. The horror had seeped into my life, a permanent reminder that some nightmares never truly end. Hey, everyone. Get ready to be spooked with bedtime scary stories set on rainy nights. Don't forget to subscribe and like this video. Your support helps me create more of these stories for you to enjoy. Thanks for watching. The rain started early in the evening, just a light drizzle at first, but it gradually turned into a full-blown downpour. I was alone in the house, which was nothing new. Solitude had always been my friend, and tonight, I thought, would be no different. The sound of the rain against the windows was soothing, almost like a familiar lullaby. I had a cup of hot tea in my hands, a blanket draped over my shoulders, and a book on my lap. The power had gone out an hour ago, but I didn't mind. The flickering candlelight added a certain charm to the night. I was halfway through a chapter when I heard it, a faint noise, just barely audible over the rain. I paused, listening carefully. It could have been anything, a creak, a gust of wind, but something about it made me uneasy. I shook it off, telling myself it was just the old house settling or maybe a tree branch brushing against the siding. I returned to my book, trying to lose myself in the story. But then I heard it again, louder this time. A distinct sound, like something or someone was outside. My heart skipped a beat. I set the book down and walked to the back door, peering out into the rain-soaked night. The storm made it impossible to see much of anything beyond the patio. I told myself it was nothing, probably just an animal seeking shelter. But I couldn't shake the unease that had settled in my chest. I checked out the locks on all the doors and windows, double-checking to make sure everything was secure. The house was old but sturdy, having weathered many storms before. I told myself I was safe, but the feeling of being watched wouldn't go away. I tried to return to my book, but I couldn't focus. My mind kept wandering back to that noise. The storm outside seemed to be growing worse, the wind howling and the rain hammering against the roof. Then, out of nowhere, there was a loud bang from the back of the house. I jumped, my heart racing. The noise was followed by the unmistakable sound of glass shattering. Panic surged through me. Someone was in the house. I grabbed my phone, my hands trembling, and tried to call 911. No signal. The storm must have knocked out the cell towers, leaving me completely isolated. I needed to get out, to find help. But as I stood there, frozen with fear, I heard footsteps, heavy, deliberate, coming from the back of the house. My mind raced. I had no weapon, no way to defend myself. My only option was to hide. I ran to the kitchen, sliding on the wooden floor in my socks, and crouched down behind the counter. The footsteps grew louder, closer, until they were right outside the kitchen door. I held my breath, my heart pounding in my ears. The footsteps paused, and for a moment there was only silence. Then, the door creaked open. I peeked around the corner, my body trembling with fear. A figure stood in the doorway, a tall man dressed in black, his face obscured by shadows. He was holding something in his hand, something heavy and metallic. A crowbar, maybe. I couldn't tell, but it didn't matter. What mattered was the look in his eyes, cold and merciless. He took a step into the room, his eyes scanning the area. I pressed myself against the cabinets, praying he wouldn't find me, that he would just leave. But deep down, I knew that wasn't going to happen. I was trapped with nowhere to run. The man moved slowly, methodically, checking each corner of the room. I could hear the creak of the floorboards under his weight, the quiet rustle of his clothes as he moved. I pressed myself into the shadows, trying to make myself as small as possible. He was getting closer. I could see his boots now, just a few feet away. My mind was racing, trying to think of a way out, but there was nothing. I was trapped, helpless. Then, just as he was about to reach my hiding spot, the front door slammed open. The man froze, his head snapping up to look toward the sound. My heart leaped. maybe it was the police, or a neighbor who had heard the noise. But that hope quickly faded when two more figures entered the room. They were dressed like the first man, all in black, their faces hidden by masks. One of them was holding a knife, the blade gleaming in the candlelight. They didn't speak, didn't make a sound as they moved through the house, searching for something, or someone. I knew I had to act, and fast. If I stayed here, they would find me. I needed to escape, to get out of the house and find help. But the front door was blocked by the two new intruders, and the back door was too far away. My only option was the basement. I waited until the men were distracted, then made my move. I darted out of the kitchen, sprinting toward the basement door. The sound of my footsteps echoed in the silence, but I didn't care. All that mattered was getting away. I yanked the door open and rushed down the stairs, my feet barely touching the steps. The basement was cold and dark, the only light coming from a small window near the ceiling. I ran to the far corner of the room, hiding behind an old workbench, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Above me, I could hear the men searching the house, their voices low and threatening. I knew it was only a matter of time before they found me. I needed to find a way out, but the basement had no doors, no windows big enough to crawl through. I was trapped. As I cowered in the basement, my mind racing with fear, I heard the sound of footsteps descending the stairs. They were coming for me. I had no choice but to confront them. I looked around the room, searching for something, anything, that I could use as a weapon. My eyes fell on an old, rusty wrench lying on the workbench. It wasn't much, but it was all I had. I grabbed the wrench, holding it tightly in my hand, and waited. The footsteps grew louder, closer, until they were right outside the door. The door creaked open, and one of the intruders stepped inside. He was tall, muscular, his face hidden behind a mask. He looked around the room, his eyes scanning the darkness. My heart pounded in my chest as I watched him, my grip on the wrench tightening. I knew I only had one chance. If I didn't act now, I was as good as dead. I waited until he was close enough, then lunged at him, swinging the wrench with all my might. The metal connected with his head with a sickening thud, and he crumpled to the ground, unconscious. But before I could even catch my breath, the other two men burst into the room. They moved quickly, pinning me to the ground before I could react. I struggled, kicking and screaming, but they were too strong. They dragged me back upstairs, my body aching from the rough handling. The man with the knife approached me, his cold eyes gleaming with malice. "You're a fighter," he said, his voice low and menacing. "But it's over now. Just accept it." My mind raced, trying to think of a way out, but there was nothing. I was at their mercy. But just as the man raised the knife, something strange happened. The lights in the house flickered, then went out completely. The room was plunged into darkness. The only sound, the heavy breathing of the men and the pounding of my heart. Then, from the shadows, a soft, eerie whisper filled the room. It was a voice, but not one of the men. It was something else, something inhuman. The men froze, their eyes wide with fear. The whisper grew louder, more insistent, until it was echoing through the house, a chorus of voices, all speaking in a language I couldn't understand. The men began to back away, their faces pale. Whatever was happening, they wanted no part of it. But before they could reach the door, the air in the room grew cold, so cold that I could see my breath in the air. And then, from the darkness, a figure appeared. It was a woman, or at least it had been. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, her eyes empty voids. Her hair hung in wet, tangled strands, dripping water onto the floor. She moved slowly, her feet barely touching the ground as she glided toward the men. The intruders were frozen in place, their terror palpable. The woman reached out, her fingers long and bony, and touched the man with the knife. He screamed, a blood-curdling sound that echoed through the house as his body began to wither, his skin turning gray and brittle. The other men tried to run, but the woman was too fast. She moved with a speed that was impossible, her hands clutching at their throats, draining the life from them in seconds. I watched in horror as the men crumpled to the ground, their bodies twisted and contorted, their faces frozen in expressions of pure terror. The woman turned to me, her empty eyes locking onto mine. For a moment, we stared at each other, the air thick with tension. Then, the woman smiled. It was a smile of pure malice, a smile that sent chills down my spine. I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came out. Instead, the woman began to fade, her body dissolving into the shadows until she was gone. The house was silent once more, the only sound the rain tapping against the windows. I was alone again, but I knew I would never truly be alone. Slowly, I got to my feet, my body trembling with fear and exhaustion. The bodies of the intruders lay around me, their faces twisted in horror, their lives snuffed out by something far more terrifying than any human. I didn't know what had just happened, but I knew one thing. I couldn't stay in this house. I had to leave, to get as far away as possible. But as I turned to leave, I noticed something on the floor. Something that hadn't been there before. It was a small, old-fashioned locket, the kind that looked like it had been lost for decades. I picked it up, my fingers brushing against the cold metal. Inside the locket was a photograph. It was old, the edges worn and faded, but I could still make out the faces in the picture. It was the woman, the one who had saved me. And standing next to her was a little girl, her eyes wide with innocence, her smile bright. Ava's heart stopped. The little girl in the photograph was her. She dropped the locket, her mind reeling. How could this be possible? Who was that woman? And why had she saved her? But deep down, she knew the answers. The woman was her past, her family, a part of her she had never known. And now she had returned to protect her. But at what cost? I left the house that night, never to return. I moved far away, to a place where the rain didn't fall so often, where the nights weren't so dark. But I could never escape the memories, the nightmares that plagued me every time I closed my eyes. The woman, the intruders, the terror, it was all burned into my mind, a constant reminder of that night. And the locket. I could never bring myself to throw it away. It sat in a drawer, hidden from view, but always there, a sinister reminder of the darkness that lurked just beneath the surface. Because I knew one thing for certain, the past never truly stays buried. And sometimes, it comes back to haunt you in the most horrifying ways. Get ready for the next story that will send chills down your spine. Hit that subscribe button and give us a thumbs up if you enjoyed the story. Your support means the world and keeps these thrilling tales coming. It all started on an ordinary night. I was exhausted after a long day of work, so I slipped into bed and quickly fell asleep. But that night, something was different. I found myself standing on a crowded street, surrounded by people I didn't recognize. There was a sense of unease in the air, a feeling that something was terribly wrong. In the dream, I saw a man crossing the street, completely unaware of the car speeding toward him. I tried to scream, to warn him, but no sound came out. The car hit the man with a sickening thud, and I woke up with a start, my heart pounding in my chest. The next morning, I shook off the nightmare, chalking it up to stress. But as I was walking to work, I saw the same man from my dream, crossing the same street. My blood ran cold. I wanted to scream, to warn him, but I froze, just like in the dream. The car came out of nowhere, and the man was struck down right in front of me. I stood there, unable to move, my mind racing. This wasn't just a nightmare. It was a glimpse into the future. Over the next few weeks, the dreams continued, each one more vivid than the last, each one showing me something that would happen the following day. At first, they were small things, a cup spilling at work, a child dropping their ice cream cone, a bird flying into a window. But then the dreams began to take a darker turn. I dreamt of a fire breaking out in my apartment building. The next day, it happened. A minor electrical fire. Nothing too serious, but enough to confirm my worst fears. These weren't just dreams. They were premonitions. I tried to change the outcomes, but it seemed the future was fixed. If I knocked over a cup in the dream, no matter how careful I was, it would still tip over the next day. The sense of helplessness grew, gnawing at my sanity. My nights became a source of terror, knowing that each time I closed my eyes, I would see what was coming. And what was coming was never good. One night I had a dream unlike any other. I was in my bedroom, standing in front of a mirror. My reflection stared back at me, but something was wrong. My eyes were wide with fear, and a thin line of blood trickled down my neck. In the mirror, I saw the shadowy figure of a man standing behind me, holding a knife. As I turned to face him, the dream ended. I woke up drenched in sweat, my heart racing. This was the first time I had seen my own death, and it terrified me. I knew the figure in the dream was coming for me, but I didn't know who he was or when he would strike. I became paranoid, jumping at every sound, every shadow. I started avoiding mirrors, afraid of what I might see. The dream played over and over in my mind, and I knew I had to do something, anything, to stop it from coming true. Days passed, and my fear grew. I knew it was only a matter of time before the dream became reality. I began locking my doors and windows, carrying pepper spray wherever I went. But deep down, I knew these measures were futile. The dreams always came true. One night, as I was preparing for bed, I noticed a strange man lingering outside my apartment building. My heart skipped a beat. He looked familiar, too familiar. It was the man from my dream. I quickly closed the curtains and backed away from the window, my mind racing. I couldn't just wait for him to come for me. I had to act. I grabbed my phone and called the police. my hands trembling as I explained the situation. They assured me they would send someone to check the area, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it wouldn't be enough. The dreams were never wrong. The night was eerily quiet. I sat in my living room, every light in the apartment on, clutching a kitchen knife in my shaking hands. I was terrified, but I refused to go down without a fight. Hours passed, and there was no sign of the man. I began to think that maybe, just maybe, I had changed the outcome this time. But then I heard it, a soft creak coming from the hallway outside my door. My breath caught in my throat. I stood up, my heart pounding in my chest, and moved silently toward the door. The creaking grew louder, closer. I raised the knife, my hands trembling. Suddenly, there was a loud bang on the door, followed by silence. I held my breath, my knuckles white as I gripped the knife. The door handle slowly turned, and the door began to creak open. "Anne?" A voice called it out softly. It was my neighbor, Mrs. Collins, from the apartment next door. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. I lowered the knife and opened the door. "Mrs. Collins, what are you doing here?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "I heard noises, dear," Mrs. Collins said, her voice shaking. "I wanted to make sure you were all right." I nodded, forcing a smile. "I'm fine, just a bit on edge." Mrs. Collins reached out and patted my hand. "Don't worry, dear. Everything will be all right." I nodded again, but the unease in my stomach didn't go away. After Mrs. Collins left, I locked the door and returned to the living room. I glanced at the clock. It was nearly midnight. Just as I was about to sit down, I heard another sound, a faint scratching like nails on a chalkboard coming from the back of the apartment. My blood ran cold. The scratching grew louder, more insistent. It was coming from the bathroom. My heart pounded as I slowly made my way toward the sound, the knife held tightly in my hand. I reached the bathroom door and hesitated, the sound now deafening. Summoning every ounce of courage, I pushed the door open. The bathroom was empty, but the mirror was covered in scratches, deep gouges that hadn't been there before. My reflection stared back at me, wide-eyed and terrified, just like in the dream. And then I saw him, the shadowy figure standing behind me, knife raised. I spun around, the knife in my hand, but the figure was gone. The bathroom was empty, save for me. But I knew better. He was here somewhere, waiting for the right moment to strike. I couldn't stay here. I had to leave now. I rushed to the bedroom and grabbed my keys and phone. I ran to the front door, but as I reached for the handle, a cold hand wrapped around my wrist. I screamed and turned to face the man, but there was no one there. My wrist was red and bruised, but the hallway was empty. Panicked, I threw open the door and ran down the stairs, my footsteps echoing in the empty stairwell. I burst out of the building and into the night, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I didn't stop running until I reached the street, where I flagged down a passing car. The driver, an older woman, rolled down the window. "Are you all right, dear?" the woman asked, concern etched on her face. "I need to get out of here," I gasped. "Please, help me." The woman nodded and unlocked the door. I climbed in, glancing back at my apartment building. For a moment, I thought I saw a shadow in the window, watching me leave. The woman drove in silence, the city lights blurring past. I tried to calm my racing heart, but the fear wouldn't go away. Finally, the car stopped in front of a small diner. "This is as far as I can take you, dear," the woman said, her voice kind but firm. I nodded and thanked her, stepping out of the car. I watched as the woman drove away, the taillights disappearing into the night. I was alone again. I walked into the diner, the bell above the door jingling softly. The place was nearly empty, just a couple of late-night customers nursing cups of coffee. I took a seat at the counter, my hands still trembling. A waitress appeared, smiling kindly. "What can I get you, hon?" "Just some water, please," I replied, my voice barely above a whisper. The waitress nodded and returned with a glass of water. I took a sip, trying to steady my nerves. I felt a little better being around people, but the fear still gnawed at me. As I sat there, staring into my glass, I noticed something odd. The reflection in the water. It wasn't mine. It was the man, his cold, dead eyes staring back at me. I dropped the glass, the water spilling across the counter. I jumped up, knocking over the stool. "Are you all right, dear?" the waitress asked, concern in her voice. I nodded, forcing myself to breathe. I just need some fresh air." I stumbled out of the diner and onto the street, my heart racing. The reflection, those eyes, I couldn't get them out of my mind. I had to find a way to stop this, to break the cycle of dreams and death. But how? As I walked down the deserted street, I realized something. The dreams only showed me what was going to happen, but they didn't control my actions. I had been living in fear, waiting for the dream to come true, but I could change things. I had to. I stopped in the middle of the street, the realization hitting me like a ton of bricks. I didn't have to wait for the man to come for me. I could confront him, face him head on. It was a terrifying thought, but it was my only chance. If I didn't act, the dream would become reality, and I would die. Taking a deep breath, I turned and began walking back toward my apartment. I didn't know how I was going to do it, but I knew I had to try. This time, I wasn't going to run. I was going to fight. The apartment building loomed in the distance as I approached. My heart pounded, but I forced myself to keep moving. The street was deserted, the windows dark. I reached the door and pushed it open, the creak echoing through the empty lobby. I made my way up the stairs, every step sending a jolt of fear through my body. When I reached my floor, I hesitated. The hallway was dimly lit, the shadows long and deep. But I kept going, my resolve hardening with every step. I reached my apartment and paused. I could feel him inside, waiting. I gripped the knife in my hand and took a deep breath. This was it. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, the darkness swallowing me whole. I could feel him, close, so close. My eyes darted around the room, searching for any sign of movement. Then I saw it, a shadow in the corner, slowly creeping toward me. I raised the knife, my hands shaking, and stepped forward. "Come on," I whispered, my voice trembling. "Come and get me." The shadow moved, and suddenly he was there, standing in front of me. The same cold, dead eyes staring back at me. He raised his knife, and I lunged forward, driving my own knife into his chest. He staggered back, a look of surprise crossing his face. But he didn't fall. He kept coming, his knife raised high. I screamed and stabbed him again and again and again. But he wouldn't go down. He just kept coming, his eyes locked on mine. Finally, I drove the knife into his throat, and he fell to the ground, gurgling. I stood there, panting, my hands covered in blood. It was over. I had won. But as I looked down at the man's body, I realized something. The face looking back at me. It wasn't the man from my dreams. It was someone else. My heart skipped a beat. I dropped the knife and stumbled back, my mind reeling. What had I done? I looked around the room, my eyes wide with horror. The shadows seemed to close in around me, suffocating me. And then I heard it. A soft, cold laugh coming from behind me. I spun around, but there was no one there. The laugh grew louder, echoing through the apartment. I backed away, my eyes darting around the room. The shadows seemed to come alive, twisting and writhing. And then I saw him, the man from my dreams, standing in the doorway, a cold smile on his lips. I screamed, but no sound came out. The shadows closed in around me, and I felt a cold hand on my shoulder. I looked up into the man's cold, dead eyes, and knew it was over. The dream had come true. They found me the next morning lying on the floor of my apartment, a look of terror frozen on my face. There were no signs of a struggle, no wounds, no explanation for my death. But those who knew me, who had heard my stories, knew the truth. I had seen my own death, and despite my best efforts, I couldn't escape it. The dreams always came true. And as the police searched the apartment, they found a note, scrawled in my trembling hand. You can't change the future. It's already written. The case was closed, but the mystery remained. My dreams had shown me the future, and in the end, the future had claimed me. And somewhere, in the darkness, the man from my dreams still smiled. We've made it to the last story of the night. This final tale is the scariest one yet, guaranteed to give you chills. I had been driving for hours, the endless stretch of highway illuminated only by my car's headlights and the occasional flicker of a distant lightning storm. The night was thick with fog, making it impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. The hum of the engine and the rhythmic swish of the windshield wipers were the only sounds keeping me company. I was running on fumes. Both my car and my body were dangerously close to empty. When I saw the faint glow of a neon sign in the distance, a wave of relief washed over me. A gas station, finally. I hadn't seen another soul for miles, and the thought of pulling over to refuel and maybe grab a coffee felt like salvation. The sign flickered as I approached, the letters spelling out, EZ, stop, gas, and go. It looked old, the kind of place that had been around for decades, untouched by time. I pulled in under the overhang, the lights buzzing and casting a sickly yellow glow over the pumps. The place was deserted. Not a single car in sight, no attendant, nothing. I turned off the engine, and for a moment, the silence was deafening. I glanced around, half expecting someone to emerge from the shadows, but there was no one. Just me, and the darkness pressing in from all sides. Stepping out of the car, I was hit by the chill in the air. The wind had picked up, rustling the dead leaves on the ground and sending a shiver down my spine. I reached for the gas pump and began filling the tank, my eyes darting around the empty lot. The place felt wrong, like it was stuck in time, a relic of the past that had been forgotten by everyone except the occasional lost traveler. As the gas flowed, I noticed the store was still open, its fluorescent lights flickering inside. I decided to go in, hoping to find some coffee to keep me awake for the remainder of the drive. The bell above the door jingled as I stepped inside, the sound startlingly loud in the stillness. The interior was as old as the exterior. Shelves lined with dusty snacks, outdated magazines, and a small display of faded postcards. The air was stale, and the flickering lights gave the place an eerie, almost ghostly feel. I walked up to the counter, where an old cash register sat, its keys worn and dusty. Behind the counter was a door leading to the back room, slightly ajar. I peered through the gap, but all I could see was darkness. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and insignificant in the empty space. There was no answer. I felt a growing unease, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. Something wasn't right. I decided to just grab a coffee and leave as quickly as possible. As I reached for a cup, the bell above the door jingled again. I turned, expecting to see another customer, but instead, a man stood there, drenched from the rain that had started outside. His clothes were old, tattered, and covered in mud. He looked like he had walked out of a different time, his eyes hollow and lifeless. "Didn't think anyone else would be out here tonight," I said, trying to break the tension. The man didn't respond. He just stared at me, his eyes unblinking. There was something off about him, something that made my skin crawl. I quickly poured my coffee, feeling the weight of his gaze on me the entire time. "Can I help you?" I asked, my voice shaky. He didn't answer. Instead, he slowly walked past me, his footsteps heavy on the worn linoleum floor. He made his way to the back of the store, disappearing into the shadows. I felt a cold dread settle in my stomach. Something was very wrong here. I grabbed my coffee and headed for the door, eager to get back to my car and leave this place behind. But as I reached for the handle, the lights suddenly went out, plunging the store into darkness. Panic surged through me as I fumbled in the dark, trying to find the door. My heart pounded in my chest, the silence of the store now replaced by the sound of my own ragged breathing. I could feel the presence of the man somewhere behind me, lurking in the shadows. I managed to push the door open and stumbled outside, only to find the night had become even darker, the fog thicker. The neon sign that had once been a beacon was now completely off, leaving me in near total darkness. I sprinted to my car, the gravel crunching under my feet. As I reached the driver's side, I froze. The man was standing in front of my car, illuminated by the weak light from my headlights. His eyes, those empty, hollow eyes, locked onto mine. I jumped into the car, slamming the door behind me and locking it. My hands shook as I fumbled with the keys, desperate to start the engine. But when I finally turned the key, nothing happened. The car was dead. I looked up, and the man was gone. I sat there in the silence, my heart pounding in my ears. I tried the key again, but the engine wouldn't turn over. I was trapped. Trapped in this God-forsaken place with no way out. I glanced around the lot, but it was empty. No sign of the man. No sign of anyone. Just the oppressive darkness pressing in from all sides. I had to do something. I couldn't just sit here and wait for whatever was out there to come for me. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. the small beam of light barely cutting through the darkness. I opened the car door slowly, stepping out into the night. I had two choices: go back into the store and try to find help, or stay here and hope someone would come by. But deep down, I knew no one was coming. I was on my own. I started toward the store, the light from my phone casting long shadows across the ground. Every noise, every rustle of the wind made me jump, my nerves frayed to the breaking point. As I reached the door, I hesitated. The man could still be inside, waiting for me, but I had no other option. I pushed the door open and stepped into the darkness. The store was pitch black, the only light coming from my phone. The air was thick, heavy with an unnatural stillness. I moved cautiously, my footsteps echoing in the silence. "Hello?" I called out again, my voice trembling. No response. I continued forward, toward the back of the store where I had last seen the man. As I approached the counter, my flashlight flickered, casting strange shadows on the walls. I aimed the beam toward the back room, the door still slightly ajar. I swallowed hard and pushed the door open with my free hand. The room was small, cluttered with old boxes and shelves. But there, in the corner, was something that made my blood run cold. The man was standing there, his back to me. He was holding something in his hands, something that looked like a knife. I stepped back, my breath catching in my throat. He turned slowly, his lifeless eyes fixing on me once more. The knife gleamed in the light from my phone, and he began to walk toward me, his movements slow and deliberate. I stumbled back, knocking over a shelf, the noise loud and jarring in the silent store. I turned and ran, the beam from my flashlight bouncing wildly as I sprinted toward the front door. But just as I reached the entrance, the door slammed shut on its own, trapping me inside. I pounded on the door, desperate to get out, but it wouldn't budge. I turned to see the man slowly advancing, the knife glinting in the faint light. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening, but nothing made sense. This was a nightmare, and I was living it. As the man came closer, I noticed something strange. His face. It was changing. His features seemed to shift, morphing into something monstrous, something inhuman. His mouth twisted into a grotesque smile, revealing sharp, jagged teeth. I backed away, my legs shaking, the reality of the situation crashing down on me. This wasn't just a man.
Dr.
This
Crane.
was something else, something evil. I screamed, the sound tearing from my throat as the creature lunged at me, the knife flashing in the darkness. I ducked just in time, the knife slicing through the air where my head had been moments before. I bolted toward the back of the store, desperate to find another way out. The creature was right behind me, its footsteps heavy and relentless. I rounded a corner and spotted a small window near the ceiling, just big enough to crawl through. Without thinking, I grabbed a nearby chair and smashed it against the glass, shattering it. I hoisted myself up, my hands bleeding from the broken glass, and squeezed through the opening. I tumbled out into the cold night air, landing hard on the gravel outside. I scrambled to my feet and ran, not daring to look back. The woods loomed ahead, dark and foreboding, but they were my only chance. I plunged into the trees, the branches scratching at my skin as I ran. The wind howled through the trees, drowning out any sound of pursuit. But I could feel it. Whatever that thing was, it was still after me. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing in a small clearing, gasping for breath. The silence was deafening, but I knew I couldn't stay here. I had to keep moving, keep running. But as I struggled to my feet, I heard it, a low, guttural growl coming from the darkness. I spun around, my heart racing. The creature was there, standing at the edge of the clearing, its eyes glowing in the darkness. It had found me. There was no escape this time. I was too far from the road, too deep in the woods. I was trapped. The creature stepped forward, its body twisting and contorting in unnatural ways. It opened its mouth, the growl growing louder, more menacing. I knew this was the end. There was no way out. I braced myself, my fists clenched, ready to fight, even though I knew it was hopeless. But just as the creature lunged at me, something happened. A blinding light filled the clearing so bright it hurt my eyes. The creature shrieked, recoiling from the light, its body writhing in agony. I looked up, shielding my eyes, and saw the source of the light. It was my car, headlights blazing as it sped toward the clearing. I didn't question it. I ran toward the car, throwing myself inside just as it reached me. The door slammed shut behind me, and the engine roared to life. I looked back at the creature, now just a shadow in the rearview mirror as I sped away, its howls fading into the distance. Chapter 10. The Aftermath. I didn't stop driving until I was far, far away from that gas station, from those woods. The night seemed to stretch on forever, the road endless, but I didn't care. I just kept going, the memory of what had happened replaying over and over in my mind. Eventually, I reached a small town, pulling into the first gas station I saw. This one was brightly lit, bustling with people. I parked the car and stumbled out, my legs shaking, my body covered in cuts and bruises. As I stood there, trying to catch my breath, the attendant approached me. Concern etched on his face. "Are you okay?" he asked. I nodded, unable to speak, still in shock. "Where did you come from?" he asked. I looked back at the road I had just traveled, the memories of the nightmare still fresh in my mind. "A gas station," I finally managed to say. "Back down the road." The attendant frowned. "There's no gas station for miles that way," he said. "Hasn't been one for years." I froze, my blood turning to ice. I turned to look at the road again, but it was empty, just a long stretch of highway disappearing into the darkness. The attendant's words echoed in my mind, the truth sinking in. There was no gas station. There never was. I had escaped something that wasn't supposed to exist. And as I stood there, under the bright lights of the real world, I realized that I had been given a second chance. But the memory of that night, of the creature, would haunt me forever. Somewhere out there, on that lonely stretch of road, the easy stop, gas and go still waits, its lights flickering in the darkness, waiting for its next victim. Hey, everyone. Get ready to be spooked with bedtime scary stories set on rainy nights. Don't forget to subscribe and like this video. Your support helps me create more of these stories for you to enjoy. Thanks for watching. When the first reports came in, no one believed it. People disappear every day, especially in a country as vast and diverse as the United States. But these disappearances were different, stranger, more sinister. They started in small towns, quiet places where nothing ever seemed to happen, then spread to cities, growing more frequent, more unnerving. I first heard about it on the news, like most people, but I never imagined that it would come for me. I lived in a small village called Black Hollow, nestled deep in the forests of Maine, a place where everyone knew everyone else. My life was uneventful, predictable, a steady job at the local hardware store, evenings spent with friends, and the occasional weekend trip to the nearby lake. My family lived nearby, and we were close. My younger sister, Emily, had just graduated from college and moved back home. We were planning to spend the summer together, catching up, hiking the trails we loved as kids. It was a humid afternoon when I got the first call. Emily's voice was trembling, something I'd never heard before. "Nate," she whispered, "someone's been following me." "Following you?" I repeated, my heart skipping a beat. "Where are you?" "I'm home," she said, her voice barely audible. "But I saw him, Nate. He looks just like you." My blood ran cold. "What do you mean?" "It was you, Nate. Or at least, it looked like you. But there was something wrong, something in the eyes." I didn't waste a second. I jumped into my car and sped over to her place, every nerve in my body on edge. When I arrived, Emily was sitting on the porch, pale and shaking. She ran to me, throwing her arms around my neck, her body trembling against mine. "I saw him, Nate," she said, her voice muffled by my shoulder. "I saw him standing outside my window, just staring at me." I pulled back and looked into her eyes. "Are you sure it wasn't just someone who looked like me? There's no way it was—" "No," she interrupted, shaking her head. "It was you. Or at least it looked like you. But the eyes, they weren't right. They were too dark, too empty." I didn't know what to say. How could I? There were no words for something like that. I convinced Emily to stay with me for the night, to not be alone. She agreed, though I could see the fear in her eyes every time she looked at me, as if she wasn't entirely sure I was who I said I was. That night, after Emily had finally fallen asleep on my couch, I sat up in bed, unable to close my eyes. I kept hearing her voice in my head, replaying the words over and over. The way she had described it, the thing that looked like me, made my skin crawl. What was it? And why had it been watching her? Over the next few days, more reports started coming in. People all over the state were seeing their loved ones, people who looked exactly like them, lurking in the shadows, watching from a distance. But these doppelgangers weren't benign. They weren't just imitations. They were something darker, something malevolent. The first body was found a week later. A woman in Brewer, murdered in her own home. The police were baffled. There was no sign of forced entry, no evidence of a struggle. But the most chilling part was the surveillance footage from a nearby gas station, taken just hours before her death. The woman had been seen getting into her car with her husband, only her husband had been out of town on a business trip. As the weeks passed, the reports grew more frequent, more terrifying. People were disappearing. Men, women, even children, vanishing without a trace. Only to be found later, their bodies mutilated beyond recognition. And in every case, there were witnesses who swore they had seen the victim with someone they knew, someone who looked just like them, but wasn't. The media dubbed it the shapeshifter, a name that sent shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. The authorities were helpless, the public in a state of panic. No one knew who to trust. How could you, when the face of your killer could be that of your best friend, your spouse, your child? It was around this time that I started seeing things. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, the stress getting to me. But then it became more frequent, more real. I'd catch glimpses of something in the mirror, something that looked like me but wasn't. Its eyes were too dark, its smile too wide. I'd turn around, but there was nothing there, just the empty room. I didn't tell anyone. How could I? I was terrified that if I told anyone, they'd think I was going mad. But deep down, I knew it wasn't just in my head. Whatever was out there, it was real, and it was coming for me. One night, I woke up to the sound of someone moving around in my kitchen. My heart pounded in my chest as I reached for the baseball bat I kept by my bed. I crept down the hallway, my breath shallow, my hands trembling. When I reached the kitchen, the lights were off, but I could see a shadowy figure standing by the sink. My blood turned to ice as the figure turned around, revealing my own face. It smiled at me, a twisted, malicious grin that sent a jolt of terror through my body. "Who are you?" I whispered, my voice shaking. The figure stepped closer, its eyes, my eyes, gleaming in the darkness. "I'm you," it said, its voice a distorted echo of my own. "And soon, I'll be all that's left." I swung the bat, but it passed right through the figure as if it were made of smoke. It laughed, a chilling sound that reverberated through the room. And then it was gone, vanishing into the shadows. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. I sat in the corner of my room, clutching the bat, waiting for it to come back. But it didn't. Not that night, anyway. The next day, I called Emily and told her everything. I could hear the fear in her voice as I spoke, the same fear I felt every time I looked in the mirror, every time I caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye. "Nate, you have to get out of there," she said, her voice urgent. "It's not safe." "I know," I replied, my voice hollow, "but where would I go? How can I run from something that looks just like me?" There was silence on the other end of the line, and then Emily spoke again, her voice trembling. "I've been seeing it too, Nate. It's been following me. It's not just after you." My blood ran cold. "What do you mean?" "It's been watching me," she whispered. "In the mirrors, in the windows. It looks just like you, but it's not you, and it's getting closer." Panic surged through me. I didn't know what to do, didn't know how to protect her, to protect myself. The shapeshifter wasn't just some story on the news anymore. It was real, and it was coming for us. That night, I barricaded myself in my bedroom, locking the door and covering the windows. I kept the lights on, not daring to close my eyes. Every creak of the house, every whisper of wind sent my heart racing. I knew it was out there, waiting, watching. And then, just after midnight, I heard it, the sound of someone moving outside my door. My breath caught in my throat as I listened, my pulse pounding in my ears. The doorknob rattled, and I gripped the bat tighter, my knuckles white. "Nate." It was Emily's voice, soft and pleading. "Nate, it's me, let me in." My heart lurched. "Emily," I called out, my voice shaking. "Is that really you?" "Yes," she replied, her voice trembling. "Please, Nate, I'm scared. Let me in." I hesitated, every instinct screaming at me to keep the door shut. But it was Emily, my sister. I couldn't leave her out there, not if she was in danger. I slowly unlocked the door, my hand shaking as I turned the knob. The door creaked open, and there she was, standing in the hallway, her eyes wide with fear. "Nate," she whispered, stepping closer. "Thank God. I thought I lost you." Relief washed over me, and I reached out to pull her into a hug. But then I saw it, the flicker in her eyes, the way her smile twisted into something darker, something wrong. It wasn't Emily. I stumbled back, my breath catching in my throat. The thing that looked like my sister grinned, a cold, malevolent smile that sent chills down my spine. "You should have stayed in your room, Nate," it said, its voice a mockery of my sister's. "Now, it's too late." I swung the bat, but the figure dissolved into smoke, swirling around me before reforming on the other side of the room. It laughed, a sound that echoed off the walls, and I felt a surge of hopelessness, a realization that I was completely outmatched. "Run all you want," it whispered, its voice slithering into my ears. "I'll always find you, and when I do, I'll wear your face and hunt those you love." I turned and fled, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to get away, had to put as much distance between me and that thing as possible. But no matter how far I ran, I knew it was only a matter of time before it found me again. Because the shapeshifter didn't just kill, it became you, hunted those you loved, and left nothing but a trail of bodies in its wake. And in the end, who would believe you when they saw your face reflected in the eyes of a monster? They found Nate's body weeks later in a remote cabin near Black Hollow, his face twisted in terror. His sister Emily was never found, though there were reports of sightings, people who swore they saw her in the mirrors, in the shadows. But each time they tried to approach her, she would disappear, leaving behind only a chilling laugh that echoed through the empty halls. The disappearances continued, spreading across the country, and the stories of the shapeshifter became a legend, a warning whispered in the dark. And if you ever see a loved one, staring at you with eyes that are just a little too dark, a smile that's just a little too wide, you'll know it's already too late. Get ready for the next story that will send chills down your spine. I never believed in ghosts. They were just stories, tales spun to keep kids from wandering too far at night, to make campfires more exciting. Ghosts belonged in old books, not in the world we live in, with its deadlines, traffic jams, and all the mundane things that make up everyday life. But then, something happened to me, something that shattered my sense of reality and made me question everything I thought I knew. It all started on a crisp autumn night. You know the kind. The air is cool, just cold enough to make you pull your jacket a little tighter, and the trees are ablaze with color, their leaves crunching underfoot. I had just finished work at the local pub where I bartended in a small town nestled on the edge of Blackwood Forest. It was a place where nothing ever really happened, where everyone knew everyone else, and the biggest excitement was when the occasional tourist got lost in the woods. I was tired, ready to get home, kick off my shoes, and maybe watch some TV before bed. The path I took home cut through the edge of the forest, a shortcut I had walked 100 times before. It saved me a good 20 minutes, and besides, it was peaceful, a good way to unwind after a long day. But that night felt different. There was a stillness in the air that made my skin prickle, as if the whole forest was holding its breath. I shrugged it off, chalking it up to nothing more than an overactive imagination. I mean, we all get that weird feeling sometimes, right? When the hairs on the back of your neck stand up for no reason and you start walking a little faster? That's all it was, I told myself. Just a feeling. The path was darker than usual, the trees above blocking out most of the moonlight. I could hear the wind rustling through the leaves, the occasional snap of a twig underfoot, but otherwise, it was quiet. Too quiet. And then I heard it, a rustling in the bushes off to my right. My heart skipped a beat, but I told myself it was probably just a deer, or maybe a raccoon. Animals are everywhere in these woods, nothing to worry about. I kept walking, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. I glanced around, trying to catch sight of whatever it was, but all I saw were shadows, darker patches in the already inky blackness of the trees. That's when I heard it. A heavy, deliberate footstep, much too close for comfort. I stopped, straining to see through the darkness. My breath came in shallow gasps, my pulse pounding in my ears. "Hello?" I called out, trying to sound braver than I felt. "Is someone there?" I took a tentative step forward, every instinct screaming at me to run, but my legs felt rooted to the spot. I was just about to chalk it all up to nerves when something moved in the shadows. A figure emerged from the darkness, tall and broad, moving with an eerie, unnatural grace. At first, I thought it was just another person, maybe a hiker who had lost their way. But as the figure stepped into a patch of moonlight, my blood ran cold. It was a man, or at least it had the shape of a man. But where its head should have been, there was nothing, just a raw, jagged stump, glistening darkly in the faint light. I froze, every rational thought fleeing from my mind. The figure stood there, motionless, as if it was waiting for something. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. It didn't make sense. People don't walk around without heads. It wasn't possible. And then it moved. Slowly, deliberately, it began to walk toward me. Each step measured and precise. My heart was hammering in my chest. My breath coming in short, panicked bursts. I wanted to run, to scream, but I couldn't move, couldn't think. As it came closer, I could see the details. The torn, blood-stained clothes, the way its arms hung limply at its sides. But it was the stump of its neck that held my gaze, a grotesque wound that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. And then, in a voice that didn't seem to come from anywhere, but was all around me, it spoke. "I seek a head," it said, the words echoing in the stillness of the night. A new head for my own. My legs finally responded, and I turned and ran, the cold air stinging my lungs as I tore through the forest. Branches whipped at my face, the path a blur beneath my feet, but I didn't stop, didn't dare look back. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to get away, had to reach the safety of the village. I don't know how long I ran, but eventually, the trees thinned, and I burst out onto the main road. The lights of the village were a welcome sight, and I didn't stop running until I was pounding on the door of the nearest house, breathless and terrified. The family inside must have thought I was insane. Babbling about headless ghosts and voices in the night, they tried to calm me down, told me I must have imagined it, that it was just the wind, or maybe a prankster out for a scare. But I knew what I had seen, and I knew that it was real. For weeks after that night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that headless figure, heard its voice in the dark. I tried to convince myself it was just a bad dream, that I had let my imagination get the best of me. But the disappearances started not long after that, and the whole village was thrown into a state of panic. 3 people vanished in as many weeks, all of them last seen near the edge of the woods. Search parties were organized, the police were called in, but no one found anything. It was as if they had just disappeared into thin air. The village was gripped by fear. People refusing to go out at night, locking their doors and windows as soon as the sun set. And then, one night, I saw it again. I was at home, trying to lose myself in a movie, when I heard a knock at the door. My heart leapt into my throat, and I froze, the memory of that night in the woods rushing back with terrifying clarity. I didn't want to answer. Every instinct told me to stay put, to pretend I wasn't home. But something compelled me to get it up, to walk to the door, even though my hands were shaking and my breath was coming in shallow gasps. I opened the door a crack, just enough to see out, and there it was. The headless figure stood on my porch, its clothes dripping with rain, its body swaying slightly in the wind. The stump of its neck was raw, glistening in the faint light of the porch lamp, and in its hands it held something, a crude axe, the blade stained with dark, dried blood. "I seek a head," it whispered, its voice more menacing than ever. "And I have found one." I slammed the door shut, my heart racing, and backed away, my mind reeling. I didn't know what to do, didn't know how to fight something that shouldn't even exist. I was trapped, alone in my own home, with a monster on my doorstep. And then, as if in a daze, I walked to the window. I don't know why. I guess I needed to see it again, to prove to myself that it was real. But what I saw was even more terrifying. In the reflection of the glass, I saw my own face, twisted in fear. But it wasn't just my face, it was the headless figure, standing behind me, its hand reaching out toward my head. I screamed, and the reflection vanished. I spun around, but there was nothing there, just the empty room, silent and still. But I knew it wasn't over. I could feel it lurking in the shadows, waiting for its chance. The next morning, I packed my bags and left Blackwood, vowing never to return. I moved to a city far away, surrounded by people and noise, trying to forget what I had seen. But no matter how far I go, I can never escape the fear that one day the headless hunter will find me again. It's out there, somewhere, searching for a new victim, a new head to claim. So, if you ever find yourself near Blackwood, don't go into the woods at night. Stay on the roads, stick to the light, and if you hear footsteps behind you, don't turn around. Because the headless hunter is real, and it's always watching, always waiting, and it's only a matter of time before it finds a new head to claim. We've made it to the last story of the night. This final tale is the scariest one yet, guaranteed to give you chills. Hit that subscribe button and give us a thumbs up if you enjoyed the story. Your support means the world and keeps these thrilling tales coming. Thanks for being a part of our community. I've always been an outdoorsman, the kind who finds peace in the quiet rustling of leaves and the crisp, fresh air of the wilderness. The city, with its relentless noise and constant hustle, was suffocating me. When life's pressures started to weigh me down, I knew it was time to escape. I packed my gear and headed out for a weekend camping trip in the remote woods of Black Ridge Forest. The forest, with its towering ancient trees and winding trails, was exactly what I needed. I'd hiked these trails before, but I'd never ventured this deep into the woods. This time, I wanted to push myself, to find a spot so remote that I could truly be alone. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows through the dense canopy, I realized I needed to set up camp soon. The light was fading fast, and I didn't want to be caught unprepared. I pulled out my map, scanning it for a suitable spot. There was a clearing marked a few miles ahead, but something about an unmarked path branching off the main trail caught my eye. The path was barely visible, overgrown with underbrush and framed by twisted, gnarled trees that seemed to lean in ominously. I couldn't explain it, but I felt an inexplicable pull toward that path. Without fully understanding why, I stepped off the beaten trail and ventured into the unknown. The deeper I went, the darker the forest grew. The usual sounds of wildlife began to fade, replaced by an eerie silence. I told myself it was just the unfamiliar surroundings, but a sense of unease settled over me. I pressed on, refusing to let my nerves get the better of me. I'd camped alone in the woods plenty of times before. There was nothing to worry about. Eventually, I stumbled upon a small clearing. It wasn't the one marked on my map, but it seemed as good a place as any to set up camp. The ground was flat, and a massive oak tree stood at the center, its trunk twisted and scarred, as if it had been struck by lightning countless times. As I unpacked my gear, that unease returned, stronger this time. The silence was oppressive, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I shrugged it off, trying to focus on the task at hand. After all, I'd come out here to escape, to find peace in the solitude. Maybe I'd just succeeded a little too well. With my tent pitched and a small fire crackling, I tried to relax. I sat by the fire, staring into the flames as they flickered and danced. But the feeling of being watched wouldn't leave me. Every now and then, I thought I saw movement in the shadows at the edge of the clearing, but when I turned my head, there was nothing there. Just nerves, I muttered to myself. You're alone out here. Nothing to worry about. Eventually, exhaustion overtook me, and I crawled into my tent, zipping it up tight against the night. The warmth of my sleeping bag and the rhythmic sound of the wind through the trees lulled me into a restless sleep. But it wasn't long before something woke me. At first, I thought it was just a dream, the sound of footsteps crunching on the dry leaves outside my tent. They were slow, deliberate, as if someone or something was circling my camp. I held my breath, my heart pounding in my chest as I listened. The footsteps stopped, replaced by the soft rustling of fabric, as if someone was dragging a heavy cloak through the underbrush. I lay still, every muscle tensed, my mind racing. Had someone followed me? Was it an animal? I cursed myself for leaving my hunting knife outside with my gear. Slowly, I reached for the flashlight by my side, my hand trembling as I clicked it on. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the inside of my tent. I pointed it at the entrance, hesitating before unzipping the flap just enough to peek outside. Nothing. The clearing was empty, the fire reduced to smoldering embers. I exhaled, trying to calm my racing heart. Maybe it was just the wind, or an animal passing through. I had spooked myself for no reason. But just as I was about to zip the tent back up, I heard it again, the unmistakable sound of someone or something moving just beyond the reach of my flashlight. I swung the beam toward the noise, catching a glimpse of movement, a shadow darting between the trees. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice cracking with fear. I hated how vulnerable I felt, alone in the dark, miles away from help. There was no response, just the sound of the wind picking up, rustling the leaves in a way that almost sounded like whispered voices. A chill ran down my spine. I knew I should pack up and leave before whatever was out there decided to show itself. But something kept me rooted to the spot, a mix of morbid curiosity and fear. The wind grew stronger, and the whispers seemed to grow louder, more insistent. My flashlight flickered, then went out, plunging me into darkness. I fumbled with it, cursing under my breath as I tried to get it to work, but the batteries were dead. The darkness closed in around me, thick and suffocating. Then I saw it, a figure standing at the edge of the clearing, just barely visible in the dim light of the dying fire. It was tall, unnaturally so, with limbs that seemed too long, too thin. Its face was obscured by shadows, but I could feel its eyes on me, watching, waiting. Panic surged through me, and I scrambled out of my tent, grabbing my hunting knife from my pack. I held it out in front of me, my hand shaking so badly that the blade trembled in the air. "Stay back!" I shouted, though my voice was hoarse with fear. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It just stood there, as if daring me to come closer. My mind raced. I could run, try to make it back to the main trail, but in the dark, with whatever that thing was out there, I didn't like my chances. I backed toward the fire, hoping the light would keep the figure at bay. But then it moved, a slow, deliberate step forward. My breath caught in my throat as I realized it wasn't walking. It was gliding, as if its feet weren't even touching the ground. Another step, closer this time, and I could see it more clearly. The figure was wrapped in tattered, dark clothing that billowed around it like smoke, its face hidden beneath a hood. A wave of cold air hit me, and I stumbled back, almost tripping over my own feet. I could feel the cold seeping into my bones, a bone-chilling cold that felt unnatural, wrong. The whispers grew louder, swirling around me, filling my mind with 1,000 voices speaking in a language I couldn't understand. I had to get out. Now. Without another thought, I turned and ran. I didn't care about my gear, didn't care about the path. I just ran, blindly tearing through the underbrush, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Branches scratched at my face and arms, the ground uneven beneath my feet. But I didn't stop. Behind me, I could hear the figure moving, gliding through the trees with an unnatural speed, the whispers following me, chasing me, driving me deeper into the woods. My lungs burned, my legs felt like lead, but I kept running, the primal fear driving me forward. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees twisting and warping, the path disappearing beneath my feet. I was lost, disoriented, but I couldn't stop. I could feel the figure getting closer, the cold air wrapping around me like icy fingers. Suddenly, the ground disappeared beneath me. I tumbled down a steep embankment, my body slamming into rocks and roots as I fell. I hit the bottom hard. The wind knocked out of me, pain radiating through my body. Dazed, I tried to push myself up, but my limbs wouldn't cooperate. Everything hurt, and the world spun around me. I could hear the whispers again, closer now, almost inside my head. I tried to focus, tried to pull myself together, but it was like trying to hold on to water. Then, through the haze of pain and fear, I saw it. The figure was standing over me, its face still hidden, but I could feel its presence, feel the darkness emanating from it. The whispers grew louder, almost deafening now, as if they were coming from the figure itself. My vision blurred, my strength fading. I tried to raise my knife, but my hand was too weak, too heavy. The figure reached out a hand, its fingers long and skeletal, and placed them on my chest. The cold was unbearable, like ice spreading through my veins, freezing me from the inside out. I gasped, the breath stolen from my lungs, my heart slowing, until it was almost still. The whispers stopped. There was only silence and darkness. When I didn't return from my camping trip, a search party was sent into Black Ridge Forest. They scoured the trails calling my name, but found no trace of me. My campsite was discovered, abandoned, with my gear left untouched. But of me, there was no sign. No footprints, no trail, nothing. The locals spoke of the forest with hushed voices, warning of the unmarked paths and the dangers that lay within. Some said the forest was haunted, that those who strayed too far from the main trail were never seen again. As the days turned into weeks, the search was eventually called off. I was declared missing, presumed dead, another victim of the unforgiving wilderness. But the forest remembered, and in the deepest, darkest part of Black Ridge Forest, where no one dared to venture, a figure could sometimes be seen, gliding through the trees, wrapped in tattered clothing, its face hidden beneath a hood. And if you listened closely, you could hear the whispers, faint but unmistakable, carried on the wind, calling your name. Adam lived in the bustling city, working a high-stress job at a tech company. His salary was decent, but the noise, the crowd, and the relentless pace of city life had started to take a toll on him. One evening, feeling drained and overwhelmed, he decided he needed a break. He longed for peace, a place where the air was crisp and the nights were silent. Adam remembered his grandfather's small village, a place of tranquility and isolation, far removed from the city's chaos. He decided to pack his bags and head there, seeking solace in the simplicity of rural life. Adam's grandfather's house was situated right next to a hill that, according to local lore, nobody visited. When Adam asked his grandfather about it, the old man simply replied, "Just don't go there." No stories, no explanations, just a stern warning. Adam's curiosity was piqued, but he respected his grandfather's advice. For a while, one evening, after a day of exploring the quiet village and its serene surroundings, Adam found himself lying in bed, trying to fall asleep. The silence was suddenly broken by the distant sound of drums. It wasn't just a single drum. It was a rhythmic beat, like a gathering of people celebrating. The sound grew louder, and Adam's curiosity got the better of him. He decided to follow the noise, stepping out into the cool night air, his footsteps muffled by the soft earth. As he climbed the hill, the drum beats became deafening, and the sounds of people talking and laughing grew clearer. When Adam finally reached the top, he was shocked by what he saw. Below him, in a clearing bathed in moonlight, a group of people in strange, black robes were dancing and celebrating around a large fire. The scene was surreal, and Adam wondered why his grandfather and the villagers had warned him away. Despite the eerie atmosphere, he felt drawn to the festivity. Adam joined the celebration, the rhythm of the drums pulling him into the dance. The people around him were dressed in odd, flowing black robes, their faces obscured by shadows. He thought it might be some kind of ritual, part of an old tradition he was unfamiliar with. Someone handed him a drink, which he accepted without thinking. The taste was bitter, but he shrugged it off, feeling the beat of the drums in his bones. As the night went on, the atmosphere became increasingly bizarre. People started eating, and a woman with glowing eyes served him a piece of meat. Its appearance was strange, unlike anything he had seen before. A creepy old man leaned close to him and whispered, "Eat the meat, then go. Otherwise, it will be an insult to our ritual." The fear that had been creeping up on him turned into a cold wave. The glowing eyes of the woman and the old man's sinister voice made him realize he was in deep trouble. His head was spinning, and he almost fainted from the overwhelming dread. Adam's instincts kicked in, and he bolted, running down the hill, the sounds of the festival fading behind him. He reached his grandfather's house panting and shaking, and collapsed into bed. The next morning, his grandfather, noticing Adam's disheveled appearance and the scent of the night's adventure, asked him where he had been. Adam, still shaken, mumbled something about being at an old bar in the village. As the day passed, the memory of the night's events faded, but the eerie drum beats haunted him, even in daylight. That night, the sound of drums returned, louder and more insistent. The voice of the old man echoed in his head. "You insulted our ritual. You must follow us to the hill and apologize." Adam's heart raced as he tried to ignore the sounds, but they were relentless. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. Desperate, he sought the counsel of the village priest. The old priest listened to his story with a grave expression. "What you encountered are devil worshippers," the priest said solemnly. "They will come for you every night to take you to the hill." He handed Adam a small vial of holy water. "Keep this with you at all times. It will protect you." That night, the sounds returned, louder and more terrifying. Adam, now clutching the holy water, tried to ignore the voices, but the fear was overwhelming. The old man's voice pierced the silence, and the dread was too much to bear. He leaped out of bed, shouting incoherently, running through the village like a madman. "I have to go to the top of the hill," he screamed, his voice echoing through the quiet streets. The villagers, too afraid to step outside, watched him in horror as he ran, a figure of madness and desperation. As dawn approached, his shouts grew fainter, and the village fell silent. Adam's grandfather, confused and terrified, found his grandson's room empty, the bed disheveled as if he had been torn from sleep by some unseen force. The villagers gathered at his grandfather's house, their faces pale and filled with dread. Adam's grandfather, his eyes filled with sorrow, could only shake his head, the mystery of the hill's darkness deepening with each passing moment. Adam was never seen again. The village remained silent about the events of that night, the hill's dark secret buried with him. To this day, the hill stands silent, a place where shadows linger and the echoes of the drums can still be heard on moonlit nights. The villagers speak of the hill only in whispers, and the legend of Adam's disappearance has become a cautionary tale, a reminder of the darkness that lies just beyond the edge of the village. Now, second story. Marcus had always been drawn to the whispers of lost treasures and ancient secrets, and tonight the pull was stronger than ever. Guided by a tattered map acquired from a mysterious old merchant, he found himself in a dense forest, digging feverishly into the soft earth. The forest was dense and silent, the air thick with an unsettling calm. After hours of toil, his shovel struck something solid. His heart raced as he cleared away the dirt, revealing an ancient stone door covered in eerie carvings and faded runes. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, Marcus pried the door open. A narrow staircase descended into darkness. Lighting his torch, he cautiously made his way down, the air growing colder with each step. At the bottom, he entered a grand chamber, the walls adorned with faded murals depicting scenes of grandeur and decay. The oppressive silence and the chill in the air wrapped around him like a shroud. In the center of the room lay an ornate sarcophagus. His breath caught in his throat as he approached it, the allure of the treasure overwhelming his sense of caution. With trembling hands, he pushed the lid aside, revealing the skeletal remains of a queen, adorned with a hoard of glittering jewels and gold. Her empty eye sockets seemed to stare into his soul. As he reached for a jewel-encrusted necklace, a chilling sensation washed over him. The air grew thick, and the temperature plummeted. His torch flickered and went out, plunging him into darkness. A low, guttural whisper echoed through the chamber, sending shivers down his spine. "You dare disturb my eternal rest." Panicked, Marcus grabbed the necklace and fled up the stairs, the whispers following him. He burst out into the night, heart pounding, and didn't stop running until he reached his truck. He drove home, trying to shake the feeling of being watched. That night, his sleep was plagued by vivid nightmares. He found himself back in the tomb, the queen's skeletal hands reaching out to him, her eyes glowing with a sinister light. The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of voices filled with malice and rage. "You cannot escape," they hissed. "You are mine." Marcus woke up drenched in sweat, his heart racing. The room was cold, and he felt a lingering presence. He dismissed it as his imagination and tried to go back to sleep, but the nightmares continued every night, growing more intense. The queen's face haunted his dreams, her whispers echoing in his mind. During the day, he became paranoid, feeling watched and followed. He tried to return the necklace, but no matter where he hid it, it always reappeared beside his bed. Desperation took hold as he realized he was being haunted by the queen's vengeful spirit. One night, the whispers became unbearable, the queen's presence more tangible than ever. He woke up to find himself back in the forest, standing before the tomb. His body moved on its own, descending the stairs into the chamber. The sarcophagus lay open, the queen's skeletal form glowing with an unholy light. Fleeing once again, Marcus returned home, exhausted and terrified. He collapsed into bed, hoping for a moment of peace. Instead, he dreamed of the queen, now alive and radiating a menacing beauty. She stood before him, eyes blazing with fury. "You broke my eternal peace," she said, her voice echoing through his mind. "You must return to the tomb." Marcus woke up in fear, sweating all over. He told himself it was just a dream, but the Queen's presence continued to haunt his nights. Every evening, she appeared in his dreams, her demands growing more insistent. The strain took its toll, and he grew weaker each day, his health deteriorating rapidly. Desperation led him to seek help, but doctors found nothing wrong. Friends and family grew concerned, unable to comprehend the invisible torment that consumed him. Marcus became a shadow of his former self, the once vibrant treasure hunter now a haunted, haggard figure. One night, the Queen's command was louder than ever, reverberating through his entire being. Return to the tomb, or suffer forever. With the last of his strength, Marcus made his way back to the forest, drawn inexorably to the tomb. The eerie carvings seemed to glow in the moonlight as he descended once more into the darkness. The Queen's skeletal form awaited him, her eyes burning with a terrible satisfaction. "You have returned," she intoned. "Now you shall pay for your transgression." The tomb's darkness enveloped him, and Marcus felt a cold, clammy hand close around his heart. As his vision faded, the last thing he saw was the Queen's skeletal face, a chilling smile playing across her lips. In the days that followed, Marcus's disappearance puzzled the townspeople. His truck was found abandoned at the forest's edge, but no trace of him was ever discovered. The legend of the cursed Queen's tomb grew, a cautionary tale for those who dared to seek treasures that were never meant to be found. Hello, my lovely family. Tonight, I have 5 scary and unique stories just for you. These tales will make you shiver and help you fall asleep. Before we start, I have a small request. Please like this video and subscribe to the channel. Your support helps me make more spooky stories. If you have any story ideas, leave a comment below. Now, let's begin. I had always considered myself a careful thief, never biting off more than I could chew. That night, standing outside the mansion at the edge of town, I felt a rush of adrenaline. The place was huge and rumored to be empty, and I couldn't resist the temptation. I crept along the side of the house, my footsteps muffled by the soft grass. The broken basement window I had scoped out earlier beckoned me, promising easy entry. I slipped through it, landing softly on the cold, damp floor. My flashlight flickered to life, casting an eerie glow on the walls. The mansion was silent, the kind of silence that prickled the hairs on the back of your neck. I shook off the feeling and made my way upstairs. The place was even grander on the inside, filled with antique furniture and dusty chandeliers. It was a gold mine. As I rummaged through drawers and cabinets, a strange smell hit me. Metallic and sour. I hesitated, the hairs on my arms standing on end. It was the kind of smell that screamed at you to run, but greed kept me rooted. In the study, my flashlight beam landed on a bookcase. Behind it, I heard a rhythmic tapping sound. It was faint, but unmistakable, like someone knocking gently on wood. Curiosity got the better of me, and I started inspecting the shelves. My fingers brushed against a loose panel, and I pushed it aside to reveal a hidden passageway. Heart pounding, I stepped inside. The air was colder here, and the smell intensified. The passage led to a small room, dimly lit by a single, flickering bulb. What I saw there stopped me in my tracks. The walls were plastered with newspaper clippings about missing people. Photographs of terrified faces stared back at me, their eyes pleading for help. A chill ran down my spine as I realized where I was. This wasn't just a mansion. It was the lair of a killer. My mind raced, searching for a way out, when the door behind me slammed shut with a deafening thud. I was trapped. Panic surged through me as I turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows. The man was tall, with a twisted smile and eyes that gleamed with malice. He moved with a predatory grace, enjoying the fear that gripped me. "Welcome," he said, his voice smooth and mocking. I didn't expect company. I backed away, my hands searching for anything I could use as a weapon. The killer stepped closer, savoring every moment. I noticed a key dangling from his belt, a possible way out, but getting it wouldn't be easy. I had to think fast. My eyes darted around the room, landing on a heavy book on the table. In one swift motion, I grabbed the book and hurled it at the light bulb, shattering it and plunging us into darkness. The killer cursed, momentarily disoriented, and I seized my chance. I lunged for him, grabbing the key and making a desperate dash for the door. Behind me, I heard him regain his composure, his footsteps pounding after me. My heart raced as I fumbled with the lock, finally managing to wrench the door open. I sprinted down the passageway, my legs fueled by pure terror. I reached the basement window, my only escape. Just as I was about to crawl through, a hand grabbed my ankle with crushing force. Panic surged through me, and I kicked out wildly, feeling his grip loosen. With a final effort, I wriggled free and tumbled onto the grass outside, my body shaking with fear and relief. I didn't stop running until I reached the edge of the property. My breath came in ragged gasps, my heart pounding like a drum. I knew I had narrowly escaped a fate worse than death, and the realization left me shaken. I made my way back to the city, the events of the night replaying in my mind like a nightmare. I called the police from a payphone, anonymously tipping them off about the horrors I had witnessed. That night changed me. I vowed to leave my life of crime behind, haunted by the killer's smile and the memory of those trapped in his lair. The thin sliver of moonlight that had guided me to safety was a reminder of my second chance. But deep down, I knew the killer was still out there, lurking in the shadows. And I could only hope the police would catch him before he claimed another victim. Get ready for the next story that will send chills down your spine. When Lily first mentioned her imaginary friend, Mr. Whispers, I didn't think much of it. At 5 years old, it seemed perfectly normal for her to have a make-believe companion. I'd watch her chat away in her room, her voice rising and falling in animated conversation. It was cute, even endearing. But then things started happening. Strange things that made me uneasy. Doors would creak open on their own, and shadows seemed to flit across the walls at odd hours. At first, I dismissed these as mere coincidences, products of my imagination. But one stormy evening changed everything. Rain lashed against the windows and thunder rumbled in the distance. I was tucking Lily into bed when I noticed a figure standing in the corner of her room. My heart skipped a beat, and I forced myself to stay calm. "Lily?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Who's that?" Lily giggled, pointing to the shadowy figure. "That's Mr. Whispers, Mommy. He says he's finally ready to meet you." Fear shot through me like ice. The figure stepped into the light, revealing a disheveled man with hollow eyes and a chilling smile. I felt paralyzed, as if the air itself had turned to stone around me. "Hello, Claire," he said, his voice a soft, sinister whisper. Lily talks about you all the time. I pulled Lily close, my heart pounding in my chest. What do you want? I managed to ask. He chuckled, the sound grating against my nerves. I'm here for Lily. She's special, you see. But don't worry, I'll make sure she's taken care of. Panic surged through me, and I grabbed the lamp from the bedside table, swinging it with all my strength. The figure vanished, leaving only an eerie echo of laughter behind. I called the police, my hands trembling as I dialed. They arrived quickly, searching the house thoroughly, but there was nothing. No sign of forced entry, no indication that anyone had been there. The officers were polite but skeptical, attributing my experience to stress and imagination. But I knew what I'd seen. And I knew that Mr. Whispers was not just a figment of Lily's imagination. Desperate to protect my daughter, I dove into research, uncovering the dark history of our home. Years ago, a man named Arthur Whistler, known as the Whispering Killer, had lived and died here. His charm and ability to lure victims into a false sense of security were legendary. Realizing that Mr. Whispers was Arthur's ghost, I sought help from a local paranormal expert. He performed a cleansing ritual, sealing our house with protective charms. Though Lily still occasionally mentioned Mr. Whispers, the strange occurrences stopped. The house felt lighter, safer. I remained vigilant, teaching Lily to be wary of strangers, even those who seemed friendly. The experience left its mark on me, a constant reminder that not all imaginary friends are harmless. As the years passed, Lily outgrew her imaginary companion, her memories of Mr. Whispers fading like a distant dream. But I never forgot. I had faced true evil and emerged stronger for it, and I vowed never to let my guard down again. It's time for the third story of the night. It all began as a silly dare. My friends, Tyler, Jake, and I were always looking for excitement. We were three adventurous teens in search of the next thrill. There was an old house near the woods, and everyone in town said it was haunted. People claimed an old couple had lived there once, and that no one should ever go near it. We didn't believe in ghost stories. We were young and thought we knew everything. It was a cool fall afternoon when we decided to sneak into the house. The plan was simple. Go in, take some pictures, and leave before it got dark. It seemed easy enough. Tyler was the boldest of us, always ready to do something crazy. He led us down the narrow path that wound through the woods. As we walked, the house came into view, standing tall against the evening sky. Its windows were dark, and the roof looked like it could collapse at any moment. "Come on," Tyler said with a grin. Jake and I were nervous, but we followed him onto the creaky porch. The door opened with a loud groan, as if it hadn't been touched in years. We stepped inside, and the adventure began. The house smelled old and musty. Dust floated in the beams of our flashlights, and old furniture was covered in white sheets. It felt like we had stepped into a place forgotten by time. We decided to split up and explore. I went upstairs while Tyler and Jake checked out the rooms downstairs. As I moved through each room, the floorboards creaked loudly under my feet. It was eerie, but I tried to ignore it. Suddenly, I heard a soft whisper. "Did you hear that?" I called out, trying not to sound scared. There was no answer. My heart raced as I listened harder. The whispering continued, like a strange song being sung by unseen voices. I hurried back downstairs, my flashlight shaking in my hand. Tyler and Jake were gone. "Guys?" I shouted, panic rising in my chest. Silence filled the air. Then, I noticed a door at the end of the hallway. It was slightly open. I pushed it wider and stepped inside. The room was empty, except for a single chair facing a window. On the floor were Tyler and Jake's flashlights, flickering weakly. In the corner of the room stood a woman, or at least what was left of her. She looked like a ghost, with hollow eyes and skin stretched tightly over her bones. She raised a finger to her lips, telling me to be quiet. I backed away in terror, the door slamming shut behind me with a bang. The whispers grew louder, like a crowd of people speaking all at once. I knew I had to escape. I ran blindly, not caring where I was going. The house seemed to change around me, twisting and turning like a maze. Every hallway led to another, and every door opened to a dead end. Desperate, I tried to remember the way out. The whispers surrounded me, taunting and teasing, telling me things I didn't want to hear. Finally, I saw it. The front door, slightly open, with moonlight shining through. I dashed for the door, breaking free into the night. I didn't stop running until I reached the edge of the woods. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like they would give out. I collapsed on the grass, tears streaming down my face. Tyler and Jake were gone, taken by the darkness of that terrible house. Whatever I had seen, whatever had taken them, was beyond anything I could understand. I never told anyone about that night. The house remained, abandoned and untouched, its secrets hidden away. Sometimes, when the wind blew through the trees, I could hear the whispers calling me back. I wondered if Tyler and Jake were still inside, lost forever, or if they had become part of the story that warned people to stay away. A story about the house that never lets you go. Now, let's dive into the fourth creepy story. Are you ready to be scared? It started as just another ordinary afternoon. The clock ticked steadily, and the late summer sun cast warm rays across the kitchen floor. My parents had gone out for errands, leaving me home alone with the usual promise to be back by dinner. But dinner came and went, and the house remained eerily quiet. At first, I wasn't worried. Sometimes they got caught up in conversations or ran into friends. I busied myself with homework, the soft hum of the refrigerator my only company. But as the evening crept into night, a sense of unease settled over me. I called their phones, the ringing echoing through my head until each went to voicemail. "Hey, it's me. Just wondering where you are. Call me back, okay?" I tried to sound casual, but my voice wavered. By midnight, worry gnawed at my insides like a relentless hunger. I sat on the couch watching shadows dance across the walls, every creak and groan of the house amplified in the silence. I imagined scenarios, each one more dreadful than the last, my mind a swirling storm of fear and confusion. The next morning, I contacted the police. They took my report, nodding, and asking questions, their faces a mix of professionalism and sympathy. They promised to look into it, but their assurances felt hollow. Days turned into a blur. I went through the motions of life, but everything felt muted, as if the world had lost its color. Friends came by, their concerned eyes tracking my every move, but I couldn't bear their pity. I wanted answers, not condolences. I started searching for clues myself, piecing together fragments of their lives, looking for any sign of where they might have gone. I combed through their room, finding nothing but ordinary belongings. Their absence was a void, consuming everything. Then, About a week after they disappeared, I found something curious. A small, unmarked envelope tucked into my father's desk drawer. Inside was a single key and a slip of paper with an address scribbled in my mother's handwriting. Hope flared within me, a tiny flame in the darkness. I hurried to the address, a modest storage unit on the edge of town. My heart pounded as I turned the key, opening the door to reveal a stack of boxes and a faint, musty smell. As I sifted through the contents, I discovered letters, photographs, and documents, pieces of a puzzle I didn't understand. There were references to people I'd never heard of, and places I'd never been. My parents' lives, it seemed, held secrets I had never imagined. Among the papers, I found a letter addressed to me in my mother's elegant script. With trembling hands, I opened it. Her words were both a comfort and a revelation. They spoke of a past entangled in something dangerous, something that had caught up with them. "We love you, always," she wrote. "If you're reading this, know that we're doing everything we can to protect you." The words were a lifeline, pulling me back from the edge of despair. I understood now that they hadn't left me. They had been taken by something beyond our control. I turned the evidence over to the police, who took it seriously this time, launching a new investigation. The days continued to stretch on, a waiting game with no clear end. But I held on to the hope that my parents would return, that they would walk through the door and life would resume. And so I waited, in that endless dusk between fear and hope, surrounded by shadows but no longer alone. We've made it to the last story of the night. This final tale is the scariest one yet, guaranteed to give you chills. In the heart of Regency, England, the lavish estate of Lord and Lady Worthington was abuzz with excitement. The grand ballroom glittered with chandeliers, and the air was filled with the sound of laughter and the clinking of glasses. It was the annual masquerade ball, an event that drew nobility from far and wide. Lady Emily Fairchild, a keen observer and frequent guest at such gatherings, had just arrived. She enjoyed the intrigue of these masked affairs, where identities were concealed and secrets were whispered. As she surveyed the room, she noticed a curious figure lingering near the edge of the crowd. The stranger's mask was elaborate, a shimmering blue that caught the light, but their demeanor seemed out of place, tense and watchful. As the night wore on, the guests reveled in their anonymity, swirling around the dance floor. But as the clock struck midnight, a scream pierced the air, freezing everyone in their tracks. The crowd quickly gathered in the parlor, where a body lay slumped on the floor. The mask had been removed, revealing a young man with the features unfamiliar to anyone present. Gasps of horror and confusion echoed through the room. Lady Worthington, ever composed, ordered the doors locked and sent for the local constable. Emily, driven by her curiosity, moved closer to examine the scene. The victim's clothing was of fine quality, but not of the latest fashion, hinting at a possible outsider. No one stepped forward to claim him, and whispers of scandal spread like wildfire. Who was this mysterious guest, and how had he met such a tragic end? Determined to uncover the truth, Emily began questioning the guests. She discovered that the stranger had been seen earlier in the evening speaking to Lord Worthington in hushed tones. Her inquiries also revealed that several guests had noticed the stranger exchanging furtive glances with Lady Helena, a known beauty with a penchant for intrigue. Emily approached Lady Helena, whose eyes were wide with fear. After some coaxing, Helena confessed that she had been receiving anonymous letters from a suitor claiming to know her deepest secrets. She feared this man was the one lying dead, but she had no idea of his identity. As the constable arrived and began his investigation, Emily pieced together the clues. She recalled seeing a servant slip a note into Lord Worthington's hand shortly before the body was discovered. Confronting the Lord in private, she learned that the note contained a threat, a demand for money in exchange for silence about an affair with a prominent politician's wife. The stranger, it seemed, had been a blackmailer. Convinced that the victim had come to the ball to extort money, Emily wondered who among the guests had been desperate enough to kill him. Her suspicions turned to Lord Worthington himself, who had the most to lose from exposure. In a bold move, Emily confronted Lord Worthington in the presence of the constable and Lady Worthington. Under pressure, he confessed to the murder, revealing that he had arranged to meet the blackmailer in the parlor, intending to pay him off. But when the man demanded more, a struggle ensued, resulting in his death. The scandal shook the aristocracy, and Lord Worthington was swiftly arrested. The masked ball, once the pinnacle of the social calendar, became the talk of the town for all the wrong reasons. Lady Emily Fairchild's bravery and keen intellect were lauded, and she returned to her quiet life with a newfound respect from her peers. Though the night had ended in tragedy, she was comforted by the knowledge that justice had been served, and the mysteries of the masquerade had been unraveled. Hey, everyone. Get ready to be spooked with bedtime scary stories set on rainy nights. The sound of raindrops and thunder will create the perfect, eerie ambiance. So, grab your blanket, get cozy, and close your eyes when you need to. Prepare for a night of goosebumps. It was a cold, rainy evening, and I was settling in for a quiet night at home. My name is Emily, and I live alone in a quaint, old house on the outskirts of town. The place had a charm, but it could get quite lonely. I was reading a book by the fireplace when the doorbell rang. Startled, I glanced at the clock. It was almost 9 p.m. Who could be visiting at this hour? I hesitated for a moment, then got up and walked to the door. Through the peephole, I saw a woman standing there, drenched from the rain, holding an old, worn suitcase. I opened the door cautiously. The woman looked familiar, but I couldn't quite place her. She smiled warmly. "Emily, it's me, Aunt Margaret." My heart skipped a beat. Aunt Margaret? My mother's sister? I hadn't seen her in years, not since I was a child. She held up a photograph, showing a younger version of herself with my mother. It looked authentic, and the resemblance was undeniable. "I know it's been a long time, dear," she said, her voice soothing. "I was in the area and thought I'd visit. May I come in?" I hesitated, but then nodded, stepping aside to let her in. She looked tired and cold, and it felt wrong to turn her away. She smiled again and entered, dripping water onto the hardwood floor. We sat by the fireplace, and I made us some tea. Aunt Margaret began to share stories from the past, recounting memories of my mother and our family. There was something comforting about her presence, a sense of familiarity that made me feel safe. After a while, she reached into her suitcase and pulled out a small, ornate bottle filled with a dark liquid. "I brought you something special, Emily," she said, her eyes gleaming. "It's a family recipe, a potion for good health and long life. Your mother used to make it." I was intrigued. My mother had always been interested in herbal remedies and natural potions. "Thank you, Aunt Margaret," I said, taking the bottle. "But I don't think I've ever seen this one before." She smiled mysteriously. "It's very rare. Just a small sip before bed will do wonders." I hesitated, but her warm smile and the comforting stories had lowered my guard. I uncorked the bottle and took a small sip. The potion was bitter, with an odd metallic aftertaste. I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me, and Aunt Margaret's face seemed to blur. I tried to stand, but my legs gave out, and I fell back onto the couch. The room began to spin, and my vision darkened. The last thing I saw was Aunt Margaret's smiling face before everything went black. When I woke up, the world around me had changed. I was no longer in my cozy living room. Instead, I found myself in a vast, desolate landscape. The sky was a sickly shade of green, and the air was thick with a foul, sulfuric odor. The ground was barren, cracked, and dry, stretching out endlessly in all directions. Panic set in as I tried to make sense of my surroundings. Where was I? How did I get here? I called out for help, but my voice seemed to vanish into the void, swallowed by the oppressive silence. As I wandered through the eerie landscape, I began to see shadowy figures in the distance. They moved slowly, aimlessly, their forms indistinct. I approached one, hoping for some kind of answer, but as I got closer, I realized with horror that these beings were not human. The creatures had the shape of humans, but their skin was ashen and lifeless. Their eyes were empty voids, devoid of any light or emotion. They moved with a slow, jerky gait, as if they were marionettes being controlled by unseen strings. One of them turned to face me, and I felt a chill run through my entire being. Its mouth opened, but no sound came out. It reached out a skeletal hand, and I recoiled in fear. The touch of its fingers was ice cold, sending a wave of terror through me. I stumbled back, tripping over the uneven ground. The creature continued to advance, its empty eyes fixed on me. I scrambled to my feet and ran, my heart pounding in my chest. The landscape around me seemed to shift and change, as if it were alive, and I soon found myself lost in a maze of twisted, barren trees. I continued to run, desperate to escape the nightmare I had found myself in. The trees seemed to close in around me, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal hands. I could hear whispers in the air, ghostly voices that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Eventually, I stumbled into a clearing, and there, standing in the center, was Aunt Margaret. Her warm smile was gone, replaced by a sinister, predatory grin. "Welcome to the Netherworld, Emily," she said, her voice dripping with malice. "You were so easy to deceive, just like your mother." I stared at her in shock and disbelief. "What are you talking about? Why are you doing this?" She laughed, a cold, hollow sound that echoed through the clearing. "I am not your aunt, Emily. I am a servant of the dark, and I have brought you here to fulfill my master's wishes." I backed away, my mind racing. "What do you want from me?" She raised her hands, and the ground beneath me began to tremble. "Your soul, Emily. Your soul will feed the darkness and give it strength." I turned and ran, but the ground cracked and split beneath my feet. Dark, twisted roots emerged, trying to ensnare me. I dodged and weaved, barely managing to stay ahead of them. In my desperate flight, I spotted a faint light in the distance. It was the only thing in this dark, twisted world that seemed out of place. I headed toward it, hoping against hope that it would lead me to safety. As I got closer, the light grew brighter, revealing a small, ancient-looking well. The whispers grew louder, and the air around me seemed to thrum with a dark energy. I reached the well and peered inside, seeing a shimmering portal at the bottom. With no other options, I climbed over the edge and lowered myself into the well. The walls were slimy and cold, and I could feel the darkness pressing in around me. As I reached the portal, a cold hand grabbed my ankle. I screamed, kicking at the hand, and it let go. With one last effort, I plunged into the portal, feeling a sensation of being pulled through time and space. I woke up in my living room, gasping for breath. The room was exactly as I had left it, the candles still burning, the potion bottle on the table. I looked around frantically, but there was no sign of Aunt Margaret. Had it all been a dream? A hallucination brought on by the potion? I didn't know what to believe. Days passed, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Shadows seemed to move on their own, and I heard whispers in the night. The experience had left me scarred, a constant reminder of the dark world I had glimpsed. I moved out of the house shortly after, hoping to leave the nightmares behind. But some nights, when I close my eyes, I still see those empty, soulless eyes staring back at me, and I wonder if I ever truly escaped. Months later, a new family moved into the house. They found the place charming, perfect for their needs. The little girl, Lily, was exploring the backyard when she found an old, ornate bottle buried in the dirt. Curious, she brought it inside to her mother. "Look, Mommy, I found a treasure." Her mother smiled and took the bottle, examining it closely. "That's lovely, dear. Why don't we put it on the mantelpiece?" That night, as Lily was getting ready for bed, she heard a soft, whispering voice. "Lily, come to the garden." She crept outside, drawn by the voice, and saw a figure standing by the well. It was a woman with a warm smile, holding out her hand. "Hello, Lily," the woman said. "I'm your Aunt Margaret." And the cycle began again. Get ready for the next story that will send chills down your spine. It was a cold winter evening when Rex, our loyal German shepherd, ran away. The storm had hit hard, rattling windows and howling through the trees. My family and I huddled inside, the power flickering, casting eerie shadows across the walls. Rex had always been a brave dog, but something about that night unsettled him. One moment he was with us, and the next he was gone, having slipped out through the cracked back door. We searched for days, combing the woods and putting up flyers, but Rex had vanished without a trace. My daughter, Lily, cried herself to sleep each night, clutching Rex's favorite toy. We all felt his absence deeply, the house emptier and quieter, without his playful barks and comforting presence. A year passed. Life moved on, though the wound of losing Rex never fully healed. Then, one warm summer evening, as we were sitting down for dinner, we heard a familiar scratching at the door. Lily sprang up, her face lighting up with hope. "Could it be?" she whispered. I opened the door, and there he was. Rex, standing on the porch, looking almost exactly as he had a year ago. His fur was matted and dirty, but his eyes still held that familiar spark. We were overjoyed, tears streaming down our faces as we embraced our long-lost friend. At first, everything seemed perfect. Rex appeared healthy, albeit a bit more reserved. Lily was ecstatic, spending every moment she could with him. But soon, small, unsettling changes began to emerge. Rex's behavior grew increasingly strange. He would sit and stare at nothing for hours, his eyes tracking something invisible. His once playful nature had turned almost predatory. He began to growl and snap at shadows, his eyes glowing eerily in the dark. The change was subtle at first, but gradually it became more pronounced. One night, as I was tucking Lily into bed, she mentioned something that sent a chill down my spine. "Daddy, sometimes Rex looks at me like he doesn't know me," she said, her voice trembling. I tried to reassure her, but deep down I felt the same unease. Rex's eyes, once filled with warmth and love, now seemed cold and calculating. One evening, while cleaning the attic, I found an old book tucked away in a dusty corner. It was an ancient tome on folklore and dark rituals, something I had inherited from my grandmother but never paid much attention to. As I flipped through its yellowed pages, I came across a chapter on demonic possession. The descriptions matched Rex's behavior eerily well. Animals acting out of character, staring at invisible entities, growing more aggressive. A knot of fear twisted in my stomach as I read on. Could it be possible? Could something have happened to Rex during the year he was gone? The idea seemed absurd, but the evidence was mounting. My wife, Sarah, remained skeptical, but she couldn't deny that Rex was different. One night, as we were discussing our growing concerns, Rex began to bark furiously. His barks turned to snarls, and he threw himself at the back door, his eyes glowing with an unholy light. We rushed to the living room to find him standing over Lily, who was cowering in fear. Rex's growls filled the room, a sound more feral and menacing than any we had heard before. I stepped forward, trying to calm him, but he turned on me, teeth bared. In that moment, I knew we were in danger. I grabbed a nearby broom and used it to push him away from Lily. Rex snapped at it, his jaws closing around the wood with a sickening crunch. "Get Lily to her room," I shouted to Sarah. "Lock the door." Sarah scooped up Lily and ran upstairs. Rex followed them with his eyes, but I managed to hold his attention long enough for them to get to safety. The next day, I reached out to Father Michael, the local priest, who was known for his knowledge of the supernatural. He listened intently as I recounted the events of the past few weeks. "Your dog may have brought something back with him," Father Michael said gravely. "Something dark?" He agreed to come to our home that evening to perform a blessing. As the sun set, casting long shadows across the yard, Father Michael arrived with his prayer book and a vial of holy water. Rex was in the backyard, pacing restlessly. Father Michael began the blessing, chanting in Latin and sprinkling holy water around the house. As he approached Rex, the dog's growls grew louder, more menacing. When the holy water touched Rex, he let out a bone-chilling howl and backed away, his eyes glowing with an unnatural fire. It was as if the water had burned him. "This is no ordinary possession," Father Michael said, his face pale. "We need a full exorcism. Father Michael gathered his tools and prepared for the exorcism. Sarah, Lily, and I huddled in the living room, fear gripping our hearts. The air felt heavy, charged with an unseen energy. The exorcism began with prayers and chants, Father Michael's voice steady and strong. Rex thrashed and snarled, his body contorting in unnatural ways. The room grew colder, and an oppressive presence filled the space. Suddenly, Rex lunged at Father Michael, his teeth bared. Father Michael stood his ground, holding up a crucifix. Rex froze, his body trembling. "By the power of Christ, I command you to leave this creature," Father Michael shouted. Rex let out a guttural scream, and the room seemed to tremble. An unseen force pushed us back, and for a moment I thought we might lose him. Then, with one final, agonized howl, Rex collapsed. The room grew silent, the oppressive presence lifting. We watched in stunned silence as Rex slowly got to his feet, his eyes no longer glowing. He looked around, confused, but there was a warmth in his eyes that hadn't been there before. I thought we might lose him. Then, with one final, agonized howl, Rex collapsed. The room grew silent, the oppressive presence lifting. We watched in stunned silence as Rex slowly got to his feet, his eyes no longer glowing. He looked around, confused, but there was a warmth in his eyes that hadn't been there before. Rex was different after the exorcism, but in a good way. He was more like his old self, though a bit more subdued. The aggressive behavior stopped, and the eerie presence that had filled our home was gone. We kept a close eye on him, still wary of what had happened. Father Michael assured us that the entity had been banished, but the memory of those dark days lingered. Life gradually returned to normal, though the experience left its mark on all of us. We were more cautious, more aware of the unseen forces that could influence our lives. Months passed, and we began to feel a sense of peace. One evening, as we sat down for dinner, Rex lay by the fireplace, his eyes half closed. Lily was drawing at the table, her face relaxed and happy. Suddenly, Rex lifted his head, his ears pricked. He let out a low growl, staring at the front door. Sarah and I exchanged worried glances. We had hoped the terror was behind us, but something felt off. The doorbell rang, and a cold chill ran down my spine. I stood up and walked to the door, my heart pounding. As I opened it, I was met with a sight that froze my blood. Standing on the porch was a man, his eyes glowing with the same unholy light that Rex's had once held. He smiled, a cruel, twisted smile. "Good evening," he said, his voice sending shivers down my spine. "I believe you have something that belongs to me." Behind him, shadows moved, whispering in a language I couldn't understand. The air grew cold, and I knew our ordeal was far from over. We fought to protect our family, but the dark presence persisted. Rex stayed by our side, a loyal guardian against the unseen forces. Father Michael continued to help, but the entity seemed stronger, more determined. The nights grew darker, and the shadows whispered secrets we couldn't comprehend. We realized that our battle with the demonic forces was just beginning, and the cost of our defiance was yet to be fully paid. In the quiet moments, when the house was still, I could feel the eyes watching us, waiting for the right moment to strike. and I knew that as long as we stood our ground, the darkness would never truly leave us. We've made it to the last story of the night. This final tale is the scariest one yet, guaranteed to give you chills. We were just looking for a bit of fun. That's what I keep telling myself. Just a group of friends, trying to scare each other for laughs. My name is Josh, and I'm a typical teenager in a small, boring town where nothing ever happens. Well, nothing used to happen. It was a chilly Friday night, and my friends and I were gathered in my basement. There was Matt, the ringleader of our little group, Sarah, who always acted tough but was secretly scared of everything, and Lisa, the skeptic who never believed in anything supernatural. We had been binge-watching horror movies, and Matt suggested we try something different, a planchette session. I had heard about planchette before. It's supposed to be a way to communicate with spirits using a board and a pointer. You ask questions and the pointer moves to spell out the answers. It sounded like a load of nonsense to me, but Matt was insistent. "Come on, Josh, don't be a wuss," he said, grinning as he pulled out a dusty old Ouija board from his backpack. "It'll be fun. Besides, what's the worst that could happen?" We dimmed the lights and sat in a circle around the board. Matt lit a few candles, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Sarah was already looking uneasy, and Lisa rolled her eyes, but she still joined in. We each placed a finger on the planchette, and Matt began. "Is anyone there? Can you hear us?" For a moment, nothing happened. We all exchanged glances, feeling a bit foolish. Then, to my surprise, the planchette started to move. Slowly, it spelled out Y-E-S. Lisa laughed nervously. "Nice try, Matt. We know you're pushing it." But Matt shook his head, his expression serious. "I'm not doing anything. I swear." We continued asking questions, and the answers grew more unsettling. The spirit claimed to be someone named Ethan, who had died in our town years ago. The more we communicated, the colder the room seemed to get. Sarah shivered, pulling her hoodie tighter around her. Finally, Matt asked, "Do you have a message for us?" The planchette moved quickly, almost frantically. Josh. Everyone turned to look at me. I felt a chill run down my spine. "This isn't funny, Matt." "I'm not doing it," he insisted. "Josh, what does it want?" Sarah whispered, her eyes wide with fear. The planchette started moving again, faster this time. B-W-A-R-E. We ended the session abruptly, all of us feeling spooked. We tried to laugh it off, but the atmosphere was tense. Sarah and Lisa left soon after, and Matt stayed a bit longer, trying to convince me it was all a prank. But he seemed genuinely rattled, too. That night I couldn't sleep. Every sound, every shadow in my room seemed magnified. I kept thinking about the planchette, about the name it spelled out. My name. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just a game, but deep down, I couldn't ignore the nagging fear. The next day at school, things started to get strange. It began with small things. Books falling off shelves, lights flickering, my locker door swinging open on its own. My friends joked about it, but I could see the unease in their eyes. Then the dreams started. Every night, I dreamt of a dark figure standing at the foot of my bed, watching me. I could never see its face, but I felt its presence, cold and menacing. I woke up drenched in sweat, my heart pounding. I told Matt about the dreams, but he brushed it off. "You're just psyching yourself out, Josh. It's all in your head." but I knew it wasn't. The dreams were too real, too vivid, and they were getting worse. One evening, as I was walking home from school, I felt like I was being followed. Every time I looked over my shoulder, there was no one there, but the feeling of being watched never left me. I quickened my pace, my heart racing. When I got home, I found a note on my bed. It was written in a shaky, unfamiliar hand. Beware. I stared at it, my mind racing. Was this some kind of sick joke? I showed it to my mom, but she dismissed it as a prank. Probably one of your friends messing with you, she said. But I knew it wasn't. I could feel it in my bones. Something was wrong. I started researching the name Ethan and found an old newspaper article about a boy named Ethan who had gone missing in our town decades ago. His body was never found, and the case remained unsolved. That night, the dream was different. The dark figure spoke to me. "You shouldn't have called me," it whispered in a voice that chilled me to the core. "Now you will pay." I woke up screaming, and my mom rushed into my room. She tried to comfort me, but I could see the worry in her eyes. She didn't believe me, but she knew something was wrong. I decided to confront Matt. I needed to know if he was behind all of this. When I found him at school, I pulled him aside and demanded answers. "Are you messing with me, Matt? Did you leave that note?" He looked genuinely confused. "What note?" "Josh, I told you I'm not doing anything." I wanted to believe him, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was out to get me. I started to avoid my friends, spending more time alone, trying to figure out what to do. One evening, as I was walking home, I felt the same sense of being followed. I broke into a run, my breath coming in ragged gasps. When I reached my house, I slammed the door shut and leaned against it, trying to calm down. That's when I heard it. A soft, sinister whisper right next to my ear. "You can't escape me, Josh." The following days were a blur of fear and paranoia. Objects in my house started moving on their own. I'd find chairs overturned, pictures on the walls askew, and doors that I was sure I had closed standing wide open. My mom noticed too, but she tried to rationalize it. "Maybe we have a rodent problem," she suggested, though her voice was strained. The dreams became more intense. The dark figure no longer stood at the foot of my bed. Now, it would sit on the edge, leaning in close, its breath icy on my skin. It spoke of things I didn't understand, threats that made no sense but filled me with dread. One night, I woke up to find my room freezing cold. My breath fogged the air, and I could see my breath. The dark figure was there, closer than ever. "You can't hide," it whispered. "You belong to me now." Desperate, I reached out to my friends again. I told them everything about the dreams, the whispers, the note. Matt finally took me seriously. "We need to do something, Josh. We need to end this." We decided to visit an old woman who lived on the outskirts of town. She was known for her knowledge of the supernatural. People called her Madame Serena. We hoped she could help us. Madame Serena listened to our story with a grave expression. "You've summoned a restless spirit," she said, "and it has attached itself to you, Josh. You need to perform a cleansing ritual to break the connection." She gave us a list of items we needed: candles, salt, and a special herb called sage. We gathered everything and met at my house. Madame Serena instructed us on how to perform the ritual. We lit the candles and formed a circle around me, sprinkling salt at our feet. As we began chanting, I felt a cold wind whip through the room. The candles flickered, and the shadows seemed to dance on the walls. The dark figure appeared, more menacing than ever. "You can't banish me," it hissed. "I will never leave." We continued chanting, louder and more forceful. The air grew colder, and the figure shrieked in anger. Finally, with one last guttural scream, it vanished. The room grew silent, the oppressive weight lifting. I collapsed, exhausted but relieved. Madame Serena nodded approvingly. "It is done," she said. "But you must never dabble in the supernatural again. Some spirits are best left undisturbed." Life slowly returned to normal. The dreams stopped, and the strange occurrences ceased. My friends and I vowed never to speak of the planchette session again. We went back to our usual routines, trying to forget the terror we had unleashed. But deep down, I knew I would never be the same. The experience had changed me, left me wary of the unknown. I learned that some things are better left alone, and that curiosity can sometimes lead to unimaginable horrors. And sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the shadows are long, I can still feel a presence, watching, waiting. A reminder that some doors once opened can never be fully closed. Thanks for joining us tonight. We'd love to know where you're listening from and who you're sharing this moment with. Drop a comment below. If you enjoy a good scare before bed, be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications for more nightly chills. Now, settle in, dim the lights, and let the story begin. I've always been a hopeless romantic, drawn to the idea of a love so powerful it could transcend time and space. Maybe that's why I was so taken with him. But what I didn't realize, what none of us realized, was that this love would be the undoing of so many lives. It all started when I moved to a small, sleepy village tucked away in the mountains. The village, Hemlock Hollow, was charming in an old-world way. It had cobblestone streets, ivy-covered cottages, and a sense of isolation that was both comforting and unnerving. The people were kind, albeit a bit wary of outsiders. They spoke in hushed tones about the village's history, hinting at old curses and dark legends, but I paid them no mind. I was too busy settling into my new life. It was during one of my solitary walks through the woods that I first saw him. He was tall, with sharp features and eyes that seemed to see right through me. His presence was magnetic, and I felt drawn to him in a way that defied logic. He introduced himself as Gabriel, and from that moment on, I was lost. Gabriel had a mysterious air about him. He would appear and disappear with no warning, and whenever I asked about his past, he would deflect with a charming smile and a cryptic answer. But I didn't care. I was captivated by him, and as our relationship deepened, I found myself falling more and more in love. The villagers, however, were less enamored with Gabriel. They would look at him with suspicion, crossing themselves as he passed by. I didn't understand their fear until the disappearances began. It started with the animals. Pets and livestock would go missing overnight, their bodies never found. Then, it was the people. First, it was old Mr. Wilkins, the town blacksmith. Then, Mrs. Harper, who ran the bakery. one by one, the villagers began to vanish, leaving behind nothing but a lingering sense of dread. The rumors spread quickly, whispers of a monster in the woods, a creature that could change its shape at will. They called it the shapeshifter, an ancient being that fed on the souls of the living, taking their forms to lure in its next victim. The stories were terrifying, but I refused to believe them. I refused to believe that Gabriel, the man I loved, could be this monster. But doubt began to creep in. Gabriel's behavior became more erratic. He would disappear for days at a time, returning with strange, dark bruises on his skin and a haunted look in his eyes. When I confronted him, he would brush it off, telling me not to worry. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Then, one night, everything changed. I was alone in my cottage, waiting for Gabriel to return, when I heard a knock at the door. My heart leaped, hoping it was him. But when I opened the door, I found a figure standing in the shadows, their face obscured by the darkness. "Emma," the figure whispered, its voice soft and familiar. It was Gabriel, or at least it looked like Gabriel. But there was something off about him. His eyes were too dark, his smile too wide. And then I saw it, the flicker of movement beneath his skin, as if something was shifting and writhing just beneath the surface. "Gabriel?" I asked, my voice trembling. He stepped forward, his smile widening. "Come with me, Emma. Let's leave this place. We can be together forever." But as he spoke, his voice began to change. It became deeper, more guttural, and his features began to twist and contort. The handsome face I knew so well melted away, revealing something monstrous and inhuman. His skin turned pale and leathery, his eyes black as coal, and his mouth stretched into a grotesque grin filled with sharp, jagged teeth. I screamed, stumbling backward as the creature lunged at me. I slammed the door shut, locking it just in time, and backed away, my heart pounding in my chest. Through the door, I could hear the creature's laughter, a low, menacing sound that chilled me to the bone. For the first time, I realized the truth. Gabriel was the shapeshifter, the monster that had been terrorizing the village. And I had fallen in love with him. The next few days were a blur of fear and confusion. I didn't know what to do or who to trust. I was terrified to leave my cottage, knowing that the shapeshifter could be anyone except Gabriel. He was gone, replaced by the creature that had taken his form. But the shapeshifter wasn't done with me. Every night it would come to my door, taking the form of someone I knew. Mrs. Harper, Mr. Wilkins, even my own mother. It would whisper to me, begging me to let it in, promising that everything would be all right if I just opened the door. But I knew better. I knew that if I let it in, I would never see the light of day again. The nights grew longer, the darkness more suffocating. I barely slept, my mind consumed with fear. I knew I couldn't stay in the village. I had to leave, but the thought of facing the shapeshifter on my own terrified me. Then, one night, the creature played its final card. I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, when I heard a voice that made my blood run cold. "Emma," it whispered, soft and pleading. It was Gabriel's voice, but I knew it couldn't be him. It was just another one of the shapeshifter's tricks. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block out the sound. "Emma, please," the voice continued, filled with sorrow. I'm sorry. I never meant for this to happen. Please, let me in. I need you. I felt a tear slip down my cheek. It sounded so real, so genuine. But I couldn't let myself be fooled again. I couldn't let the creature in. Emma, the voice whispered again, more urgently. I love you. Something inside me broke. I couldn't take it anymore. I jumped out of bed and ran to the door, flinging it open. But what I saw on the other side was not Gabriel. It was the shapeshifter, grinning at me with its twisted, monstrous face. Its eyes gleamed with malice, and its mouth stretched into a smile that was all teeth. Gotcha, it hissed, lunging at me. I screamed and slammed the door shut, locking it just in time. The creature pounded on the door, its laughter echoing through the night. Run, Emma, it taunted. Run as far as you can, but you can't escape me. I'll find you. I'll always find you. I didn't wait to hear more. I grabbed a bag and stuffed it with whatever I could find. Clothes, food, a flashlight, and bolted out the back door. I ran through the woods, not caring where I was going, just needing to get away. The branches scratched at my skin, the darkness pressing in around me, but I didn't stop. Eventually, I made it to the edge of the village. I could see the lights of the houses in the distance, the safety they promised. But as I took a step forward, I heard a voice behind me, a voice that made my heart stop. Emma, it called, soft and familiar. Don't leave me. I turned, and there he was, Gabriel, standing in the shadows, his eyes filled with sorrow. Please, Emma, he whispered. I'm sorry. I love you. But I knew better. I knew it wasn't him. I turned and ran, not stopping until I was miles away from the village. I don't know how long I've been running, or how far I've gone. The days blur together, the nights filled with nightmares. But I can't stop. I can't rest. Because I know the shapeshifter is still out there, hunting me, waiting for the moment when I let my guard down. And when it finds me, I know it will be the last thing I ever see. Get ready for the next story that will send chills down your spine. The house was the kind you'd see in old horror movies, a sprawling Victorian mansion with turrets and tall, narrow windows. My wife, Emma, and I had bought it for a steal, a deal too good to pass up. It was a fixer-upper, but we were ready for the challenge. We'd always dreamed of renovating an old house, breathing life back into its crumbling walls. We imagined it as a place to start our family, fill it with memories and maybe, if we were lucky, some of the ghosts of the past. It wasn't long after we moved in that strange things started to happen. At first, it was small, almost unnoticeable. A cold draft that seemed to follow us from room to room. Objects going missing only to turn up in odd places, and the sound of footsteps in the attic above our bedroom late at night. We laughed it off, chalking it up to the quirks of an old house. But the laughter faded when the dreams started. They began as hazy, disjointed images. A woman in a white dress standing at the foot of our bed, her eyes sad and distant. She would whisper my name, her voice soft and lilting like a song on the wind. I would wake up in a cold sweat, the echo of her voice lingering in the darkness. Emma told me she was having the same dreams, but we didn't talk about it much. It felt too real, too strange, like we were sharing the same nightmare. One night, the dream changed. The woman in white was standing closer this time, her face clearer than before. Her beauty was otherworldly, with pale skin that seemed to glow in the moonlight and long dark hair that framed her delicate features. But there was something wrong with her eyes. They were too dark, too deep, like bottomless pits that threatened to swallow me whole. She smiled at me, a slow, eerie smile that sent a shiver down my spine. "You must help me," she whispered, her voice echoing in my mind. "Set me free." I woke up gasping for breath, my heart pounding in my chest. Emma was already awake, sitting up in bed with a terrified look on her face. "She was here," Emma whispered, her voice trembling. "She was right here, next to me." We spent the rest of the night in the living room, too afraid to go back to sleep. The next morning, we decided to investigate the attic. The door to the attic was at the end of a long hallway, hidden behind an old tapestry. The stairs creaked as we climbed, the air growing colder with each step. The attic was a large, dusty space filled with old furniture, boxes of forgotten belongings, and the smell of mildew. The light was dim, filtering through the dirty, cracked windows. We found an old trunk pushed up against the far wall, its lock rusted and broken. Inside, we discovered a collection of letters, all addressed to someone named Eliza. The handwriting was elegant, the paper yellowed with age. The letters spoke of a woman who had lived in the house over 100 years ago, a woman accused of witchcraft. According to the letters, Eliza was a healer, a woman who could cure the sick and ease the suffering. But her talents made the villagers uneasy, and rumors began to spread. They called her a witch, said she had made a pact with the devil himself. One letter stood out from the rest. It was a confession, written by a man named Thomas, who claimed to have loved Eliza. In the letter, Thomas admitted to betraying her, leading the villagers to her door on a cold winter's night. They dragged her from her home, her cries echoing through the night, and burned her at the stake. But as the flames consumed her, Eliza swore vengeance on all who had wronged her, promising to return and exact her revenge. Emma and I sat in stunned silence, the weight of the story pressing down on us. The woman in our dreams was Eliza, and she was angry. We tried to leave the house that day, to get away from whatever force was haunting us, but the house wouldn't let us go. The doors wouldn't open, the windows were sealed shut, and the phone lines were dead. We were trapped. That night, the dreams returned, but they were different. Eliza wasn't just a ghost. She was something else, something darker. Her eyes glowed with a malevolent light, her voice no longer soft and lilting, but harsh and filled with anger. "You cannot escape me," she hissed. "You will pay for what was done to me." The next few days were a blur. The house seemed to come alive, its walls closing in on us, the air thick with the scent of burning wood. The footsteps in the attic grew louder, more frantic, as if something was trying to break through the floorboards. Emma was the first to see her. She was standing in the kitchen, making tea, when she felt a cold hand on her shoulder. She turned, expecting to see me, but instead, she saw Eliza standing behind her, her face twisted in a cruel smile. "Help me," Eliza whispered, her voice like nails on a chalkboard. Emma screamed, dropping the teapot, and ran to me. But when I looked, there was no one there. We tried to find a way to appease her, to break whatever curse was holding her here. but nothing worked. Every time we thought we had found a solution, Eliza would appear, laughing at our attempts. One night, as we sat in the living room, exhausted and terrified, the lights flickered, and the room grew cold. Eliza appeared before us, her eyes burning with hatred. "You will never leave this place," she said, her voice echoing through the room. "You are mine now." Before we could react, the room went dark, and I felt a sharp pain in my chest. I gasped, clutching at my heart, but it was too late. The last thing I saw was Eliza's face, her eyes filled with a terrible, twisted joy. When I woke up, I was lying on the floor, my body numb with cold. Emma was next to me, her face pale and lifeless. I tried to move, to reach for her, but I couldn't. I was paralyzed. Eliza stood over us, her smile wicked and triumphant. "You thought you could escape me?" she sneered. "Foolish mortals, you are mine now, forever." The last thing I heard before the darkness claimed me was Eliza's laughter, echoing through the house. We were never found. The house still stands, empty and abandoned, a dark shadow on the edge of the town. They say that if you listen closely, you can still hear Eliza's laughter, a reminder that she is still there, waiting for her next victims. And if you ever find yourself standing before that old decaying mansion, turn back. Because the angel in the attic is no angel at all. She's a witch, and she's always hungry for more souls. It's time for the third story of the night. The small town of Raven's Hollow had always been shrouded in mystery. It was a place where secrets festered beneath the surface, whispered only in hushed tones and behind closed doors. And at the center of it all was Father Marcus, the beloved priest of St. Jude's Church. To the townspeople, Father Marcus was a beacon of hope, a man of God who had devoted his life to serving others. His sermons were powerful, his presence comforting, and his eyes, well, there was something unsettling about his eyes. But no one dared question him. After all, who would suspect a priest of anything but good? I had been assigned to Raven's Hollow as a journalist, tasked with investigating the strange occurrences that had plagued the town for years. Disappearances, bloodless animals, and the inexplicable fear that clung to the place like a fog. It didn't take long before I found myself drawn to Father Marcus. He seemed to know everything, to be involved in every aspect of the town's life. And yet, there was something off about him. Something that made my skin crawl every time he looked at me. One night, after weeks of fruitless investigations, I decided to visit St. Jude's. It was late, too late for anyone to be out, but I had a feeling, a gnawing suspicion that wouldn't let me rest until I found out the truth. The church stood at the edge of town, a towering Gothic structure that loomed over the surrounding trees. Its stone walls were cold, unwelcoming, and the shadows that danced along the facade seemed to move with a life of their own. I hesitated at the entrance, my hand trembling as I reached for the heavy wooden door. But I couldn't turn back now. I needed to know. I needed to find out what Father Marcus was hiding. As I pushed the door open, the hinges creaked loudly, the sound echoing through the empty nave. The air inside was cold, unnaturally so, and the dim light from the few candles still burning cast long, flickering shadows across the pews. I stepped inside, my heart pounding in my chest. The church was silent. save for the faint rustling of the wind outside. I walked slowly down the aisle, my footsteps muffled by the thick carpet, and as I approached the altar, I saw him. Father Marcus was kneeling in prayer, his back to me, his head bowed low. He was whispering something. Words I couldn't quite make out, but they sent a chill down my spine. It was a language I didn't recognize, guttural and harsh, nothing like the Latin I had expected. I froze, my instincts screaming at me to leave, to run. But I couldn't move, couldn't tear my eyes away from him. And then, without warning, he stopped. The silence that followed was deafening, oppressive, as if the very air had been sucked out of the room. Slowly, Father Marcus rose to his feet, his movements unnervingly fluid, almost inhuman. He turned to face me, and I felt my blood run cold. His eyes, they weren't the eyes of a man. They were black, soulless pits that seemed to swallow the light around them. His skin was pale, almost translucent, and his lips were curled into a smile that revealed sharp, elongated teeth. "You shouldn't be here," he said, his voice smooth, almost hypnotic. "This is a place of worship, and you are trespassing." I took a step back, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. "What are you?" I whispered, my voice trembling. "What are you doing here?" He chuckled, a low, sinister sound that made my heart skip a beat. "Isn't it obvious?" he asked, taking a step towards me. "I am the shepherd, tending to my flock." His words sent a wave of nausea through me. The truth was staring me in the face, but I couldn't. No, I didn't want to believe it. But as he moved closer, the smell of death and decay filled my nostrils, and I knew. Father Marcus was a vampire. Panic surged through me, and I turned to run, but he was faster. In an instant, he was in front of me, his hand gripping my arm with an iron strength that sent pain shooting up to my shoulder. "Leaving so soon?" he whispered, his breath cold against my skin. "I thought you came here for answers." I struggled, my mind racing for a way out, but his grip was unbreakable. His eyes bore into mine, and I felt a strange, overwhelming urge to give in, to let him take me. But I couldn't, wouldn't let that happen. With all the strength I could muster, I shoved him back, breaking free of his hold. I ran towards the door, my heart pounding in my ears, but as I reached it, the lights in the church flickered and went out, plunging me into darkness. For a moment, I was frozen with fear. I could hear his footsteps approaching, slow and deliberate, the sound reverberating in the silence. I fumbled for the door handle, my hands shaking, but it wouldn't budge. Suddenly, a hand shot out of the darkness, grabbing my shoulder and spinning me around. I came face to face with him, his fangs glinting in the faint moonlight that filtered through the stained glass windows. "Do you really think you can escape?" he asked, his voice dripping with malice. "You're mine now." His grip tightened, and I felt his breath on my neck, the sharp tips of his fangs grazing my skin. I closed my eyes, bracing for the pain, for the end. But then, something unexpected happened. The church bells tolled, their deep, resonant chimes echoing through the night. Father Marcus recoiled, his face contorting in pain as the sound pierced the air. I took my chance, shoving him away and darting towards the altar. There, on the wall, was a large, ornate crucifix. I grabbed it, holding it out in front of me like a shield. The vampire hissed, his eyes narrowing as he backed away, his skin blistering where the light of the crucifix touched it. "You think that will save you?" he snarled, his voice laced with fury. "This is my domain, and you are nothing but prey." But I wasn't going to give up. I kept the crucifix between us, slowly inching my way towards the door. I could see the rage in his eyes, the hunger, but he couldn't come any closer. As I reached the door, I heard him laugh, a cold, cruel sound that sent shivers down my spine. "You may leave tonight," he said, his voice echoing in the darkness. "But know this, you will never be free. I will always be watching, waiting, and when you least expect it, I will come for you." I didn't wait to hear more. I flung the door open and ran out into the night, the cold air hitting me like a slap in the face. I didn't stop running until I was far from the church, far from the nightmare that had almost claimed me. But even now, as I write this, I can feel his presence, lurking just beyond the edge of my awareness. I know he's out there, waiting for his next move, waiting for the moment when I let my guard down. Because Father Marcus isn't just a priest, he's a monster, and he will never stop hunting me. Get ready for the next story. Don't forget to subscribe and like this video. Your support helps me create more of these stories for you to enjoy. Thanks for watching. It was the kind of night that makes you question why you're still awake. The clock on the wall ticked past midnight, each passing second a reminder that sleep had become a distant, unreachable goal. The rain outside had picked up, tapping against the window with a persistent rhythm that echoed in the quiet house. I was alone, every creak and groan of the old place amplified in the stillness. I had been working late, another night spent catching up on endless paperwork that seemed to multiply by the day. My eyes ached from staring at the screen for too long, and my head throbbed with the dull pain of exhaustion. I decided it was time for a break, to clear my mind before the words on the page started to blur together again. I stood up and stretched, my joints popping in protest. The house was dark, the only light coming from the dim lamp on my desk. I glanced out the window, more out of habit than anything else, expecting to see nothing but the usual empty street, washed in the yellow glow of the streetlights. But tonight, something was different. At the far end of the street, standing under the flickering street lamp, was a figure. A tall, gaunt man, dressed in a clown suit, with a painted-on smile that stretched too wide, too unnaturally. His clothes were worn, tattered in places, and his face was hidden behind layers of cracked white makeup. In one hand, he held a single red balloon, the string dangling lazily in the breeze. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at him, a cold dread settling in the pit of my stomach. There was something deeply wrong about him, something that sent a shiver down my spine. The way he stood there, perfectly still, as if he had all the time in the world. The way his eyes, dark and sunken, seemed to be looking straight through the glass, straight at me. I told myself it was just a prank, some idiot trying to scare people for a laugh, but there was nothing funny about the way he stared, unblinking, unwavering, like he was waiting for something, waiting for me. I stepped back from the window, my heart racing. The room suddenly felt too small, too suffocating. I closed the curtains, shutting out the night and the unsettling figure that lurked within it. But the image of that clown, with his eerie grin and his silent balloon, was burned into my mind. I tried to shake it off, tried to convince myself that it was nothing, that I was just overtired and seeing things. But no matter how hard I tried to focus on my whir, my thoughts kept drifting back to that clown. What was he doing out there? And why had he been staring at my house? The minutes dragged on, each one more torturous than the last. I found myself glancing at the curtains, half expecting to see his silhouette standing there just outside. The rational part of me knew it was impossible, that I was letting my imagination run wild. But the fear was real, gnawing at me, growing with every passing second. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to see if he was still there, if he was even real. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the curtain, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. And then, with a deep breath, I pulled the curtain back, just enough to peek through. The street was empty. The clown was gone. I let out a shaky breath, relief washing over me. Maybe it had been a prank, or maybe I'd just imagined the whole thing. Either way, it didn't matter. He was gone, and I could finally put the whole unsettling encounter behind me. But then, something caught my eye. A flash of color, bright against the wet pavement. I looked down, my heart skipping a beat. The red balloon. It was tied to the fence outside my house, swaying gently in the breeze. Panic gripped me, my mind racing. He had been here, right outside my home. How had I not heard him? How long had he been standing there, just out of sight? And more importantly, where was he now? I backed away from the window, my breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. My phone was on the desk, but the thought of calling someone, of trying to explain what was happening, seemed impossible. What would I say? That a clown had been standing outside my house in the middle of the night? It sounded insane, even to me. But there was nothing sane about this night. Nothing sane about the way that balloon was tied so perfectly, so deliberately, to my fence. I needed to do something. I couldn't just stand there waiting for whatever was going to happen next. I grabbed my phone and dialed the police, my hands trembling as I tried to keep my voice steady. I told them about the clown, about the balloon, about how I was alone and scared and didn't know what to do. They assured me they would send someone to check it out, told me to stay inside and lock the doors. I hadn't even thought of that. My mind was so clouded with fear that I hadn't done the most basic thing to protect myself. I rushed to the front door, bolting it shut, then went to check the back. But as I approached the kitchen, I heard a sound that stopped me in my tracks, a soft, rhythmic tapping. It was coming from the back door. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The tapping continued, steady and deliberate, like someone was knocking, not with their fist, but with something hard, something metallic. I didn't want to look, didn't want to see what was out there, but I had to. I inched closer, every step feeling like it took an eternity. The tapping grew louder, more insistent, as if whoever or whatever was on the other side knew I was approaching. Finally, I reached the door. My hand shook as I gripped the handle, and I slowly, so slowly, pulled back the curtain. He was there. The clown, his face inches from the glass, his eyes locked on mine. He was tapping the window with the end of a long, rusted knife, the blade stained dark with something I didn't want to think about. His grin was wider now, impossibly wide, stretching from ear to ear, his teeth sharp and jagged. I screamed, stumbling back, dropping the curtain in my panic. I ran, tripping over my own feet, crashing into furniture as I fled to the front of the house. I grabbed my keys, fumbling with the lock, desperate to get out, to escape. But my hands were shaking too much. I could hear him at the back door, the sound of the knife scraping against the glass, the low, guttural laugh that sent chills down my spine. Finally, I managed to unlock the door and threw it open. I ran outside, the cold night air hitting me like a slap in the face. I didn't stop, didn't look back. I just ran, my feet pounding the pavement, my heart racing as I sprinted down the empty street. But as I ran, I heard something behind me, the sound of footsteps, quick and light, keeping pace with me. I glanced over my shoulder, my blood turning to ice. He was following me. The clown, his knife gleaming in the dim light, his grin still plastered across his face, was running after me, closing the distance with every step. I pushed myself harder, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. But I couldn't stop. I couldn't let him catch me. I turned a corner, my shoes slipping on the wet pavement, and there, in the distance, I saw the flashing lights of a police car. Hope surged through me, giving me the strength to keep going. I waved my arms, screaming for help, and the car sped towards me, its siren piercing the night. But just as the car reached me, just as the officer stepped out to help, I heard a soft pop behind me. I turned, and there it was, a red balloon floating up into the sky, the string tied to a fence post, the same way the last one had been. The clown was gone. The officer looked at me, confusion and concern written all over his face as I tried to explain what had happened. But even as I spoke, I knew it didn't matter. He was gone, and no one would believe me. The clown had disappeared into the night, leaving nothing behind but a trail of fear and a red balloon. But I knew, deep down, that he wasn't gone for good. He was out there, somewhere, waiting for his next victim. And someday, he'd be back. Get ready for the next story that will send chills down your spine. Hit that subscribe button and give us a thumbs up if you enjoyed the story. Your support means the world and keeps these thrilling tales coming. Thanks for being a part of our community. I had always been an adventurer at heart, drawn to the wild places that others feared. There was something about the solitude, the raw beauty of nature, that called to me like nothing else. So, when I found myself with a rare weekend off work, I decided to head out on a solo hike in the remote wilderness of the Adirondack Mountains. It was a place I'd explored many times before, but never alone. I told myself that this time would be different. This time it would be a journey of self-discovery, a chance to connect with nature on a deeper level. I packed my gear, double-checked my supplies, and set out early in the morning. The air was crisp, the sky clear. It was the perfect day for a hike. The trail I chose was one less traveled, winding through dense forests, past hidden waterfalls, and up to a ridge that offered breathtaking views of the surrounding peaks. The hours passed in a peaceful blur as I lost myself in the rhythm of the trail, the steady crunch of leaves underfoot, the distant call of birds, the gentle rustle of the wind through the trees. By the time I reached the ridge, the sun was beginning its slow descent, casting long shadows across the landscape. I stood there for a moment, taking in the view, feeling a deep sense of contentment. This was what I lived for, these moments of pure, unfiltered beauty, where the worries of the world seemed to melt away. But then, as I turned to begin my descent back down the trail, I felt something give way beneath my foot. There was a sudden, sharp snap, followed by an excruciating pain shooting up my leg. I screamed, the sound echoing off the mountains, and looked down to see a rusted bear trap clamped tightly around my ankle. Panic surged through me as I tried to free myself, but the more I struggled, the deeper the metal teeth bit into my flesh. Blood was already seeping through my pants, staining the ground beneath me. I realized with a sickening dread that I was alone, miles from the nearest road, with no one to hear my cries for help. I forced myself to take a deep breath, to think rationally. My backpack was within reach, and I managed to drag it toward me. I fumbled through the contents, my hands trembling, searching for something, anything that could help. My phone was there, but there was no signal. Of course, there wasn't. I was in the middle of nowhere. I had a small first aid kit, but it was laughably inadequate for the situation. A few bandages, some antiseptic wipes, nothing that would help me escape this hellish trap. I tried to use my multi-tool to pry the jaws open, but the mechanism was old, rusted, and jammed tight. Every movement sent fresh waves of agony through my leg. Hours passed as I fought to free myself, the sun sinking lower and lower in the sky. The shadows grew longer, darker, until they seemed to swallow the forest whole. The temperature dropped rapidly, the warmth of the day giving way to the biting cold of the night. My breath came in ragged gasps, the pain and fear threatening to overwhelm me. And then, just as the last rays of sunlight disappeared behind the mountains, I heard something that made my blood run cold. A soft rustling in the underbrush, the sound of footsteps approaching. My heart pounded in my chest as I strained to see through the gathering darkness, but all I could make out were shadows moving among the trees. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking. "Is someone there? Please, I need help?" For a moment, there was silence. Then, a figure stepped out from the shadows, a man dressed in tattered clothes, his face obscured by the hood of his jacket. He stopped a few feet away from me, staring down at the trap with an expression I couldn't read. "Please," I begged. "I'm trapped. Can you help me?" The man didn't respond. Instead, he crouched down beside me, his movements slow and deliberate. I caught a glimpse of his face beneath the hood, hollow eyes, skin weathered by the elements, a thin, cruel smile that sent a shiver down my spine. "Looks like you've found yourself in a bit of a predicament," he said, his voice low and gravelly. "Please, you have to help me," I repeated, my desperation mounting. He reached out, his fingers brushing against the metal jaws of the trap, but instead of trying to open it, he tightened it, sending a fresh wave of pain through my leg. I screamed, tears streaming down my face. "Why? Why are you doing this?" I gasped. The man stood up, his smile widening. "You see, these woods, they don't take kindly to strangers. Folks like you coming out here, thinking you own the place. You don't belong here. This is our land." I stared at him in horror as the realization dawned on me. This wasn't just some random encounter. This man, whoever he was, had set the trap, had been waiting for someone like me to fall into it. He leaned in closer, his breath hot against my face. "And now that we've caught you, we're gonna have a little fun." My heart raced as I tried to comprehend what he was saying, but before I could react, he stepped back and whistled sharply. The sound echoed through the trees, and from the darkness more figures emerged, men and women, all dressed in ragged clothes, their faces twisted with malice. They surrounded me, their eyes gleaming with a sick, predatory hunger. I tried to fight, to crawl away, but the trap held me fast. They laughed, a cold, cruel sound that filled the night air and began to taunt me, their voices blending together into a cacophony of horror. "Please, let me go," I sobbed, but they only laughed harder. The man who had first approached me knelt down again, his hand gripping my chin, forcing me to look into his eyes. "We're gonna play a little game," he whispered. "It's called Who'll Survive Until Sunrise." With that, they began to torture me, taking turns inflicting pain, their faces contorted with glee as they watched me writhe and scream. The night stretched on, the darkness seeming to close in around me, suffocating me in its inky blackness. But then, just as I was about to lose consciousness, something changed. The wind shifted, carrying with it a low, guttural growl that silenced the laughter of my tormentors. They froze, their eyes darting around the forest, their expressions suddenly fearful. The man released me, standing up slowly, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. "It's coming," he muttered, his voice barely audible. "What is?" one of the others asked, their voice trembling. "The beast," he replied, his eyes wide with terror. "We need to go now." But it was too late. From the shadows, a massive shape emerged, its eyes glowing in the darkness, its breath steaming in the cold night air. It moved with terrifying speed, a blur of fur and fangs, and before I could even comprehend what was happening, it was upon them. The men and women who had tortured me only moments before now screamed in terror as they were torn apart, their blood staining the ground red. I watched in stunned silence, too weak to move, too horrified to look away. The beast, it was like nothing I'd ever seen before, a creature of nightmares, half bear, half wolf, with eyes that burned like embers and claws that could rend flesh from bone. It moved through them with a savage grace, killing with a precision that was almost mesmerizing. And then, as quickly as it had appeared, it was gone, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. The bodies of my tormentors lay scattered around me, their faces frozen in expressions of pure terror. The forest was eerily quiet, the only sound the ragged gasps of my own breath. I was alive, but just barely. My leg throbbed with pain, my body trembling from shock and exhaustion. I knew I had to get out of there, had to find help, but I was too weak, too broken. As I lay there, staring up at the stars that now dotted the night sky, I realized that I was no longer alone. A figure stood at the edge of the clearing, watching me. It was the beast, its eyes glowing softly in the darkness. But this time there was no malice in its gaze, no hunger. It simply stood there, watching me with an almost sympathetic expression. And then, as if sensing my thoughts, it turned and disappeared into the woods, leaving me alone once more. I don't know how long I lay there, drifting in and out of consciousness. Time seemed to lose all meaning as the night dragged on, the cold seeping into my bones. But eventually, the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, and with it came a renewed sense of hope. I was alive. I had survived the night. It wasn't until hours later, when a group of hikers found me and called for help, that I was finally freed from the trap. They took me to the hospital, where I was treated for my injuries, but the scars, both physical and mental, would remain with me forever. The police investigated the incident, but they never found any trace of the people who had attacked me, nor any sign of the beast that had saved me. The forest. We've made it to the last story of the night. This final tale is the scariest one yet, guaranteed to give you chills. The Cursed Doll, a tale of family and fear. I stood in the dimly lit basement, staring at the old wooden chest that lay hidden beneath a dusty cloth. The chest was small and unassuming, but I knew better. Inside it was a relic of my childhood, a relic I had spent years trying to forget. The air was thick with the scent of mildew, and the single bulb overhead cast eerie shadows on the walls. I could hear the faint hum of the house settling, the creak of the floorboards above, but my focus remained on that chest. It had been years since I'd last opened it. Years since I'd last laid eyes on the doll that had once been my closest companion and my darkest nightmare. A shiver ran down my spine as the old fear began to creep back into my heart. "Mom?" The voice of my daughter, Emily, pulled me back to the present. I turned to see her standing at the top of the basement stairs, her big blue eyes filled with curiosity. Emily was the spitting image of me at her age. Blonde hair, delicate features, and a wide-eyed innocence that made my heart ache with love and protectiveness. "Yes, sweetheart," I replied, forcing a smile as I walked toward the stairs, away from the chest that held so many of my darkest memories. "What are you doing down there?" Emily asked, her gaze drifting past me to the shadowy corners of the basement. "Just checking on something," I said quickly, trying to sound casual. "You shouldn't be down here, Emily. It's not safe." Emily's brow furrowed. "But why? It's just a basement." My smile faltered as I reached out to take her hand. "There are some things you're too young to understand, sweetie. Let's go back upstairs." But she didn't move. Her eyes were locked on the chest in the corner, and I could see the wheels turning in her mind. Emily had always been a curious child, much like I was at her age. It was that same curiosity that had led me into trouble all those years ago, and I was determined not to let history repeat itself. "Mom," Emily said slowly, "what's in that chest?" I felt a lump form in my throat. I knew this moment would come eventually, but I had hoped it wouldn't be so soon. Taking a deep breath, I crouched down to Emily's level and looked her in the eyes. "There's something I need to tell you," I began, my voice trembling slightly. "It's a story about when I was your age, a story about a doll, and the danger it brought to our family." Emily's eyes widened with interest, and I could see that there was no turning back now. I had to tell her the truth, no matter how much it scared me. "When I was 6 years old," I started, "I had a twin brother named Benny. We were very close, just like you and your friends. We did everything together, played games, went on adventures, and shared our toys. But there was one toy that was special to me, a doll named Lily." Emily listened intently as I continued, my voice taking on a faraway tone as I recounted the memories that had haunted me for so long. "Lily was a beautiful doll," I said. "She had golden curls, bright blue eyes, and the prettiest pink dress. My father brought her back for me from a business trip, and from the moment I saw her, I was enchanted. She became my constant companion. I took her everywhere, told her all my secrets, and she even slept beside me every night. But my voice trailed off as I recalled the first signs that something was wrong. It wasn't long before I started to notice strange things happening. I would leave Lily in one place, and when I came back she would be in another. I thought it was Benny playing tricks on me, but then things got worse. Emily's hand tightened around mine, sensing the fear that had crept into my voice. "What happened, Mom?" I hesitated, the memories threatening to overwhelm me. But I pushed through, knowing I had to tell the whole story. "Lily started to talk to me," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "At first, it was just in my dreams. I would hear her voice, soft and sweet, telling me things that only I could hear. But soon, the voice became clearer even when I was awake. She told me what to do, what to say, even when to eat. And I listened." Emily's eyes were wide with fear, but she didn't interrupt. She needed to know what happened next. "One night," I continued, my voice shaking, "Lily told me that Benny was bad. She said he needed to be punished. I was scared and confused, but her voice was so insistent, so commanding, that I couldn't resist. I tried to hurt him. My breath hitched as I remembered that terrible night. The look of fear in Benny's eyes, the way he screamed for our parents as I lunged at him with a pair of scissors, the way our father had to pry me away. It was a memory that had been burned into my mind, one that I had never been able to forget. After that, my parents knew something was wrong," I said, wiping away the tears that had begun to form in my eyes. "They took Lily away and locked her in the attic. But even then, I could still hear her voice, calling to me, begging me to let her out. My parents didn't know what to do. They were scared, just like I was. So they called a priest to come and help. The priest performed an exorcism," I explained, my voice steadying as I reached the climax of the story. It was terrifying. The doll, it screamed, it writhed, and the whole house shook like there was an earthquake. But in the end, the priest was able to banish whatever evil was inside Lily. After that, my parents locked her away in the basement, and no one has touched her since." Emily's gaze shifted to the chest in the corner, a look of dread on her face. "But she's still down there?" "Yes," I said, nodding slowly. "Lily is still in that chest, and that's why we never go into the basement. It's too dangerous. We can't risk letting her out again." For a long moment, Emily was silent, her eyes fixed on the chest. I could see the fear in her eyes, and I hoped that the story would be enough to keep her away from the basement. I wanted to protect Emily from the same horrors I experienced as a child, to ensure that she would never have to face the same darkness. But I knew that curiosity could be a powerful force, one that was hard to resist, especially for a child. I could only hope that Emily would heed my warning and stay away from the basement. As the days passed, I did my best to return to normal life, putting the memories of Lily and the haunted doll behind me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that a shadow was lurking just out of sight. I noticed that Emily had become quieter, more withdrawn, and often caught her staring off into space, lost in thought. One evening, I was in the kitchen preparing dinner when I heard a faint sound coming from the basement. It was a soft, rhythmic tapping, like something was knocking against the walls. My heart skipped a beat, and I immediately thought of Lily, but I told myself it was just the house settling, that I was being paranoid. But the tapping continued, growing louder with each passing moment. My hands began to tremble as I set down the knife I was using and wiped my hands on a towel. I knew I had to check to make sure that everything was as it should be. I made my way to the basement door, each step feeling heavier than the last. When I reached the door, I hesitated, my hand hovering over the doorknob. I didn't want to go down there, didn't want to face whatever was making that sound, but I knew I had to for Emily's sake. With a deep breath, I opened the door and descended the creaky stairs into the basement. The air was cold and damp, and the shadows seemed to shift and move as I made my way down. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, I froze. The chest was open. The cloth that had covered it was thrown aside, and the lid was ajar, revealing the dark interior. My heart raced as I stepped closer, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. I peered into the chest, praying that it was empty. But it wasn't. Lily was gone. Panic surged through me as I realized what had happened. The doll had been released, and there was only one person who could have done it. "Emily!" I cried, rushing back up the stairs. I searched the house frantically, calling out her name, but there was no response. The house was eerily quiet, the only sound being the pounding of my own heart in my ears. Finally, I found Emily in her room, sitting on the floor with her back to the door. My breath caught in my throat as I saw what was in her hands. It was Lily, her golden curls as pristine as ever, her blue eyes gleaming with a malevolence I knew all too well. "Emily," I whispered, stepping into the room, my voice trembling with fear. "What have you done?" Emily didn't answer. She just sat there, cradling the doll in her arms, her eyes distant and glazed over. I could feel the darkness in the room, a suffocating presence that seemed to press in on me from all sides. "Emily, listen to me," I pleaded, reaching out to her. "You need to put the doll down. She's dangerous. Please, Emily." But Emily just smiled, a chilling, unnatural smile that sent a wave of terror through me. And then, in a voice that wasn't her own, she spoke. "Mommy," the voice whispered, cold and cruel. "Lily missed you." I felt the blood drain from my face as the reality of the situation hit me. Lily was back, and she had taken control of my daughter. The nightmare I had tried so hard to escape had returned, more terrifying than ever. And I knew, in that moment, that I would have to fight to save Emily from the same darkness that had nearly consumed me all those years ago. But this time, I wasn't sure if I would succeed. The evil that lurked within Lily was stronger now, more cunning, and it had found a new vessel in my innocent daughter. As I stood there, frozen with fear, I realized that the battle was just beginning, and I would do anything, to protect my daughter from the curse that had haunted our family for so long. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was already too late. I stood in that room staring at Emily, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. The sight of her holding Lily, with that unnatural smile, was almost too much to bear. My little girl, My sweet Emily was being used by something evil, something that I had tried so hard to bury in the past. I knew I had to act quickly, but my mind was racing. What could I do? The priest who had exorcised Lily all those years ago was long gone, and I had no idea how to deal with this on my own. But one thing was certain. I couldn't let this go on. I had to save Emily, no matter the cost. "Emily," I said, my voice steady but filled with urgency. "We need to put Lily back in the chest. She doesn't belong here." Emily's eyes met mine, and for a moment I saw a flicker of recognition, a trace of my daughter's true self fighting to break free. But then Lily's grip on her tightened, and that malevolent smile returned. "No, Mommy," the voice said, twisting my daughter's sweet tone into something grotesque. "Lily wants to stay. She's happy here. Aren't you happy to see her?" Tears welled up in my eyes as I realized how deep Lily's influence had already sunk into Emily. My hands clenched into fists as I fought back the fear threatening to paralyze me. I couldn't afford to lose control, not now. I had to be strong. For Emily, for Benny, for my husband. Suddenly, I heard the front door open and close downstairs. My husband, Mark, was home. Relief washed over me for a brief moment before it was quickly replaced by dread. He had no idea what was happening, and I wasn't sure how he would react to the truth. "Emily, stay here," I said, my voice firm as I took a step back. "I'm going to talk to Daddy. Don't move, okay?" The doll's grip on Emily seemed to tighten, but she nodded slowly, her eyes never leaving mine. I forced myself to turn away and hurried downstairs to meet Mark. He was in the hallway, shrugging off his coat and setting down his briefcase. He smiled when he saw me, but his smile faltered when he noticed the look on my face. "Annie, what's wrong?" he asked, concern lacing his voice. "Mark, we have a problem," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "It's Emily. She found the doll." Mark's expression turned to confusion, then to worry as he realized what I was talking about. "The doll? You mean that doll?" I nodded, tears finally spilling down my cheeks. "Yes. I told her the story, but I don't know, Mark. I think Lily's taken hold of her, just like she did to me." Mark's face paled as he processed my words. He had always been skeptical about the supernatural, but he had never doubted my fear when it came to Lily. He knew how real it was to me, and now it was happening all over again. "Where is she?" he asked, his voice low and tense. "In her room," I replied. "But Mark, she's not herself. Lily's already started controlling her." Mark took a deep breath, his jaw tightening as he made up his mind. "We need to get that doll away from her, now." I nodded, feeling a surge of resolve. Together, we headed upstairs, moving as quickly and quietly as possible. But as we approached Emily's room, the sound of her singing reached our ears. It was a soft, haunting lullaby, one that I hadn't heard in years, one that I used to sing to Lily. Mark's hand tightened around mine, and I could feel his fear mirroring my own. We reached the door and slowly pushed it open. Emily was sitting on the floor, still cradling Lily in her arms. Her voice was soft and sweet, but there was something chilling about it, something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. Mark took a step forward, but I held him back, shaking my head. We had to be careful. I knew from experience that Lily could be dangerous, and we couldn't afford to make any mistakes. "Emily," Mark said gently, trying to reach through to our daughter. "Can you come here, sweetheart? We just want to talk." But Emily didn't respond. She just continued to sing, her eyes locked on the doll's glassy blue ones. I felt a cold wave of despair wash over me. How could we reach her when Lily had such a tight grip on her? Mark glanced at me, his eyes full of uncertainty. I knew he was struggling to find a way to break through, just as I was. But then, without warning, he made a decision. He lunged forward, grabbing the doll from Emily's hands. Everything happened so fast. Emily let out a blood-curdling scream, a sound so filled with rage and fear that it made my blood run cold. She lashed out, scratching at Mark's arms as he struggled to keep hold of the doll. The room seemed to pulse with a dark energy, and I could feel the air growing colder. "Annie, get Emily out of here," Mark shouted, his voice strained as he fought to keep the doll away from our daughter. I hesitated, torn between protecting Emily and helping Mark. But I knew he was right. We had to get Emily out of that room, away from Lily's influence. I rushed forward, grabbing Emily by the shoulders. She thrashed and kicked, her screams turning into incoherent shrieks of fury. But I held on, using every ounce of strength I had to drag her out of the room and down the hall. As soon as we were out of the room, I slammed the door shut behind us, blocking out the sounds of the struggle inside. I held Emily close, trying to soothe her, but she was inconsolable. Her eyes were wild, filled with a terror that I recognized all too well. "It's okay, baby," I whispered, rocking her back and forth. "It's going to be okay. We're going to help you, I promise." But even as I said the words, I wasn't sure if I believed them. I could still hear the sounds of Mark's struggle inside the room, and I knew that we were facing something far more powerful than we could handle on our own. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Mark stumbled out, the doll still clutched in his hands. His face was pale, his eyes wide with fear. "Annie, we need to get out of here," he said, his voice trembling. "Now." I didn't need to be told twice. I scooped Emily up in my arms and hurried down the stairs with Mark close behind. We made our way to the front door, but before we could reach it, a chilling laughter echoed through the house. It was a sound that I hadn't heard in years, a sound that I had hoped never to hear again. It was Lily's laughter, high-pitched and gleeful, filled with the promise of more torment to come. Mark froze, his eyes wide with terror. "Annie, we have to get rid of this doll. We can't let her stay here." But I knew that it wasn't that simple. We had tried to get rid of Lily before, tried to burn her, bury her, even throw her in the river. But no matter what we did, she always came back. And now, she was stronger than ever. "We can't destroy her," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "But we can lock her away. We can keep her from hurting anyone else." Mark nodded, his grip on the doll tightening. "Then let's do it, but we have to hurry." Together, we rushed to the basement, the cold air biting at our skin as we descended the stairs. The shadows seemed to close in around us, and I could feel Lily's presence growing stronger, more malevolent. We reached the chest, and Mark quickly threw it open. But as he moved to place the doll inside, Emily suddenly broke free from my grasp, her small hands reaching for Lily. "No!" she screamed, her voice filled with a desperation that broke my heart. Don't take her away. She's mine. Mark struggled to keep the doll out of her reach, but Emily was relentless, her strength fueled by Lily's influence. I grabbed her, pulling her back, but it was like trying to hold on to a wild animal. "Emily, stop!" I cried, tears streaming down my face. "Please, baby, you have to let go." But Emily wasn't listening. She fought with everything she had, her eyes locked on the doll. And then, with a sudden surge of strength, she broke free from my grip and lunged at Mark. Everything happened in a blur. Emily's small hands wrapped around the doll, and for a moment, it felt like time stood still. Then, there was a flash of blinding light, followed by a deafening silence. When I opened my eyes, Mark was lying on the floor, motionless. The doll was still clutched in his hands, its eyes now pale and lifeless. And Emily was standing over him, her face pale and expressionless. "Mommy," she whispered, her voice small and trembling. "What happened?" I rushed to Mark's side, my heart pounding in my chest. But as soon as I touched him, I knew. He was gone. The life had been drained from him, his body cold and still. "No," I gasped, my voice breaking as the reality of what had happened hit me. "No, no, no." Emily stood there, tears welling up in her eyes as she watched me. "Mommy, is he?" I couldn't answer. I couldn't find the words. All I could do was hold Mark's lifeless body. My heart shattered into a million pieces. And in that moment, I realized the truth. Lily had won. She had taken everything from me. My childhood, my brother, and now my husband. And there was nothing I could do to stop her. But as I held Mark in my arms, I made a silent vow. I would protect Emily no matter what. I would find a way to keep Lily from hurting her, even if it meant sacrificing everything I had left. I slowly got to my feet, my body trembling with grief and rage. I picked up the doll, its cold, lifeless eyes staring back at me, and placed it in the chest. I slammed the lid shut, sealing Lily away once again. But this time I knew it wouldn't be enough. The darkness was still there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the next opportunity to strike. And I would have to be ready, for Emily's sake. As I carried her back upstairs, I could feel the weight of the past pressing down on me. The nightmare that had haunted me for so long was far from over. But I would fight with everything I had to keep my daughter safe, to break the curse that had destroyed our family. And as I locked the basement door behind me, I knew that the battle was just beginning. Hey, everyone. Get ready to be spooked with bedtime scary stories set on rainy nights. Don't forget to subscribe and like this video. Your support helps me create more of these stories for you to enjoy. Thanks for watching. It was the kind of night that makes you question why you're still awake. The clock on the wall ticked past midnight, each passing second a reminder that sleep had become a distant, unreachable goal. The rain outside had picked up, tapping against the window with a persistent rhythm that echoed in the quiet house. I was alone, every creak and groan of the old place amplified in the stillness. I had been working late, another night spent catching up on endless paperwork that seemed to multiply by the day. My eyes ached from staring at the screen for too long, and my head throbbed with the dull pain of exhaustion. I decided it was time for a break, to clear my mind before the words on the page started to blur together again. I stood up and stretched, my joints popping in protest. The house was dark, the only light coming from the dim lamp on my desk. I glanced out the window, more out of habit than anything else, expecting to see nothing but the usual empty street, washed in the yellow glow of the streetlights. But tonight, something was different. At the far end of the street, standing under the flickering street lamp, was a figure. A tall, gaunt man, dressed in a clown suit, with a painted-on smile that stretched too wide, too unnaturally. His clothes were worn, tattered in places, and his face was hidden behind layers of cracked white makeup. In one hand, he held a single red balloon, the string dangling lazily in the breeze. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at him, a cold dread settling in the pit of my stomach. There was something deeply wrong about him, something that sent a shiver down my spine. The way he stood there, perfectly still, as if he had all the time in the world. The way his eyes, dark and sunken, seemed to be looking straight through the glass, straight at me. I told myself it was just a prank, some idiot trying to scare people for a laugh, but